Chapter 1. Considering Maureen's breakneck pace as she clomped up the museum steps, one would never guess that Tess had practically had to drag her to the Emerald Ball Gala. She almost did break her neck when, in classic Mo fashion, she tripped over her own feet. Tess was right behind her to catch her and keep her from tumbling head over heels down the concrete stairs. "Thanks, hun." Mo turned back and grinned at her best friend. "You're always there for me." Tess returned the smile. "And I always will be." Mo didn't even bother to gripe about the sappy response because her attention was diverted to the other side of the stairs. "Hey, I think that's your brothers." She pointed to a group of people dressed to the nines, with the exception of a woman in skin-tight leather pants. Tess squinted in their direction. She had been too vain to wear her glasses tonight, but her contacts had felt particularly scratchy and irritating when she tried to put them in, so she was flying practically blind. Mo had promised to steer her straight towards the prince if his rumored attendance turned out to be true. She couldn't be sure from this distance if the men were her billionaire brothers. Deciding it might be them, she started to turn in their direction. When the group in question started belting out a Grease song, complete with dancing, she turned back to Mo. Nope, definitely not my brothers. They wouldn't be caught dead doing a performance like that out here for the entire world to see." Mo raised her shoulders. It was obvious that she still believed it to be the Donovan brothers, but she was happy to take their baby sister's word that it wasn't the handsome billionaires. When they reached the top of the stairs, the women paused so Tess could fluff her hair. "Does everything look good?" she asked her best friend, suddenly feeling nervous about potentially meeting the prince. "Doesn't it always?" Mo grinned down at her. Tess beamed up at her best friend. The other woman was several inches taller than Tess's 5'4" delicate frame, but it was more than just her height that made Mo seem larger than life. Her mass of flaming red hair, her bodacious personality, and her tendency to talk a bit too loud made the gregarious woman stand out in just about any situation. It had been that contrast to Tess's quiet and calm demeanor that had made the two fast friends in kindergarten. They were polar opposites in every way, yet they complemented each other beautifully. Where one was weak, the other was strong, and vice versa. Even though she noticed the smudge of lipstick on Mo's front tooth, Tess didn't bother to point it out. She knew her friend honestly didn't care about such things. Besides, Mo was only here and wearing lipstick at all because Tess had insisted that she accompany her. Being a classic tomboy, Mo had whined for a bit about getting all gussied up and going to the fancy party, but Tess had promised her friend that she could sneak out just as soon as Tess found her prince. "We'd better get inside or we'll be more than fashionably late," Tess decided before adding, "I don't want anyone else to swoop in on the prince before I've had a chance to dazzle him." The two women linked arms as they entered the museum. The connection felt nice, but Tess had instigated it mostly as a way to keep Mo from faltering in her heels. Her friend wasn't used to walking in anything other than tennis shoes or work boots, so the risk of her falling was real, and Tess wanted to do anything in her power to keep that from happening. They both gaped at the astonishing transformation inside the museum. The glittering twinkle lights dangling from the tall ceiling and glowing, floating candles on the tables gave the ballroom a warm, inviting ambiance. Colorful, fresh-cut wildflowers in ball jars perked up each table and emitted a lovely, wafting fragrance into the air. The setting was ideal. Now, all Tess needed was her prince. Forcing her way through the crowd, with Tess scrambling behind her, Mo bellied up to the bar. Once their white wine spritzers arrived, both women turned to scan the ballroom and determine their next move. Tess almost choked on her wine when the Prince of Isle de Montseil himself, His Royal Highness Pierce Huntington Astor III, walked up to them. He was even more gorgeous in person than he appeared to be in magazines and on television. There was a regal air about him that extended beyond the navy, scarlet, and gold finery he was wearing, or his dark swoop of Kendall-worthy hair. His smile stretched into his sparkling blue eyes, making him seem almost impossibly handsome. He reached out to bring first Tess's hand and then Mo's up to his lips. His white gloves would have normally been off-putting, but Tess assumed it was a necessary part of his royal garb. Unsure how she was supposed to greet a man with his imperial status, Tess bent at the knees and did what she hoped was a graceful and appropriate curtsy. He nodded to acknowledge her, making her preen. When his gaze traveled to Mo, she nodded and said, "Hey." Tess's mouth fell open at her friend's garish and wildly inappropriate royal greeting. Just as she was getting ready to apologize for Mo's faux pas, she noticed the look on the prince's face. He was gazing at Mo, and he appeared to be utterly charmed. "Mademoiselle," he said to Mo before gracing the woman with a dashing smile. She looked at Tess, seeming uncertain how to respond. Tess quickly jumped in to save her. "This is Maureen," she filled in before adding, "and I'm Tess." "It's a pleasure to meet you both," the prince said graciously, his eyes never leaving Mo. "Maureen, may I have this dance?" Mo bugged her eyes out at Tess. Not only did she have 2 left feet, but this was not at all how their introduction to the prince was supposed to be going. Unsure what to say, she said awkwardly, "Oh, you can call me Mo. Everyone does." Smiling and looking completely enamored, the prince responded, "Okay, Mo." The way her nickname rolled off his tongue made it sound somehow distinguished. "How about that dance?" "Oh, okay?" Mo's voice lifted at the end as if she was the one asking a question. "Have fun." Tess gave them a brittle smile, doing her best to reassure her friend. Once the two were on the dance floor, Tess flinched as she watched Mo step on the prince's feet as he tried to lead her. Mo had always joked that she couldn't dance because she was meant to lead rather than follow, but this awkward travesty was utterly cringeworthy. Even the prince's fluid, graceful, and obviously much-practiced movements weren't enough to cover Mo's wooden, uncoordinated steps. Tess was surprised the man didn't put them both out of their misery by ending the dance early. Proving that he was a gentleman with impeccable manners, he stuck it out until the end. As the song finally finished, Tess squared her shoulders, fully expecting the prince to return with Mo before asking Tess for a spin around the dance floor. Her years of taking dance lessons were finally going to pay off because she was much better equipped to deal with the expectations of dancing with a royal than her gawky friend. Silence permeated the large hall, and the prince bowed formally before Mo. Completely out of her element, Mo's eyes shot to Tess in a silent plea for advice. Tess tried to show her how to curtsy from her place near the bar, but Mo ignored the charade, opting instead to merely bug her large green eyes out and nod at the man. Tess could see the prince's gleaming white teeth from across the room as he grinned at her friend. As the music restarted, he leaned in to whisper in Mo's ear. The woman's eyes once again darted to Tess. Rather than responding to whatever he said, Mo lifted her shoulders as if she had no idea what to say. Apparently taking that as a yes, the prince replaced his hand at her waist, used his other hand to grasp hers, and began guiding her around the parquet dance floor once more. Tess couldn't do anything but stare at them. This was like her worst nightmare coming true, except it wasn't a nightmare because even in her wildest imagination, she never would have thought that Mo's presence would foil her one chance with the prince. Turning back to the shiny mahogany bar, she lifted her empty glass in the bartender's direction and snapped, "I need another, and this time, skip the spritzer." Chapter 2. When the devilishly handsome bartender delivered her white wine, Tess said, "Just bring the whole bottle." He raised his dark brows at her, but complied with her request. At this point, she didn't particularly care if she looked like a lush. The people at this event had no right to judge her anyway. She normally only drank a glass or two of wine every few months, so she was overdue for some serious liquid therapy. After downing the glass quickly, she poured herself another. The idea that she should probably eat something before drinking any more dawned on her, but she quickly dismissed it. The tasteless, rubbery chicken they normally served at these types of events didn't sound nearly as appetizing as another glass of wine did. Steeling herself to see her best friend dancing the night away with the prince she had always dreamed of, Tess turned around. She must have spun a tad too quickly because she faltered and had to grab hold of the bar to keep from falling. Quick as a wink, the man that had been standing just behind the prince during the royal introductions leaped forward to catch her. He steadied her by cupping her elbow and encouraging her to lean in his direction. At first glimpse, Tess felt charmed by his chivalry. Perhaps her knight in shining armor wasn't a prince after all. When the man spoke, though, he immediately ruined her amorous feelings. Deftly removing the glass from her hand and turning to place it on the bar, the man said, "Perhaps you've had enough wine for tonight." Some tiny, still rational part of Tess's mind knew that he was probably right, but her emotions were suddenly the dominant majority, and they were furious. They quickly won the battle of how to react to his suggestion. "How dare you?" Tess glared up at him. He was tall, at least 6 feet, which forced her to crane her neck up to look at him. That annoyed her even more. "How dare I?" He seemed perplexed by her flash of anger, but his dark chocolate eyes were sparkling with interest. "How dare you? What kind of lady comes to a charity gala and proceeds to get soused at the open bar?" Tess spluttered. No one ever spoke to her this way. Exactly who did he think he was? Sensing her fury and making an attempt to calm her down, the man changed gears. "Look, I think we have started off on the wrong foot. His Royal Highness seems to have taken a liking to your friend, so it might be in our best interest to make an effort to get along." Tess gaped at him, stunned by the quick about-face in the man's demeanor. When he introduced himself as Sebastian Savoy, Royal Steward, and held his hand out to her, she merely stared down at it, opening her mouth and closing it a few times like a carp out of water. Filling in the awkward silence, Sebastian retracted his hand while saying, "And you're Tess Donovan." At this, Tess couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. "How did you know that?" Sebastian gave her a wide, knowing smile. It would have been charming coming from anyone else, but from this man, it grated on her nerves. "Your reputation precedes you, my dear." Her anger finally boiling over, Tess stormed away. She wanted to get as far from Sebastian as possible. Quietly fuming, she muttered to herself, "My reputation precedes me. What does that even mean?" She felt quite certain that the cocky, annoying jerk wasn't referring to her positive attributes. Skirting the dance floor to avoid getting any closer to Mo and the prince, she stalked to the far side of the ballroom. Silently cursing that she'd left her wine behind, she paced and fumed. When a slightly older man, whom she recognized as one of her brother's acquaintances, asked her to dance, she gladly accepted. She needed something to focus on other than the prince and his haughty helper. Her dance partner proved himself to be an elegant gentleman as he swept her gracefully around the polished dance floor. His salt and pepper hair gave him a distinguished air that she probably would have taken more note of had she not been so consumed by angry thoughts about Sebastian. Tess forced herself to smile at Mo when they caught each other's gaze across the crowded dance floor. She knew that her friend hadn't intended to steal the prince, so she didn't want Mo to feel bad about enjoying her time with him. For her part, Mo looked incredibly uncomfortable. It wasn't just the leery look of someone who feared she might be hurting a friend. Her face also displayed an air of sheer terror that she was already in way over her head. Her dance moves had improved slightly with the prince's tutelage, but her feet still clomped like she was mucking around in a barn, rather than floating elegantly around a stylish ballroom. When Tess caught sight of Sebastian dancing with a leggy blonde, she couldn't explain the flare of jealousy that surged within her. The man was one of the most infuriating and annoying people she had ever encountered. It didn't make sense for her to suddenly long to be the one in his arms. Despite her tipsiness, Tess's years of dance classes and her natural fluidity allowed her to hold her own as a light-footed dance partner. The man she was dancing with tried a few times to engage her in conversation, but she was too engrossed in spying on Mo, the prince, and Sebastian to pay him much attention. When the song ended, the man, seeming determined to win Tess over, asked her for a second dance. She nodded in agreement, mostly so she could keep a closer eye on what was happening with the others. As a slower song began playing, Tess watched as Sebastian bowed gallantly before the blonde. She giggled and preened as he bid her adieu. Tess rolled her eyes at his blatant stunt. He probably used that royal etiquette garbage to weasel his way into girls' hearts and pants. Well, there was no way she was going to fall for that ploy. Tess was so focused on him that she barely noticed when her dance partner pulled her into a more intimate embrace and began swaying to the love ballad. When Sebastian spotted Tess across the floor, he beelined in her direction. For the first time all evening, Tess stumbled and nearly stepped on her dance partner's foot. She smiled at the blunder and made a sincere attempt to focus on the man in front of her as he pulled her into an even tighter embrace. She could feel Sebastian's bold stare on her back as a drop of perspiration dripped down her side. For some reason, she was hyper-aware of the royal steward's location and movements. Sebastian finally made it through the crowd and across the dance floor. He stood before them and turned to Tess's dance partner. "May I cut in?" The question and the sentiment were both rather rude, but somehow, with Sebastian's flourishing way of speaking, it came off with a polite air, almost like he was doing them a favor. Proving that he was a true gentleman, Tess's dance partner responded, "Of course." The look on his face was slightly miffed, but he moved on without complaint. When Sebastian squared his frame and took Tess's hand in his own, the difference in the skill levels of her dance partners was immediately apparent. Her previous partner had been technically adept and perfectly acceptable, but Sebastian's fluid and graceful movements made it feel like they were floating on air as they slowly swished around the dance floor. Sebastian's stance wasn't nearly as intimate as her previous partner's was. However, it felt like 1,000 butterflies were suddenly fluttering to life in Tess's stomach. His hand, resting just above the curve of her hip, felt warm and good, almost too good. Her focus was drawn to its heat. When his fingers moved, lightly caressing her, she almost faltered. Forcing her attention elsewhere, she looked into his eyes. They were dark brown, like smooth, melted chocolate, and they were looking intently at her. His steady gaze making her feel uncomfortable, Tess quickly looked away. She found Mo and the prince on the dance floor and watched them sway to the music. The slower song had allowed them to stop pretending that Mo had any real dance skills. She was now resting her head on the prince's lapel as they moved back and forth from one foot to the other. Tess couldn't help but feel jealous that her friend was spending the entire evening dancing with the prince. That should be Tess in his embrace. Sebastian took note of her longing gaze. "So, you thought the prince would like you?" His disparaging tone set Tess's teeth on edge. Jerking her head back as if she'd been slapped, she responded, "Is that such an outrageous idea?" She had assumed that Sebastian would reply that no, it was completely feasible to think that the prince might have fallen for her. So when he had the audacity to scoff and say, "Yes, you're not his type at all," she felt utterly outraged. Shoving back and glaring up at him, she said, "We're done here," before flouncing away to fume and quite possibly cuss a little. Chapter 3. Once Tess locked herself inside the museum's powder room, she began pacing and ranting. "Who does he think he is?" She spoke to her reflection in the mirror. "What does he know about me? I am a perfectly likable, sweet, funny, smart, caring, and endearing person. The prince would be lucky to find someone like me. Not his type. Ugh!" Tess felt herself shaking with fury that Sebastian had made it sound like the mere idea of the prince falling for her was completely preposterous. It wasn't that outlandish. It could happen, she reminded herself silently. Just because it hadn't happened didn't mean that it was out of the realm of possibility. "Not his type," she blustered as she whirled on her heel to stalk across the small restroom again. "I am exactly the type of lady that deserves a prince." Even though she refused to admit it out loud, she silently added that Mo was the one who wasn't fit to be royalty. Immediately feeling guilty about her wayward and mean thought, Tess justified it in her mind. Mo would be the first one to admit that she was unrefined and loud. She would never imagine herself with a prince. It wasn't even something she wanted. Pausing in her movement, Tess realized that is what hurt the most about this entire scenario. Having dreamed of marrying a prince since she was little, it was an extra bitter pill to swallow that the eligible bachelor prince they met in person chose Mo to dance with, even though Mo couldn't have cared less about his social status. It was entirely possible that Mo's lack of interest in his royal bloodline was exactly what had attracted him to her. Tess briefly considered pretending like she too was unimpressed by his station, but it was already too late for that. The sharp rap on the door startled her out of her ruminating. "Just a moment," she promised as she moved to the sink to splash chilly water on her arms. She decided that the literal attempt to cool off had worked to some degree as she used a towel to dab her arms dry. Emerging from the bathroom, she was surprised to see Sebastian standing on the other side of the door. "Stalking me now?" she asked him in a snarky tone. "Just making sure you're okay. You were in there a while." His smile was genuine and kind. "I got overheated and needed to cool off," she answered his unasked question, even as she wondered if he had heard her seething to the empty room while she was in there. If he had heard her, he gave no indication. "Perhaps we should step outside for some fresh air," he suggested. Tess weighed her options. She didn't really want to spend any additional time with the brutally honest steward. More than that, though, she didn't want to go back to the ballroom to watch Mo dance with her prince. The decision was easy. Tess nodded before leading the way out to the balcony. She could feel the heat from Sebastian's hand on the small of her back as they walked outside. For some reason, she seemed to be hyper-aware of his touch. Although she didn't care to admit it, the contact felt rather pleasant. When they reached the railing overlooking the museum steps, he dropped his hand, and she immediately missed its radiating warmth. Without even realizing she did it, Tess shivered. Proving himself to be a gentleman, despite his annoying words to the contrary earlier, Sebastian removed his jacket and curved it around her shoulders. Just when Tess was starting to think he might not be so bad after all, Sebastian said, "You seem jealous that Prince Pierce chose your friend over you." Tess winced at the harshness of his words. Even though she knew that was precisely the case, hearing it proclaimed so blatantly stung. "He doesn't know me," she bit back. "Are you insinuating that once he gets to know you, he will decide he likes you rather than your friend?" Sebastian looked utterly amused. Not waiting for her answer, he went on, "Because I can assure you that won't happen." Deciding that this man was a little too honest, bordering on rude, for her liking, Tess said, "I should go get Mo because it's getting late. We need to head home." "She's having the time of her life," Sebastian said. "You would ruin that for her?" When he put it that way, Tess felt like a heel. Not wanting him to think she was a total jerk, she defended her previous statement. "You don't know that she's having fun. In fact, she probably isn't. Mo doesn't like going to fancy functions. I practically had to drag her here. She's probably anxious for me to come rescue her." Tess knew that last bit was taking it a bit far, but she felt desperate to prove that she had Mo's best interest at heart. Sebastian's rich brown eyes sparkled with amusement. "You think so?" he asked as he took Tess's hand and led her to the window. When Tess looked inside, it didn't take long to find Mo and the prince. They had taken a break from dancing, but were now sitting close together, chatting, and gazing at each other as if they were the only two people in the room. Well, of course she has to pretend to be engrossed in their conversation. He is a prince. Tess didn't know why she was still defending her theory that Mo didn't care for the prince, when it was obvious that she actually liked him very much. "Mo doesn't strike me as the type of person to be disingenuous about anything, especially not something that important," Sebastian weighed in. Tess couldn't explain the instant flare of jealousy. Did Sebastian like Mo too? Had they slipped into some alternate universe where every man was attracted to Mo? Overwhelming guilt immediately followed the flash of envy. It wasn't at all ridiculous to think that two men might be interested in Mo. She was a wonderful, funny, kind, and lovable person. Tess was simply used to most men gravitating towards her. This new pecking order, where Mo was the hot commodity, was going to take some getting used to. She certainly didn't begrudge her friend the attention. She simply was unfamiliar with being second choice, or, more accurately, not chosen at all. Swallowing her pride, Tess turned to Sebastian and said, "You're right. Mo is honest, loyal, and an all-around amazing human being. I'm sorry the prince is ruining your shot with her. Now, if you'll excuse me." Tess had already turned away and taken a step towards the doors to go back inside when Sebastian reached out and took her elbow to stop her. "Hold up a second, please." When Tess turned, she couldn't keep the hope at bay that he was going to set the record straight and say he was actually interested in her, not Mo. Even though she knew it was by all rights Mo's turn to have suitors chasing after her, Tess didn't like being the odd woman out. "Yes?" she asked as she turned back to face him. Her voice had taken on a mysterious, husky quality that she hoped sounded sexy, not congested. She was delighted to discover when Sebastian smiled down at her that he had an adorable dimple on his left cheek that she hadn't noticed earlier. It made him look even more handsome. Her eyelashes fluttered at him of their own accord as she gave him her best flirty smile in return. My jacket?" Sebastian said, completely deflating her high hopes. Tess yanked the suit coat off her shoulders and tossed it at him, hitting him square in the chest. With a frustrated huff of annoyance, she turned and flounced back inside the museum. As the door slowly closed behind her, she was almost certain that she heard him chuckling in amusement. Chapter 4. Using her spike of annoyance as fuel, Tess barged up to the table where Mo and the prince were canoodling. "Are you ready to go?" she asked the woman without preamble. "What? Go?" Mo gave her a wide-eyed stare, obviously caught off guard by her friend's abruptness. "Yes, I'm ready to leave, are you?" Tess clarified, since Mo seemed to be lost in moony-eyed oblivion. "Oh, okay." Mo looked crestfallen. "Don't leave yet, please," the prince pleaded with Mo. Seeming torn about what to do, Mo looked up at Tess, who was hovering over them. "Maybe you could take the car and I'll grab a cab later," she offered a compromise. "Tess isn't driving." Sebastian's voice startled Tess. She hadn't realized that he had walked up behind her. "She's had too much to drink," he revealed to the others, making Tess's cheeks flare red-hot with embarrassment. "Oh, then no, you can't drive." Mo stared up at Tess, daring her to object. The two of them had always agreed to keep each other from driving under the influence. Knowing that she had promised her best friend that she would never put herself in danger by driving drunk, Tess lamented. "I'll grab a taxi. You stay here and have fun, then drive yourself home later in the car." She wanted to make it clear that she expected Mo to leave alone, rather than joining the prince for a one-night stand that she would surely regret the next day. "Fair enough," Mo agreed with a shy smile up at her friend. Tess had never seen Mo be bashful about anything. She feared that her friend might be falling into insta-love with the prince, who would likely not return her feelings. The last thing she wanted was to see her friend get hurt by a cocky royal, but she wasn't sure what she could do at this point to stop it. After digging in her tiny, sparkly evening bag, Tess retrieved the car keys and tossed them to Mo. "Be safe," she told her friend. She hoped that Mo understood she meant both physically and emotionally safe. Mo had never had a truly strong connection with a man, so Tess worried that the prince could easily break the woman's heart. "Will do," Mo responded flippantly, and Tess knew that she hadn't caught the deeper meaning of her words. When the two of them stared up at her from their chairs, Tess didn't see a viable alternative other than to leave. With a wave, she whirled around and slammed into Sebastian. She hadn't realized he was standing so closely behind her. Oof! They were both startled by the collision, but Sebastian reacted quickly and grabbed Tess's arm to steady her. Stunned, they stared into each other's eyes for a long moment. Breaking the spell, Tess snapped. "I didn't know you were lurking right behind me." Ignoring her snippiness, Sebastian smoothly tucked her arm within his and led her out of the ballroom with their elbows locked together. Even that formal connection felt marvelous, which made Tess nervous. Yanking her arm away a little too harshly, she said, "What is this, the 1950s?" She hated the tone of her voice, as well as the mean sentiment, but she couldn't seem to control her outbursts towards Sebastian. Seeking an excuse for her ill-mannered behavior, she decided that she must be a mean drunk. That was perfectly fine with her because she didn't like the floating, dizzy feeling she was currently experiencing. Seeming unaffected by her prickliness, Sebastian casually slung an arm around her shoulders as they walked outside. It was a good thing she didn't brush him off this time because she stumbled on the first step outside the museum. He deftly caught her, securing her tightly against his body and keeping her from tumbling down the flight of concrete steps. "Thanks," she mumbled, silently admitting that it was a good thing he was there. Taking advantage of the moment, Sebastian used his free hand to lift her chin. "Any time." He shined a dazzling smile down at her. Tess refused to be charmed, but it was difficult to ignore the racing heartbeat and sweaty palms that accompanied being this near him. Pulling back from him, she chose instead to steady herself with the elaborately detailed, wrought iron stair railing. Unwilling to be deterred, Sebastian remained by her side as Tess descended the steps. She assumed that he wanted to see her safely to the street so the prince's evening with Mo wouldn't be disturbed by a visit to the hospital to check on her tipsy friend after a fall down the steps. When they finally reached the street level, Tess craned her neck to look for a cab. Instead, Sebastian led her to a waiting limo. "What do you think you're doing? I'm not going home with you." Tess was appalled that he would be willing to take advantage of her when she was inebriated. She might not be in her right mind, but she was still aware enough to know that she wasn't spending the night with the prince's lackey, whom she had just met. "Don't worry, I'm not going to touch you tonight." Sebastian had the gall to laugh as if the mere idea of it was ridiculous. White-hot anger flared within Tess. It wasn't that outrageous of an assumption. Most men would be happy to take advantage of her weak moment. It took a beat for the fact that he had said "tonight" to dawn on her. As much as she didn't want to admit it, that word intrigued her. She couldn't help but latch onto it and wonder if he planned to touch her at a later date. In a snit, she ignored the curiosity and said instead, "You got that right." The fact that he looked amused by her attitude only served to escalate her irritation. "I would like to see you safely home in our car if you'll allow it. You have my word, as a gentleman, that I will not make a move on you," Sebastian said. Sincerity rang true in his voice and in the open, disarming gaze he gave her. She found it odd that he referred to the prince's limo as "our car." Her guess was that the prince wouldn't approve of his word choice. She steadfastly refused to acknowledge the surge of disappointment that coursed through her when he promised not to make a move on her. Deciding that the alcohol in her system must be making her brain go haywire, she said, "Fine," and climbed into the back of the plush and shiny black limo. With a mischievous glint in her eyes as she settled into the seat, she wondered if she might be able to get Sebastian to break his promise. Chapter 5. True to his word, Sebastian sat on the far end of the seat, as far from Tess as physically possible. She rattled off the address for the driver before setting her sights on Sebastian. It wasn't Tess's normal style to be the aggressor with a man, but the glasses of wine she had downed earlier made her feel brave and alluring. Besides, Sebastian's insinuation that the idea of the two of them was laughable felt like a challenge to prove him wrong. Trying to be sexy, she scooted across the smooth leather seat to his side of the car. "Hi," she purred in her raspiest voice. She hoped it sounded seductive. Proving that her attempt at allure had fallen flat, Sebastian responded, "Hello." His voice didn't betray even the slightest hint of interest in her. His lack of enthusiasm did nothing to deter her. In fact, it spurred her on in her quest. Leaning in, she let her hot breath hover over his ear before nibbling softly on the lobe. When she replaced her teeth with her lips, he sucked in a deep breath. It was the first chink in his armor that he had revealed. Taking advantage of the momentary weakness, she dropped light kisses along the side of his neck. Grasping her firmly by the shoulders and easing her away, Sebastian said, "What are you doing?" "Having fun," she murmured, already angling back in his direction. When he used his grip on her shoulders to keep her from coming closer, she pouted, "Loosen up a little." "You've had too much to drink. You're not thinking clearly." He softened the scolding by adding, "I don't want to do anything that you might regret tomorrow." Even though she knew that his refusal to take advantage of her should have been endearing and comforting, her tipsy mind felt spurned. Crossing her arms and looking out the far window, she tried to keep the threatening tears from spilling over. Sensing her humiliation, Sebastian used one finger under her chin to encourage her to face him. Looking directly into her eyes, he said, "You are a beautiful and vivacious woman, and any man would be lucky to have you." Proving that her emotions were on a swinging pendulum tonight, Tess's eyes lit up. "Really?" she asked him, even as she flopped down to rest her head in his lap. "Tell me more," she encouraged him, before lifting her arm to run her fingers through the silky dark hair at his nape. "Yes, really," he confirmed, before adding, "which is why I cannot be intimate with you tonight. Not like this." He enunciated his words by lifting her to a sitting position, when he added, "Now, stop trying to touch me, or I'll have the driver pull over so I can get in the front seat." Her mortification complete, Tess took his not-so-subtle hint. Sliding to her side of the car and crossing her arms, she stared out the window and tried to ignore the burning lump in her throat. When they finally arrived at her address, Sebastian helped her out of the car into the front door of her condo. Her instinct was to yank her arm away and tell him where to stick it, but some still rational part of her knew that he was being honorable. He took her keys, unlocked the door, and ushered her inside. Just before closing the door behind her, he said kindly, "Don't forget to lock up. Sweet dreams." She clicked the lock and leaned back against the door without bothering to respond to him. The shame over her deplorable behavior this evening overwhelmed her. Popping a couple of aspirin and downing a bottle of water, she climbed into her tall bed and decided that the only bright side about the entire evening was that she would never have to face Sebastian again. If she had known what Mo was agreeing to at that very moment, she wouldn't have felt relieved at all. Chapter 6. Tess held her cell phone out away from her ear and stared at it blankly. It took a long moment for Mo's words to sink in. "What do you mean you're going to Isle de Montseil?" she asked when she finally regained her wits. Mo's response didn't calm her down in the slightest. "Actually, we're going." Tess spluttered, unsure how to even respond to this outrageous comment. This was so unlike her outgoing but normally level-headed friend. She couldn't believe she was being forced to point out the obvious flaws in Mo's plan. "We can't just drop everything and go to an island halfway around the world," she started. "Besides, you barely know this man. He could be crazy or dangerous." She was ticking off with her fingers the valid reasons why this idea was ludicrous, even though Mo couldn't see her. Changing her tone to a more sensitive one, Tess said, "Mo, even if this somehow miraculously worked out, you would not enjoy being a royal, going to fancy teas, dressing to the nines, hosting galas, and charity events. You would hate all of that." Tess didn't bother to point out that those were the exact things that she would enjoy doing. Mo was already well aware of Tess's lifelong dream of marrying a prince. Mo had always been a good sport about playing the royal groom in the elaborate wedding scenarios Tess had dreamed up when they were younger. Mo had willingly sat by her side as Tess worked on her elaborate wedding scrapbook that was filled with ideas for her elegant royal wedding, even though it was far from how Mo would have preferred to spend her time. This sudden change in their roles was jarring, and Tess wasn't at all sure how to react. She had always been the one with the wild imagination, who dreamed of someday falling for a real prince. Suddenly being faced with the stark reality that her dream might actually come true for her tomboy best friend didn't sit right. "It'll be fine," Mo assured her. "Pierce promised that he would personally arrange to have a private jet standing by in case we decide we would like to leave at any time." Tess was surprised to hear Mo refer to the prince by his first name. They must have reached a surprising level of intimacy during their evening together. The easy-breezy, dreamy voice her friend was using made this entire exchange seem completely surreal. Suddenly, it dawned on Tess what might have happened. The queasy feeling that lingered from her hangover escalated quickly. "Mo, you didn't sleep with him last night, did you?" Tess gulped and tried to swallow the sourness down. Mo laughed at the wild assumption, mostly because it would have been so out of character for her to do such a thing. "No, of course not, silly," she chastised Tess for even thinking it. Pierce was a perfect gentleman. That dreamlike, happy tone was back in Mo's voice, and something about it set Tess's nerves on edge. "Don't you think it's a little reckless to jump on a jet and fly halfway around the world for a boy?" "Reckless, adventurous, call it whatever you like, but how can we turn it down, Tess? This is the opportunity of a lifetime, and we will probably always regret it if we don't see it through." For the first time during this entire conversation, Mo's words sounded logical and made sense. There was no denying that staying in a royal castle on a pristine island seemed almost too good to be true. If Tess talked Mo out of it, they would both always wonder what would have been. Shaking her head and wondering if she had lost her mind, Tess finally lamented, "Okay, Cinderella, let's follow your prince." Tess probably would have been able to hear Mo's whoop of excitement from across town without their phone connection. Chapter 7. Once the decision was made for the friends to go to Isle de Montsale, a whirlwind of activity began. They both gave notice at Scooter's, the trendy college restaurant where they worked as waitresses. The jobs had been temporary as a way to make some money while they enjoyed the summer after they graduated college. They planned to get real jobs in the fall, so the timing of this impromptu royal excursion was perfect. Their manager, Joe, was used to employees coming and going, so he didn't require them to work the customary 2 weeks after notifying him that they were leaving, even though they reluctantly offered. After doing some online research about the island's climate at this time of the year, and trying to figure out what the dress code might be at the castle, Tess and Mo went on a shopping spree. They wanted trendy and cute outfits to wear to any official royal events. They had both been saving for a fun trip to New Orleans or Las Vegas at the end of the summer, so they used that money for the clothes. Since their travel expenses to the island were covered, The new clothes felt like a valid use for their hard-earned funds. Tess informed her brothers of her impromptu trip and received immediate pushback from both of them. The greatest thing about having two overprotective brothers was that they always felt the need to watch out for her. That was also the worst thing about it. They often took it upon themselves to decide what was best for her. Trey had immediately offered to send Tess and Mo anywhere in the world they wanted to go on his private jet. He promised his baby sister a first-class trip, all expenses paid, if she would decline the prince's offer to visit his castle. Trevor's reaction hadn't been any better. His newly discovered aggressive streak showed when he said, "Absolutely not. You're not going." The unyielding adamance in his voice raised Tess's hackles. "I am going," she informed him, sounding just as stubborn as he had. When she added, "And there's nothing you can do about it," he huffed in frustration. Tess's brothers aside, the preparations for their trip were exciting. The girls chattered and giggled as they tried to imagine what the castle would be like. "Do you suppose it has real turrets?" Tess asked her friend. Mo smiled dreamily. It was a far-off expression that Tess wouldn't have imagined crossing her friend's face before she had met the prince. "Oh, I hope so." Seeking to bring them back to reality, Tess quipped, "I just hope we don't get locked in one." Proving that the old Mo was still alive and well, she sailed a pillow across the room that landed directly in Tess's face. Not one to back down from a pretend fight, Tess retaliated, and before long, both girls were cracking up. When things calmed down, Mo assured Tess, "We're going to be fine." Unable to resist the temptation to tease her friend, Tess joked, "Famous last words." As if hearing their conversation, a text buzzed in on both of their phones. It was from Sebastian. As soon as they read the words, "The limos will arrive at your apartments tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. sharp to deliver you to the jet," they both squealed with uncontrolled glee. Anticipation crackled in the air and told them they were about to embark on the adventure of their lifetimes. Chapter 8. The jet was lavish. Despite her brother's fortunes, Tess had never flown private before. She had preconceived notions of what it would be like, but they fell short of the reality. Mo's mouth hung open as they explored their plush surroundings, proving that she was awed by the plane's opulence as well. The two women plopped down beside each other to wait for takeoff, since the men had indicated they would be working for the duration of the flight. Tess wondered what royal business they had that couldn't wait until they got home, but she decided it wasn't really her place to ask. Since it was a small plane, Tess had been concerned about turbulence. She didn't want to embarrass herself by getting airsick on the royal jet. She was relieved when they reached their cruising altitude and the ride remained perfectly smooth. Even though the men were across the aisle, they probably couldn't hear her over the roar of the engines, so Tess leaned over to ask Mo, "Tell me again exactly what is expected of us?" She had been so excited about their trip that she hadn't asked many questions about what was really going on. Now that she had some time to ponder it, this entire adventure seemed a little strange. At least she had kept her wits about her enough to research the tiny island online before agreeing to join them. "Pierce is expected to marry before he takes the throne," Mo explained patiently. "They want his father to step down as king and for Pierce's coronation to take place as soon as possible, because his father's gambling problem has already lost the island a great deal of their fortune." "I thought a king had to die for his successor to be crowned. Why do they think a ruling leader will willingly step back and abdicate the throne without putting up a fight for it?" Tess scrunched up her nose, perplexed. Mo tilted her head closer to Tess's, obviously not wanting to be overheard. "It sounds like the king has a drinking problem in addition to the gambling addiction. Pierce thinks his father will be relieved to not have the pressure of the crown hanging over his head. He wants to be a regular person, or at least as regular as a royal can be." It dawned on Tess then exactly what Mo would be signing up for if she ended up with the prince. "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" she asked her friend. "If you become a royal, your life will no longer be your own. You will have so many expectations and rules to follow." Tess worried her lip between her teeth as she thought about her brash friend trying to be perfectly prim and proper. "I haven't agreed to marry him yet, silly. I've only spent one evening with him." Mo playfully shoved at Tess's shoulder. "Well, we are going halfway around the world so you can spend more time with him." Tess defended her right to be concerned. "True," Mo admitted before adding nervously, "there's something I haven't told you, too." Tess felt her stomach drop. Mo was never shy about saying anything, so whatever she had neglected to tell Tess must be a doozy. Raising her brows at her friend, she ordered, "Spill it." "There's a ball next weekend at the palace," Mo revealed. "Oh!" Tess clapped her hands together, unable to contain her excitement. She couldn't imagine why her friend would have been anxious about sharing this fantastic news with her. "A real royal ball? I can't wait!" Mo nodded before going on. "Every unattached lady on the island will be in attendance because Pierce is required to choose a bride that night." "What?" Tess spluttered, unable to comprehend such an archaic arrangement. "It's part of the royal protocol, and Pierce plans to follow it precisely. At the end of that night, he will decide who he will marry," Mo stated matter-of-factly, as if this were the most normal thing in the world. Tess worked through her feelings out loud. "What if he chooses you? What if he doesn't choose you?" She shook her head, not quite able to comprehend the full meaning of all of this. It was all too fast. "You need more time. It isn't fair of him to ask this of you." "It isn't his fault," Mo jumped to the prince's defense. "The island has ancient customs that have been passed down through numerous generations of his family. The people of his land hold royals to certain standards and strict expectations, and Pierce is not willing to defy their sacred traditions." "They're not your traditions, though. Why should you have to abide by them?" Tess felt outraged that they were trying to rush her friend into such a monumental decision. "I don't have to," Mo explained. "It's my choice." At the concerned look on Tess's face, she added, "And I haven't made any decisions yet. I simply wanted to keep my options open regarding Pierce." Taking Tess's hand within hers, she said dreamily, "I really think he might be the one." Tess had never seen her friend looking so moony-eyed over anyone. It was rather distressing to think Mo might have fallen for the prince so quickly. A new concern popped into Tess's mind, which she immediately voiced. "Is this a situation similar to that ridiculous reality TV show that we can't resist watching, The Bachelor, where he will be talking to other women and choosing among you?" The idea of Mo having to compete for a man's attention horrified Tess. "Perhaps," Mo shrugged her shoulders. "I suppose it will ultimately be up to him, but I have little doubt that the vast majority of the town's women would be thrilled to be selected as a wife by their prince." Tess was surprised by Mo's laid-back attitude about the entire odd scenario. Deciding they were in too far not to see it through, Tess said, "Okay, Cinderella. I guess we're going to a royal ball." Chapter 9. If the private jet was amazing, the royal castle was nothing short of jaw-dropping. The magical palace looked like one of Walt Disney's creations. Tess couldn't stop gaping at it. It was even more delightful and grandiose than the castles of her childhood dreams. Mo was even impressed, despite the fact that she cared little for all things royal, except Pierce, apparently. Her loud, "Oh my God!" as they walked through the tall double doors, echoed down the hallway. The butler introduced himself as Geoffrey and greeted them with a deep, formal bow. But the woman standing just behind him looked like she had just bit into a particularly sour lemon wedge as she scanned the two American women. Her distaste was evident on her tightly pinched face. Tess felt a surge of disappointment when the prince hugged the stiff woman and referred to her as Mother. She knew they were already somehow not in the Queen's good graces. "It's so lovely to meet you," Mo gushed, extending her hand to the Queen. The woman startled at the volume of Mo's greeting and then stared at her offered hand as if it were a bug in her soup. Pierce leaned in to quietly advise Mo that it wasn't socially acceptable to shake hands with a royal unless they instigated the connection. "Oh, sorry about that." Mo's cheeks turned pink at the blunder. She chomped her gum nervously and moved from foot to foot, seeming uncertain what to say or do. The Queen narrowed her eyes at Mo. "There is no gum allowed in the palace," she sneered, "and it is quite disrespectful to smack it like a cow in front of royalty." "Oops." Mo immediately removed the gum from her mouth, but then seemed at a loss for what to do with it. After glancing around for a trash receptacle, she looked to Tess with wide eyes. Tess raised her shoulders, unsure what to do either. Geoffrey swooped in to save the day by holding out his white-gloved hand. Mo placed the wad of gooey pink bubblegum in his palm with a grimace and a quiet, "Sorry." The Queen took in the entire exchange as if she were watching rodents eat her favorite cookies. Turning to Sebastian, she asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Tess didn't care for the way the woman indicated them with her gloved hand as she said, "this." Royal or not, this lady was a total snob. Nothing raised Tess's hackles more than when someone picked on her best friend, so she answered the question, even though it hadn't been directed to her. "This," she enunciated the word and indicated Mo, "is a lovely, smart, and generous woman who dropped everything and traveled halfway around the world to spend time getting to know your son. She deserves to be treated with respect." The Queen's head snapped back as if she had been slapped, and Geoffrey sucked in what seemed like half the air in the huge foyer. It was obvious that no one ever dared to talk back to the Queen. Tess wondered if she had gone too far as she stared at the other woman's pale face. Exhaustion was evident by the dark circles under the Queen's eyes. Her crepey skin looked loose and thin. Tess had been half expecting to be unceremoniously kicked out of the castle for her outburst, so they all startled when the Queen tipped her head back and laughed. "Now this one I like," she informed them, before whipping around and sashaying down the hallway. The others stood in stunned silence as they watched her go, until Mo burst into tears. Chapter 10. Tess had only seen Mo cry a handful of times during their entire friendship, so she knew what a big deal it was. Turning to the men, Tess said, "We are exhausted from traveling. Perhaps we could be shown to our living quarters?" All three men were standing in stunned silence. They had similar looks of fear that males often adopt when confronted with female tears. Geoffrey was the first to come to his senses. "Of course, if you'll follow me." He started off down the long hallway, so Mo and Tess turned to follow. "We'll see you at dinner at 7?" It was the prince who had called the question out after them. Mo was too upset to do anything but nod. Tess put her arm around the other woman and shuffled her away. When they reached their room, Geoffrey swept the door open in a grand gesture. "Your bedroom quarters?" he said unnecessarily. Both women gasped at the gilded and gorgeous room. Matching canopy beds sat on opposite walls. Long, lush, pink velvet curtains were roped back to reveal a large balcony that overlooked the castle's gardens. The thick white carpet felt like walking on clouds as they both were drawn to look at their view. "Your belongings have already been unpacked into the armoires," Geoffrey informed them before making a hasty exit and closing the door behind him. Tess marveled that they had gotten their bags here so quickly, but it made her somewhat uncomfortable that a stranger had gone through her personal things. That worry was quickly forgotten when Mo threw herself on one of the beds and began wailing. Moving to sit beside her and rub her back, Tess asked, "What is it?" "The Queen hates me and loves you," Mo accused. "That's simply not true," Tess responded. "She has just met both of us. Besides, how could anyone not love you?" Refusing to be calmed, Mo said, "Lots of people don't like me. I'm too loud and opinionated and stubborn. I'm not cut out to be royalty. What was I thinking coming here?" she moaned. "You haven't even given it a fair chance," Tess accused. "The Mo I know would never let one little old biddy, royal or not, scare her away from the man she cares about." The "old biddy" wording earned Tess a wobbly smile from Mo as she sat up and wrapped her hands around her knees. "I'll never fit in here." Mo was one of the most supremely confident people Tess had ever known, so to see her so filled with self-doubt was disconcerting. "Honey, you fit in everywhere. They just have to make room for your bold, fabulous self." "You're the one who has always wanted to be royalty, not me. I don't have any idea what I'm doing, and I'm going to make a fool of myself. You should be the one with the prince." And there it was. Tess couldn't deny that she had thought the same thing in the beginning. It wasn't that she begrudged Mo a prince, if that was what she truly wanted, but it had always been Tess's dream to have a royal wedding, not Mo's. While Tess spent countless hours planning her ideal wedding, Mo had preferred playing in tree houses or swimming at the quarry or riding her bike with the neighborhood boys. She had only joined in Tess's imaginary fantasy world because she liked spending time with her friend, not because she enjoyed it. This shotgun royal wedding wasn't something that Tess could ever imagine her friend truly wanting, but she needed to approach it delicately so that it didn't sound like she was just jealous. "If you want the prince and all the formality that comes with him, then you deserve him." Tess paused to let that sink in. "It just doesn't seem like you, Mo." "I know," Mo admitted sadly. "None of this fanciness is my cup of tea, but the prince is." She turned to look at Tess. "Something about him just feels right." "You're the only one that can know if he's right for you or not. If your gut is telling you that he is, then you need to listen," Tess advised her friend. "Really?" Mo's voice held a tinge of hope for the first time since they'd entered the castle. "Really," Tess confirmed. It was then that Mo noticed the dainty crystal bowl filled with green M&Ms on her bedside table. Pointing them out to Tess, she said, "I casually mentioned to Pierce once that my favorite candy is green M&Ms, and look, he made sure to have a whole bowl of them here for me." Tess shook her head at her friend's characteristic boldness. Do you think he knows about the rumor that green M&Ms put you in the mood for love? Or is that an uncouth American thing? Well, I don't know, Mo answered, before waggling her brows suggestively and adding, but I hope they work their magic. Grabbing a handful of the candies and stuffing them into her mouth, Mo said around a mouthful of chocolate, Only one way to find out if it really works. Both girls burst out with laughter at the ridiculousness of it all. After swallowing the candy, Mo turned serious and furrowed her brows together. But what about his mother? She already hates me. She doesn't matter, Tess asserted. Haven't you ever heard that men always want what they can't have? Having her decide that you aren't right for him will send him straight into your arms. Wait, I thought men always chose to marry women who were just like their mothers. Mo refused to allow her concerns to be assuaged. I couldn't possibly be more of a polar opposite from that rigid woman. Don't worry about her, Tess said. We'll find a way to get you into her good graces. You think so? Mo's eyes were filled with renewed hope. I know so, Tess said confidently, silently praying that she wasn't making promises to her friend that she would never be able to keep. Chapter 11. Dinner was a formal affair, so the women were glad they had purchased new, stylish clothes to bring with them. They both selected wrap-style, ankle-length floral dresses and peep-toe heels. Laughter erupted from both of them after they emerged from their individual powder rooms into the foyer. Jeffrey was standing at attention, waiting in the hallway to escort them to dinner. Twinsies! The ladies shouted in unison in the hallway outside of their room. It was only after Jeffrey cleared his throat that Tess realized their volume was way too loud for their posh and formal surroundings. Is it dorky to dress so similarly? Mo worried as Jeffrey led them down the grand staircase towards the dining hall. Perhaps, but our dresses are different patterns. I think we look cute, Tess weighed in. Her confidence in their attire made Mo feel better. The prince and Sebastian both politely rose from their seats when the women entered the grand dining hall. You both look lovely, Pierce weighed in, but his startling blue eyes never strayed from Mo. Tess enjoyed the way the prince was looking at her friend. The corners of her mouth tipped up as she watched him openly gawk at Mo. One of these days, she hoped to find someone who would look at her with such adoration. When her eyes were drawn inexplicably to Sebastian, she couldn't help noticing that he was giving her a bemused look. Deciding that if she couldn't be the recipient of an awe-filled gaze, somewhat intrigued would have to do, so she graced him with a shy smile. Once they were settled in the chairs, the Queen spoke from the head of the table. Now that everyone is finally here, we can eat. Tess and Mo's gazes darted to each other. They were 5 minutes earlier than the appointed time for dinner, so they had both been surprised to be the last to arrive at the table. Apparently, Her Highness didn't approve of having to wait for anyone, even if they weren't late. As if by some mysterious royal magic, ornately decorated glazed porcelain tureens of lobster bisque appeared before each of them in perfect synchronization. Oh, yum! Mo sounded delighted as she picked up her spoon and took a big slurp of her soup. Realizing too late that it was piping hot, she fanned her open mouth with her hand and tried to cool it off. Once she was able to swallow the hot bisque, she picked up her crystal water glass and took a few gulps. The Queen bugged her eyes out at Mo as if she were a cockroach doing the backstroke in her soup. We sip and nibble our food like human beings. We don't gulp and gorge like animals, she reprimanded Mo. And no one picks up utensils before the monarch. Mo looked down at her lap, feeling chastised. Tess was fuming that the Queen would so rudely pick on Mo in front of the others. The kind way to address any issues with manners would have included privacy and sensitivity, but this woman had not bothered to even try to keep from publicly embarrassing Mo. As Tess took a calming breath before giving the uppity woman a piece of her mind, Sebastian stepped in. "She didn't know, Your Highness. We have etiquette classes scheduled for both women starting tomorrow." Tess was surprised that it was Sebastian who spoke up to the Queen in Mo's defense. She figured the woman would have him guillotined or some other overly harsh, archaic punishment for daring to talk back to her. To her surprise, the woman's pinched face relaxed a tiny bit. "It can't be soon enough," the woman said, finally picking up her own spoon and blowing daintily on a sip of soup. "I know they're uncultured Americans, but I would have thought they would have a handle on basic manners." Infuriated that the woman had managed to insult her and Mo as individuals, as well as their entire country, with one biting sentence, Tess prepared to speak up in their defense. Before she could devise a fitting and proper rebuttal, the prince jumped in. "Let's give our guests a break, Your Majesty. They've had a long day, and I'm sure they would appreciate us being gracious and welcoming hosts." Seeming properly chastised for being rather rude herself, the Queen gave a curt nod and set about the business of daintily sipping her soup. After just a few tastes, she waved her white-gloved hand, and servants appeared to remove all of the soup tureens. Tess wasn't anywhere close to being finished with the delicious creamy broth, but it was swept away from her before she could object. Apparently, when the Queen was done, everyone was done. Several more courses of delicious food were presented to them, including a fillet that was so tender it could be sliced with a butter knife. The Queen raised a brow when Mo swirled her butternut squash, green beans, and creamed corn into a gooey pile of combined flavors and textures, but she refrained from calling Mo out again for her unrefined eating habits. By the end of the meal, Tess was glad she hadn't been allowed to finish the mouth-watering soup. She was completely stuffed, and the remaining sips of her bisque would have put her over the top. The men had competently guided the conversation into safe territories to avoid upsetting the Queen any further. They discussed the recent duck hunt, how the horses in the royal stables were faring, and the sights they had taken in on their trip to America. When there was a lull in their polite chatter, Mo couldn't keep her curiosity at bay any longer. "So why didn't the king join us for dinner?" Silence permeated the room as all eyes gawked at Mo. She instantly regretted her question and wondered if she had stuck her foot in her mouth again. The Queen picked her linen napkin up from her lap and tossed it onto her gold-rimmed dinner plate. A waiter rushed forward to pull her chair back and whisk her plate away. In an obvious snit, the Queen arose and glared at Mo as she spoke to the room at large. "There aren't enough etiquette lessons in the world to teach this one proper manners." With that, she stormed out of the room, and Mo's face crumpled. Chapter 12. "I don't belong here," Mo wailed loudly, blowing her nose into her cloth napkin. "She'll come around," the prince promised, making Tess feel like scoffing. Somehow she managed to refrain, even though she knew there was no way that hateful woman would ever approve of Mo marrying her regal son. Proving that she didn't believe his comforting words any more than Tess did, Mo said, "She hates me." "She hates everyone at first." It was Sebastian that spoke, and Tess was surprised that he would speak so strongly about his sovereign. When he added, "It's part of her charm," and began chuckling at his own joke, she couldn't help but laugh with him. Before long, they were all giggling. It felt wrong to be ridiculing such a prominent member of the royal family, but she had been so mean to the women that it also felt delightfully fun. The thick tension of the evening dissipated with their laughter, and suddenly they all felt better. Even the ever-present servants surrounding the table seemed to relax. Pierce chose that moment to lift his crystal water glass high in the air. With his pinky raised and in a high falsetto voice, he said, "We sip and nibble, you inane American barbarians." Hearing the prince ridicule his hoity-toity mother was hilarious. They had all been thinking that her snootiness was unwarranted and extreme, but no one else would ever be brave enough to parody her. Tess noticed the upturned lips of some of the waitstaff, but none of them dared to openly laugh. She figured they would likely cut loose later when they were off duty and without the prying eyes of Pierce and Sebastian. Turning serious, Pierce looked directly at Mo when he said, "Besides, it doesn't really matter what she thinks. Thankfully, we did away with arranged marriages in this kingdom a long time ago, so I get to make my own decisions about my love life." Mo's eyelashes fluttered prettily as she waited to see what the prince would say next. Tess enjoyed seeing her friend look so enamored. It was the first time she had shown more than a casual, passing interest in a member of the opposite sex. When the prince added, "I find you to be utterly charming, Maureen O'Malley," he enunciated his words with a dazzling smile aimed directly at Mo. Tess almost felt invisible, and she wondered if that was how Mo normally felt when they were out together. It wasn't unusual for men to gravitate to Tess, so having Mo be the center of the prince's attention was new territory for both of them. The waitstaff had unobtrusively cleared the table. They chose that moment to present the molten lava chocolate dessert. Tess would have sworn that she couldn't possibly eat another bite, but the gooey, warm treat proved to be irresistible. She even let out an unladylike, impolite groan of delight as the sweet melted chocolate assaulted her taste buds. Sebastian sat back in his chair and watched her enjoy the meal's final course. The enamored, enchanted gaze he graced Tess with made her cheeks flare with heat. Missing the sizzling moment passing between the two, the prince said to Mo, "To answer your earlier question, the king generally takes his meals in his chambers. He is having some difficulties dealing with recent events." It was a somewhat cryptic response, but neither woman felt it was her place to ask for any further clarification. It seemed like the royal family had some secrets that they weren't willing to share. Tess just hoped that there weren't any skeletons hiding in the sovereign closets that would upset her best friend. Chapter 13. Despite being full, both women cleaned their dessert plates. "I would lick this plate if I didn't think it would be frowned upon in present company," Mo joked. The prince seemed surprised by her brash statement, but he raised his brows and said, "If we were alone, I would be delighted to see that." Taking the hint that their company was no longer welcome, Sebastian said to Tess, "May I accompany you on a walk down by the sea?" "Absolutely," Tess answered, thrilled not to have to sit alone and bored in her room while the prince wooed Mo. Although Tess was fairly certain that Sebastian was only entertaining her to keep her from intruding on the prince's time with Mo, she was still happy for the company. The warm, salty breeze that wafted in off the water was refreshing. The stray strands of hair that escaped Tess's classic chignon whipped around her face. They paused and pulled off their shoes at the end of the cobblestone path that led to the pristine white sandy beach. Sebastian gallantly offered his elbow to steady her balance while she removed her heels. The briny scent of the air served as an immediate mood booster for Tess. She had always loved sea breezes, but on this tiny, isolated island, it seemed especially fresh and aromatic. The cool granules of sand felt like a luxurious loofah on Tess's bare feet. She was certain this beach would be better than any swanky spa treatment for softening her tootsies. Walking along in comfortable silence, Tess wondered if she should tell Sebastian that he didn't have to keep her company. He likely had better things to do than keep her entertained and away from Mo and the prince. But she didn't really want to be alone, so she refrained from offering to occupy herself. When Sebastian suggested they rest on a flat piece of driftwood that looked like it had been purposely placed on the deserted beach as a place to relax, Tess quickly agreed. Breaking the silence, Sebastian asked, "Is it bothering you to see how much the prince cares for Mo?" Tess thought it was an incredibly odd question. "Why would you think that?" Giving her a knowing smile, Sebastian responded, "You weren't shy the other night after the gala about revealing your lifelong dreams of marrying a prince." Tess hid her face in her hands, shocked that she had revealed so much to this man. "No!" she exclaimed before peeking out at him and asking, "I told you about that?" "You did," Sebastian confirmed, nodding and smiling at her. He seemed amused by her horror. Increasing her embarrassment, he added, "You also told me that Mo is a tomboy and that you are much better suited to be a princess than she is." "What? Oh, no! That was just the alcohol talking." Tess tried to explain away her bitter reaction to Mo catching the prince's eye, but she knew there was a kernel of truth to what she had admitted to him. Seeming willing to let her off the hook, Sebastian said, "Prince Pierce does have unique taste when it comes to the fairer sex. I'm sure that most royals would have chosen you." She appreciated that he was trying to make her feel better, but guilt overwhelmed her as she realized that she had shared her innermost private and hateful feelings with this man. He must think her to be a terrible person. "I don't begrudge Mo happiness at all." Her voice sounded rather intense, but she wanted to make it clear to him that she was being sincere. "I know," he reassured her. Still feeling like a heel, Tess said, "It's just that Mo has never had any interest in anything girly or fancy. I never would have pictured her even considering marrying a prince." "But you have a scrapbook filled to the point of bursting with your royal wedding dreams," Sebastian filled in, making her wonder exactly how much she had divulged to him in her drunken state. "I do," she confirmed. When he said, "Yes, you tried to get me to come inside your condo to look at it," she buried her face in her hands again. "No, I didn't," she pleaded with him, trying to ease her mortification over her appalling behavior when she was tipsy. "You did." She could see his bright white teeth gleaming in the moonlight. It dawned on her then that he was immensely enjoying making her squirm. Swallowing her pride, she turned to face him. "Is there anything else I need to know about that night?" "You mean how you tried to kiss me repeatedly and refused to accept no for an answer, or how you insisted that I come inside with you?" Tess felt a flash of burning shame redden her cheeks. She was never that forward. To learn that she had thrown herself at this man and been shunned was utterly humiliating. She dropped her head into her lap and mumbled, "I'm never drinking again." Slinging an arm over her shoulders, Sebastian leaned in and said, "You were adorable. I just wouldn't have been able to live with myself if I had taken advantage of you when you weren't quite yourself." Gently lifting her chin until she was once more sitting upright, he said, "Now, if you were to decide you wanted to kiss me tonight, I wouldn't put up a fight." "Gee, thanks," Tess spluttered, feeling stung by his word choice. He wouldn't put up a fight if she tried to kiss him? She couldn't help but wonder if she was some sort of consolation prize. Was it his responsibility to keep her busy so the prince could spend some quality time alone with Mo? Did he actually want to be out here with her, or was it part of his job? She felt fairly certain that she was being handled, and she didn't like it one bit. "Well, that's never going to happen," she hissed. "So you can go back to whatever it is you do when there are no stupid Americans invading your precious island." "I always do whatever the royal family needs me to do," he answered her unasked question. Feeling outraged, Tess snarled, "And right now they need you to do me?" He had the audacity to laugh, which only served to increase her anger. "No, I'm not a gigolo." He tried to appease her, but it was too late. She stood in a huff and said, "I'm going up to my room, alone." With that, she spun on her bare heel and stalked back towards the path to the palace. In her fury, she couldn't be certain, but she thought she heard his amused laughter echoing out over the sea. Chapter 14. Tess paced the bedroom she shared with Mo and tried to calm down. She wanted to believe that Sebastian chose to spend time with her, but she had the feeling that it was merely one of the many and varied duties of his job. In her heart, she wanted to be happy for Mo, but she couldn't seem to keep her simmering jealousy at bay. It made her feel like a terrible friend to begrudge Mo's much-deserved happiness, but it seemed like they had slipped into some sort of alternate universe where Tess's lifelong dreams came true for Mo. It simply didn't feel right. When Mo finally returned to their room, her moony expression was so unlike her that Tess couldn't help but smile at her. The ladies decided to sit outside on their balcony and enjoy the balmy nighttime air. "So?" Tess asked her friend once they were settled in the comfortable white wicker rocking chairs. "What?" Mo asked her, but she gave a knowing smile. Tess shoved her arm playfully. "You know what? How are things with the prince?" If Tess thought Mo had a dreamy expression before, it was nothing compared to the faraway look she adopted now. "He's so wonderful," she gushed. At Tess's chuckle, she tried to explain better. "You know how I always seem like I'm stomping through my life like a bull in a fine china shop?" That wasn't exactly how Tess would have described it, but she knew what her friend meant, so she nodded to encourage her to go on. "When I'm with Pierce, I feel like I'm floating on air, even though I'm still loud and lacking in certain social graces, like with the Queen tonight." Mo looked down as she remembered their awkward dinner. "Pierce makes me feel like none of that matters." She had raised her gaze to look Tess in the eye. "It doesn't make any sense, but when I'm with him, I feel graceful and desirable." Smiling and genuinely feeling happy for her friend, Tess said, "It makes perfect sense. You're falling for him." The last sentence was more than a guess. Tess had never seen Mo so gaga over a guy before. Mo looked out over the moonlit sea for a long moment. Turning back to Tess, she said, "Yeah, I guess I am falling for the prince." If ever there were words that Tess had never imagined Mo saying, those were the ones. But she smiled and silently wished for the strength to be there for her friend on this grand adventure. Mo's green eyes took on a mischievous sparkle when she rocked back in her chair and announced, "I haven't even told you about the hot springs we soaked in tonight." It took a moment for Tess to let that sink in. "Wait, what? Tell me everything!" Chapter 15. The women had stayed up way too late rocking in their chairs outside, absorbing the fresh island-scented air, chatting, and laughing. When the sharp rap sounded on their bedroom door, both of them were tempted to ignore it and stay tucked in bed. Mo covered her head with the fluffy, light pink, flower petal duvet, refusing to acknowledge the intrusion, so Tess reluctantly got up, donned her turquoise fuzzy slippers, and shuffled over to answer the door. To her surprise, no one was on the other side of the door. A gold leaf-trimmed agenda card was on the floor right outside their room. Tess picked it up and inspected the elaborate and fancy scrolled font. It appeared that every moment of their day was scheduled, starting in 15 minutes. "Wake up, Sleeping Beauty," she said to Mo. "We have a big day ahead of us." Mo ignored her friend, choosing instead to burrow deeper into the covers. "We need coffee," Tess said to the intricately hand-painted ceiling. As if she had somehow summoned it, another rap sounded at the door. This time, when she flung it open, Tess was pleased to discover a housekeeper pushing a cart loaded with a pot of coffee and all of its accoutrements, as well as a generous pile of flaky and delicious-looking breakfast pastries with fresh fruit jams. "Bless you," Tess said to the woman, which earned Tess a tentative smile. After confirming that they didn't need anything else, the woman nodded and quickly left, closing the door behind her. The delectable scent of coffee was enough to rouse Mo. She bolted upright in the bed with her thick, bright red hair shooting out in impossible-looking directions. "Coffee?" she croaked. "Yep," Tess confirmed before she poured them each a cup, doctored them up with cream and sugar, and delivered Mo's to her in bed. At the first sip of the steaming brew, Mo's emerald eyes came to life. Knowing that they were wasting precious time, Tess said, "We are down to about 10 minutes to get ready before we are supposed to be downstairs to begin our day." It only took Mo a moment to process this. They both scurried as quickly as they could with their coffees in tow to their separate, luxurious bathrooms. When they emerged and met in the hallway, they discovered that they had both chosen a casual chic look of capri pants and cotton Oxfords. Other than Mo's loafers and Tess's strappy sandals, they looked like twins again. "Nice outfit," Tess teased her friend, which earned her a light shove on the shoulder. "We look like we plan out what to wear together like silly schoolgirls," Mo decided. "What's silly about that?" Tess asked, feigning innocence, but the look of concern that registered on Mo's face made her turn serious. "I think we look cute." "You're sure?" Mo asked, always willing to trust Tess's fashion advice over her own. At Tess's confident nod, they scurried downstairs, not wanting to be late for the start of their agenda. When they arrived in the formal sitting room at the appointed time, they met their etiquette and royal protocol instructor, Priscilla. Although Priscilla didn't appear any older than the ladies, she treated them like children, going so far as to roll her eyes at their appalling manners. Tess had attended loads of fancy dinner parties and formal dances, so she knew their trainer was being overly harsh. Priscilla sat on the edge of her chair with her back perfectly straight. When she demanded that Mo do the same, the woman asked why the chair had a back if she wasn't permitted to use it. Her complaint earned her a sharp look from their teacher. Giving in, Mo sat up straight and tried to lift her spine from her core as she was being instructed, even though it was incredibly uncomfortable. When Priscilla gave their summery outfits a quick perusal, she informed them sternly, "If you two intend to be accepted by the royal family, you'll need to wear much more modest and classic attire." Tilting her pointer finger up and down in Mo's direction, she said primly, "We do not show any cleavage or too much leg. We don't wear form-fitting clothing or clanging jewelry, and we do not ever expose our knees or shoulders." It seemed that Priscilla didn't like the way they sat, stood, dressed, walked, talked, or even breathed. She was particularly hard on Mo, informing her that royals are not mouth breathers. When Mo closed her mouth as requested, the books she had been balancing on her head fell. "This is impossible," Mo whined, but Priscilla didn't ease up in the slightest. By the time the silver tray of tiny sandwiches with the crust cut off, scones, cookies, and tea was presented to them, the girls were exhausted and famished. Mo quickly shoved an entire lemon cookie into her mouth. At Priscilla's shocked look, she said around her mouthful of food, "What? They're small." In an obvious snit, Priscilla removed the linen napkin from her lap, tossed it onto the table, and announced that they were hopeless before storming off in a huff. "Good, more for us," Mo said around another cookie as soon as the woman was out of earshot. Now that she was gone, both women dug into the fancy treats with vigor. Who would have guessed that being proper, polite, and polished would be so grueling? Tess asked. She would have assumed that she was already all three, but apparently even she wasn't up to royal standards. Once they had downed a couple of platefuls of food and 2 cups of English breakfast tea each, they sat back in their chairs and relaxed. Mo seized the moment to chastise Tess for slouching. Using a high-pitched voice to mimic Priscilla's shrill tone, she said, "Spines are meant to be straight. We are not monkeys. Crossing our legs is frowned upon, but if you must, it should be at the ankle only." Shaking her pointer finger as she spoke, Mo did a spot-on impression of Priscilla. Tess giggled and joined in. Sucking in a deep breath as if she were shocked, she lifted Mo's hand and said, "Those fingernails! We do not bite our nails, Miss O'Malley. Were you raised by wolves?" Mo cackled because the ridiculous impression wasn't that much of an exaggeration. Fanning herself prissily with her hand, Mo said, "These lips are too pure to curse, but if they weren't, I would pull this stick out of my behind and tell you where to insert it." Mo guffawed with laughter at her impression of the hoity-toity woman and failed to notice that Tess had stopped laughing and was bugging her eyes out at something over Mo's shoulder. Oblivious to Tess's silent message, she went on mocking Priscilla. Scrunching up her nose in mock distaste, Mo did a perfect impression of how Priscilla had reacted to the perfume she had purchased especially for this trip. "What is that god-awful smell?" She fanned herself, just like the other woman had. "Is it my armpits?" she ad-libbed as she pretended to sniff under her arm. Mo was cackling at that when she finally realized that Tess was no longer laughing with her. Mo's face fell as realization sank in. "She's right behind me, isn't she?" At Tess's nod, the blood drained out of Mo's face, leaving her pale and ashamed. Her first instinct was to apologize for making fun of the other woman, but everything she had said was accurate. In a crisp, curt tone, Priscilla said, "If you're finished mocking me, it's time to continue with your much-needed lessons." Feeling like heels and knowing they were in for a double dose of mean, the ladies nodded their heads, ready to accept whatever punishment Priscilla planned to dole out. Chapter 16. The remainder of their time with Priscilla wasn't as bad as they expected. The woman clearly didn't like them, but she maintained a professional distance and courtesy as she taught them the intricacies of spending time with the royal family. Later, the day turned more physical. Geoffrey changed out of his butler's uniform and into a sporty tracksuit so he could teach them some self-defense basics. When he informed them that they could no longer be in public alone for security reasons, they both balked. "You are in the public eye now. Whether you like it or not, you must abide by the royal protocols," he told them firmly. Neither woman liked it one bit, but it seemed childish to put up a fight about anything that might help keep them safe. When Jeffrey began giving them training on how to handle a kidnapping, it finally began to fully sink in with both of them how serious it was to be in any way linked to the royal family. While you're in the kingdom, you need to limit your social media posting, unlike your American leaders. Jeffrey rolled his eyes to express his disdain before continuing. In fact, anything you post will need to be sent through the royal censors before going live. The women didn't even bother to respond to that. They both flopped down to rest on their training mat, feeling emotionally and physically drained. They hadn't realized how big of a deal this was, and now that they were hearing all of the absurd rules and restrictions, it was tempting to push back or downright rebel. Neither of them were used to being told what they could do, when they would do it, or how it should be done. Mo swiped the sweaty hair back away from her face when Jeffrey informed them that they could no longer take selfies or hug any fans that might approach them. They also weren't allowed to give autographs. Feeling utterly frustrated by the entire afternoon, Mo said, "Maybe it would be easier to give us a list of things we are allowed to do rather than listing off all of these restrictions." Revealing that he was indeed human, Jeffrey chuckled at that, but he didn't let up on their training in the slightest. By the time they went up to dress for dinner, both women were exhausted and overwhelmed. They showered and primped half-heartedly. Tess admitted to Mo as they walked down the stairs that she would have been happier to climb into bed and skip dinner tonight. Mo agreed, but said the only thing that had gotten her through the strenuous day was the thought of seeing Pierce tonight. Tess wished she had a love interest like that to make her evenings thrilling. Although excitement pulsed through her veins at the thought of seeing Sebastian again, she was fairly certain that he viewed her as merely another job responsibility. It was possible that he even had a real girlfriend whom he couldn't wait to get back to while he was stuck entertaining the prince's love interest's best friend. The women had purposely arrived for dinner early in an effort to appease the queen. They were surprised to find that Pierce and Sebastian were already seated at the massive table. Both men stood to greet them. "Ah, good, we beat her," Tess said under her breath. The others gave her knowing smiles, proving that she must have said it louder than she intended. Before long, the queen joined them. With little preamble, the first course was served. Both ladies waited until the queen was served before picking up their utensils. Tess couldn't deny the swell of pride over how quickly they had learned all of the ins and outs of dining with the monarch. They might be uncouth Americans, but they could at least be taught the finer points of decorum. The queen seemed to be in much better spirits tonight. She didn't address the women directly, but chose instead to chat amiably with Pierce and Sebastian. As they droned on about a particular ruling that the government was trying to slip through the cracks while the king was under the weather, Mo's eyelids grew heavy. She wanted to be interested in the details of what they were discussing, but it had been such a long and stressful day that she just couldn't seem to focus on the legalese they were discussing at length. It wasn't until her face slammed down into her dinner plate and she bolted upright with mashed potatoes on her nose that she was fully awake. Each person around the table gawked at her. Tess looked horrified and like she would gladly swap places with her friend if she could. The queen's face resumed its pinched, sour lemon expression. Only Pierce and Sebastian looked amused. It was Pierce who broke the silence with a loud guffaw of laughter. Tears immediately sprang to Mo's humiliated face. Tess wanted to kick the prince for laughing at her friend at such a time, but the table was too massive for her foot to have any hope of reaching him. Quickly picking up on the fact that Mo was mortified, the prince got his laughter under control, stood, and crossed to stand beside Mo's chair, Looking down at her, he said, "Only you could make a face full of mashed potatoes and gravy look adorable." With that, he swiped the spuds from her nose before licking his finger clean. Tess couldn't believe her eyes. They had spent the entire day learning how to be proper, pretty princesses, and now the prince himself was eating mashed potatoes from Mo's nose. The audacious move effectively erased the tension from the room. Mo immediately relaxed and gazed up at her hero. Tess and Sebastian grinned at each other from across the table. Even the Queen cracked a smile, which made Tess wonder if the woman's face might actually break from its new, unstrained expression. Obviously feeling much better, Mo turned to the waiter standing behind her chair and said, "I believe I'm finished with my meal." "Yes, ma'am," he responded without cracking a smile at the idea that she might have continued eating after face-planting directly into her plate. Tess wondered if part of their training included never showing emotions in front of the royals. If so, the staff probably really cut loose when they were off duty. The Queen waved her gloved hand to indicate that the main course was finished, and their plates were efficiently swept away. Tess would have preferred to finish the delicious garlic lemon chicken on her plate, but it would have been rude to continue eating after Mo's disaster. With a flourish, the Queen said, "In honor of our American guests, the pastry chef has prepared warm apple pie a la mode for dessert." Tess and Mo both were flattered at the acknowledgement and honest attempt at friendliness from the royal matriarch. It was the first time she had been anything but disdainful to the two of them, and they appreciated the gesture. When the dessert plates were presented to the entire table in unison, the Queen said, "Now, let's use our utensils rather than our faces to eat our pie, shall we?" Both ladies looked at the woman's face to determine if she was being mean or teasing. When her thin lips turned up into the slightest bit of a smile, they all burst out with relieved laughter. For the first time, Tess began to feel hope that the Queen might eventually be able to accept Mo and her relationship with the prince. The relaxed moment of camaraderie was crushed when the king barged into the dining hall. "What's for dinner?" he bellowed in a booming voice. It wouldn't have been that outlandish of an entrance if he had been wearing any pants. Chapter 17. "Oh, darling, what are you doing?" the Queen asked the rotund, obviously tipsy king. "I'm having a meal in my dining room," he answered, ruffling his white, unruly eyebrows together as if the question was completely uncalled for. Realizing that she needed to clarify, the Queen said, "Why aren't you dressed for dinner? We have guests." She lifted a gloved palm to indicate Tess and Mo. "Oh, right. Where are my manners?" the king asked as he sauntered over to where the women were sitting. When he presented the back of his hand to Mo, she bugged her eyes out at Pierce, wondering what the man expected her to do. "Kiss it," Tess whispered near her ear, trying to save the awkward moment. The prince jumped in to formally introduce the women to his father. Once they had both kissed his presented hand, he took his place at the head of the table, which had sat empty since the women had arrived. Since the table was so long and the monarchs were at opposite ends, the Queen practically had to shout for him to hear her. "I was referring to your lack of pants, darling." The man looked down at his lap and seemed stunned to see his bright red and white striped silk boxers. "Oh, heavens to Betsy, you're right. I seem to have forgotten my trousers." His already red face turned a shade just shy of purple. He spent a moment twisting the ends of his bushy white mustache before lifting his shoulders as if it was out of his control. Turning to the wide-eyed women, he said, "If you sit at this table, you're family." As if the matter were settled, he turned his attention to the salad plate that had been presented to him. The pinched, unhappy expression had returned to the Queen's face. She obviously didn't approve of her husband's decision to ignore the fact that he hadn't worn pants to dinner, but she chose not to challenge him in front of their guests.
"So, is this the one you're going to marry?"
The king pointed to Tess as he asked the question of his son. He didn't seem to realize that his voice was way too loud or that he had just asked an incredibly awkward question. "Actually, Maureen is the woman of my dreams." The prince indicated Mo and smoothly shifted the king's attention to the correct woman without directly addressing the marriage part of the question. Although he and Mo were gaga for each other, it felt too soon to be discussing anything of that magnitude. The king lifted his head from shoveling salad into his mouth. Peering through his thick glasses that made his eyes appear to be enormous, he asked,
"The ginger?"
Mo lifted a nervous hand to brush a stray piece of her thick red locks behind her ear. Her hair formed a gorgeous halo around her head, but Tess knew that she hated being referred to by that somewhat disparaging word. It was Pierce that jumped in to stick up for her.
"Father, that's not a nice way to refer to someone with red hair,"
he lightly chastised the king. Looking up again as if he were confused by the problem with it, he said,
"Well, she is a ginger, isn't she?"
He turned back to Mo as if trying to confirm that her hair was indeed red. Evidently trying to dig himself out of the awkward hole he had dug, the king sized up Mo and said,
"Nice sturdy-looking woman. She has the kind of hips that are perfect for childbearing."
Pierce shook his head and covered his face with his hands, obviously distraught by his father's feeble attempt at being complimentary. Choosing to take the high road, Mo said, "Thank you, Your Highness." At that, Pierce lowered his hands and darted his gaze in her direction.
"Just because he's the monarch doesn't mean you have to accept that kind of treatment from him."
Turning to his father, he said, "Sturdy isn't a nice adjective for a lady, father. You owe Maureen an apology." The king looked completely taken aback that his son had dared to stand up to him like this. He blinked and made scoffing noises in his throat as he tried to process what had just happened. Evidently deciding not to make a scene, the king turned to Mo and said,
"My apologies, young lady, if anything I said was offensive in any way. I can assure you that was not my intent."
"It's okay," Mo said, trying not to stare at the orange salad dressing in the king's mustache. "No, it isn't!" Pierce slammed his fist on the table. Everyone jumped at his uncharacteristic outburst. Ignoring their startled looks, he went on. "Mo is a beautiful, smart, funny, kind, loving, and wonderful woman, and she deserves to be treated as such by all of us." He gave his father a pointed stare before turning his head to the opposite end of the long table and giving his mother the same look. Both of his parents bugged their eyes out at Pierce as if truly seeing him for the first time.
"Now, if you'll excuse us, the four of us need some fresh air."
His mother had endured all she could take.
"Young man,"
she chastised Pierce when he scooted his chair back from the table and stood to leave.
"Your father isn't finished eating."
She obviously expected him to sit back down like an obedient little boy. Instead, Pierce said,
"If he would like the respect owed to a monarch, then he needs to start acting like one."
With that, he turned to leave, calling out for Sebastian, Mo, and Tess to follow his lead. Sebastian was the first to stand to follow the prince. The ladies stared at each other as they tried to figure out what to do. It only took them a moment to stand and follow Pierce out of the room. Even though they knew he was right for standing up to his drunkard father, they both fervently hoped that they hadn't just made vicious enemies out of the kingdom's rulers. Chapter 18. When the foursome was safely outside on the sprawling patio, Mo turned on Pierce.
"How could you make us choose like that? Now your parents will hate me even more." "They won't," he tried to assure her, but she didn't look convinced.
Surprisingly, it was Sebastian that jumped in with an explanation.
"The king needs to be told when he is acting childish, and it is high time that someone stood up to him. He can't behave like that and expect to be treated with the respect of a true monarch."
Tess was shocked that Sebastian seemed so certain about their decision to walk out on the royal couple. After all, his job must be on the line.
"They won't be able to help but love you once they get to know you,"
Pierce promised Mo. When she shook her head, he added,
"Especially once they see how much I have grown to love you in such a short amount of time."
Mo sucked in a breath and raised her hand to her chest as if she was trying to keep her heart from bursting out. Tess knew that this was the first time a man had proclaimed his love for her best friend. Both women had tears pooling in their eyes.
"You do?"
Mo asked him, seeking confirmation.
"I do love you,"
Pierce told her, his gaze unwavering. When he moved directly in front of her and angled his head down to kiss her lips, everything else disappeared, and they were the only two people in the world. Feeling completely extraneous, Tess said to Sebastian, "Maybe we should go for a walk." Obviously picking up on the fact that Mo and the prince needed some privacy, Sebastian nodded his head and led Tess onto the cobblestone path and away from the other couple's intimate moment. The silvery moonlight bathed the sea in a wash of glimmering sparkles. Tess realized it would be the perfect night for romance if Sebastian weren't being forced to be here for his job. Deciding to let him off the hook, she said, "You don't have to escort me. I like spending time alone." Frowning in confusion, Sebastian said, "It's not safe for a woman to be out walking the grounds alone at night. I'll stay with you as long as you are up." Tess deflated at the confirmation that he was with her out of a sense of duty. He had already put in a long day at work, and she didn't want to add to his nighttime duties. "I'm feeling rather tired. I think I'll go up to my room," she said abruptly.
"Are you sure? It's a lovely evening."
Sebastian tried to sound disappointed, but she suspected that he was relieved to be getting some free time. Without another word, he escorted her to the door of her room. Before she went inside, Tess could have sworn there was a moment when Sebastian might lean in for a kiss. The feeling passed as quickly as it had arrived, and Tess was left to wonder who he would kiss if he didn't have to work all the time. Slipping inside her room, she leaned back against the door and imagined Sebastian knocking on it to tell her he was off duty but still wanted to spend time with her. When that didn't happen, she huffed out a breath and went outside on her balcony to daydream about someday meeting a real prince of her own. Chapter 19. Even though Tess had proclaimed to be tired, she was wide awake. She knew from their time already spent here that Mo and Pierce wouldn't be calling it a night anytime soon, so her normal stress reliever of chatting with Mo when she was fired up would have to wait until later. Filled with nervous energy, she decided that a soak in the hot springs Mo had raved about was exactly what she needed to decompress. After donning her bathing suit and a flowing light linen cover-up, she grabbed an enormous fluffy towel from her bathroom and emerged into the hallway. She was startled to see Sebastian pacing outside of her room. He looked just as surprised to see her. "What are you doing here?" she asked him at the same time as he said, "Where are you going?" She was a little miffed that she wasn't even allowed to emerge from her room without explaining herself, but she knew from her earlier training that the overprotectiveness was for her own safety. Lifting her chin and ready to be a bit defiant if necessary, she said, "I'm going down to the hot spring for a relaxing bath." His eyes darkened and traversed the length of her, taking in her flimsy cover-up and pausing on her curves. When they made their way back up to her eyes, he swallowed audibly. "I'll go with you," he offered. His voice sounded a bit huskier than normal. When she remained silent, he justified inviting himself by reminding her again, "It's not safe for you to be out on the grounds alone at night." "I was planning to take one of the guards with me. That's what they're paid for, right?" At his nod of agreement, she told him, "Go out and have fun. You don't have to watch over me all the time." "What if I want to spend time with you?" he asked her, making her mouth fall slightly open. Raising his dark, slashing brows and gracing her with a dazzling, flirtatious expression, he asked, "What if there's no place else I'd rather be than by your side?" Her tummy went warm at his insinuations. He hadn't exactly said that he wanted to spend time with her, but he had definitely hinted that she was more than just a job duty. She liked how their flirtatious banter made her heart flutter with excitement, so she put on her best seductive purr and said, "I suppose I won't stop you." She hoped that it sounded sexy and inviting, but she feared that her attempt at flirting had fallen flat when he said, "Very well then," and formally presented his elbow to escort her downstairs. As they walked along the perfectly manicured, well-lit path, curiosity got the better of her. "Why were you standing outside my room?" It might have been considered crass to ask, but she was desperate to know. "It seemed like you were upset about something earlier, so I was coming to see if you wanted to sneak down to the kitchen for a sweet treat." She was surprised by his high degree of intuition and thoughtfulness. Even though she was still rather full from dinner, she decided that she liked his idea. "Let's plan on doing that after our dip in the hot spring," she suggested. "It's a date," he agreed, grinning down at her. She still wasn't entirely sure if he was intentionally flirting with her, or if he was simply being a friendly distraction so the prince could be alone with Mo. In either case, she was glad he was here. "The slate path circling the spring is already wet, so it might be slippery. You'll need to hold on tightly to my arm," Sebastian warned her as they approached the churning water. Tess's hackles were immediately raised. "I'm not some helpless female, and I don't require a keeper," she informed him crisply. "I was hoping you would keep me from falling." Sebastian quirked a brow at her. His dimple was peeking out, which immediately dissolved her irritation. They held hands and helped each other climb down the rock steps that led to the natural spring. The path was bordered by lush vegetation that gave off an earthy and fresh aroma. As soon as she caught sight of the natural wonder, Tess gasped with delight. "Oh my, it's absolutely breathtaking." She leaned down to dip her fingers into the bubbling aquamarine water. "And so warm!" The large and deep natural pool featured man-made handrails and stone steps to make climbing into the swirling liquid easier. Tess whipped her cover-up over her head, tossed it into a chair, and hurried to the water's edge. She was pleased to see that Sebastian was openly perusing her demure black one-piece suit. By the sparkling look in his eyes, it was obvious that he liked what he saw. Smiling to herself, she stepped down into the water. The delightfully warm, soothing bath swirled around her as she eased her way in. Sebastian stood at the edge and pointed out to her where the seats were located. She swam over to one and relaxed back into it. "Oh my," she groaned. "I would come down here every night if I lived here." "It's tempting," Sebastian smiled down at her. "The water is very pure because it bubbles up from deep within the earth. Many locals believe that the high concentration of salt and other natural minerals gives the water healing properties." Tess's head was leaned back when she murmured, "Mm-hmm." She relaxed and let the spa's water cleanse and massage her. Unable to resist, Sebastian went on.
Of course, some people won't come near the water because ancient island legends proclaim it to be fiery liquid lava from the volcano that sits directly opposite us.
Tess smiled as the water beat at her lower back. Lava or not, it's marvelous, she weighed in. When Sebastian scooted a wicker chair near the edge of the spring, Tess opened one eye. Aren't you getting in? She asked him.
I don't want to crowd you.
His chocolate brown eyes lit with mischief as he gazed down at her. Lifting her head, she looked around the area. There was room for at least 20 people in the massive, bubbling crevice. I think there's room for both of us. She lifted a hand out of the water to indicate the large space. Teasing him, she added, Unless you're scared the lava will get you. He rested his chin on his hand and grinned down at her. His lone dimple had once again appeared to charm her.
I'm not wearing a bathing suit.
Her eyes opened wide at where that thought immediately took her mind. Oh, she said quietly, her mouth staying in the shape of the letter for a long moment as she thought about what to say. Daring to be bold, she suggested, You could wear your underwear. When he simply continued smiling down at her, she put a hand over her eyes. I won't look, I promise. When he noticed that she was peeking out between her fingers, he tipped his head back and laughed with abandon. The echoes of his amusement wafted all the way back to the castle. Seeming to weigh his options, he finally stood and unbuckled his belt.
Well, since you promised not to peek.
Chapter 20. Tess did make a moderate effort not to peek, since she had promised that she wouldn't, but she failed miserably. Silently justifying the broken promise in her mind, she decided that he must have known she was teasing, since he had laughed with such vigor. Besides, she had been quite obviously looking through her hands when he stood and began to undress. He made short work of removing his shiny black dress shoes and diamond-patterned lightweight cotton socks. When he unbuttoned his crisp white shirt and shrugged it off his muscular shoulders, she dropped her hand in the water, not bothering any longer to pretend not to look. Her eyes were drawn to his tanned, toned skin like they were magnetized to him. His eyes locked with hers as he undid his pants and lowered them. She knew she probably should look away, but she simply couldn't. His black boxer briefs were as modest as a bathing suit would have been, yet they were ever so much more titillating. When he dipped a toe into the steaming water, he sounded like a tour guide as he said, The surface of this mineral-rich pool stays at a steady 100 degrees Fahrenheit. But sometimes, like tonight, it just feels hotter. She nodded up at him, wondering if she had anything to do with tonight's perceived extra heat. He sank down into the roiling water and looked as relaxed and comfortable as she felt. It wasn't lost on her that he had chosen to sit in a spot located far enough from her that even the strictest of chaperones would have approved. She was tempted to move closer to him, but she didn't want to appear too brash and forward. They relaxed in silence for a bit. When Tess's curiosity and excitement got the better of her, she said, You know, you promised me on the night of the gala that you wouldn't touch me. He opened one eye and peered at her.
Of course,
he responded.
You were tipsy, and I would never take advantage of a situation like that.
Seeing an opening, Tess tried to sound flirty when she said, Well, I haven't been drinking tonight, and you haven't made any promises not to touch me. She let her heavy-handed hint hang in the air between them.
I suppose that is true,
he responded noncommittally, making Tess immediately regret being so uncharacteristically forward. When the awkward silence loomed between them, Tess tried to think of a way to backtrack from her earlier implied invitation, but she came up dry. When Sebastian finally broke the silence, he made her feel even worse. "You wanted the prince for yourself." Tess started to defend herself, so he added, "And that's okay, but he chose your friend, and I refuse to be a consolation prize." Anger flared white-hot within Tess. How dare he tell her about her own feelings? Shouldn't she be the one deciding who was her first choice? Not bothering to grace his accusations with a response, she arose and stepped gingerly out of the hot spring. Dripping wet, she grabbed her towel and cover-up before jogging up the path towards the castle. She bolted so fast, Sebastian barely had time to react. He called after her, but she wanted nothing more than to get away from him. Chapter 21. Tess quickly dried off and donned her light cover-up before going back inside the castle. When she arrived at their bedroom, she was pleased to see that Mo was back from her evening of romance with the prince. As soon as the women saw each other, they said in unison, "I had a terrible night." When they realized that they had both expressed the same sentiment, they each said, "What happened? You go first. No, you." By the end of their nearly identical string of word selections, they both burst out with laughter. The stress of the entire trip, attempting to learn and remember the intricacies of royal protocol, and their individual man troubles bubbled out in their giggling outburst. Once their laughter subsided, they flopped down onto Mo's bed, and Tess said, "Tell me." Mo's face crumpled. "Pierce is so amazing. He's nothing like the man I would have pictured myself ending up with, yet he's somehow perfect for me. I mean, the royal thing is kind of a turn-off." Seeming to realize what she had just said, and who she had said it to, Mo bit her lip. "Sorry, I know about your marrying a prince fantasy." Tess rolled her eyes and nodded. She didn't want her friend to think she begrudged Mo the right to happiness, even if it was with a prince. It was just a childish daydream, she tried, but she sensed that the excuse fell flat. Mo knew Tess well enough to realize that she had never quite been able to let that particular dream go. Deciding not to get into that awkward discussion right now, Mo got back to her explanation. "Anyway, on paper, we seem so wrong for each other. I mean, I'm a daredevil who gets a thrill from bungee jumping and skydiving, while he's an actual prince who will soon be king, and completely responsible for an entire island. But when we're together, none of that matters." Tess nodded, having seen the enamored way the two of them gazed at each other. "I'm ready to take our relationship to the next level, but he is being a perfect gentleman. He hasn't done anything more than kiss me, despite my blatant hints that I am open to a more physical relationship." Although she was surprised at Mo's quick jump to wanting to be intimate with the prince, she hid her shock. She knew her friend had strong feelings for the man, but Mo was normally much more cautious and slow-moving about such things. "His mother hates me, and she is insisting that he keep his options open for the royal ball. It's like she's hoping that he'll find someone there that will be better wife material so he can dump me." Mo paused, obviously waiting for Tess to weigh in. Tess wasn't sure how to console her friend because she feared that she was exactly right about the Queen's intentions. It was clear that the woman didn't approve of either of them, and that she would be thrilled if Pierce discovered a companion that she found to be more suitable for him at the ball. Turning frightened, light green eyes on Tess, Mo squeaked,
What if he does find someone better for him than me?
Tess had never heard her friend sounding so self-conscious. Normally, Mo was completely self-assured. The Queen's obvious disapproval must really have her rattled. Someone better than you? Impossible. Tess weighed in, hoping to make her friend feel better.
Someone better for him than me, Mo clarified. We both know I'm not princess material. There will be all kinds of graceful, polite, and beautiful women at this ball scrambling for Pierce's attention. What if he sees how much more appropriate they are to become royalty than I am?
The fear in Mo's eyes was genuine. Tess wanted to alleviate it, but she wasn't sure how best to do that. She finally settled on, he'd have to be crazy to not see what a wonderful, amazing, and beautiful person you are. Is he crazy? Mo was looking down and didn't respond to Tess's question, so Tess prodded her again. Is Pierce crazy? No, Mo finally mumbled. Smiling, Tess added, No, he's not crazy, so he will choose you. She acted like her wild leap was a foregone conclusion. It must have worked because Mo looked up at her with renewed hope shining in her eyes. You think so? I know so, Tess assured her, even as she hoped that she was right. Obviously feeling better, Mo asked, Why was your night terrible? Sebastian, Tess responded, as if that answered the question. When Mo raised her brows, indicating that she wanted more of an explanation than that, Tess lifted her shoulders. He thinks I want to be with the prince rather than him. It was as if Mo had been waiting for the perfect opening to bring this up. She looked Tess directly in the eyes, hoping to get a true reading on her reaction before asking, Would you prefer to be with Pierce? Chapter 22. Scandalized, Tess screeched, What? No! The relief swept in a wave over Mo's face. It was obvious that she had been concerned that Tess might be coveting her relationship with the prince. Guilt overwhelmed Tess when she realized that Mo had been so worried about this. Taking her friend's hands within her own, she said, I always thought I wanted a prince, but that doesn't mean that I would begrudge you the chance of happiness with one. I know, Mo admitted before adding, but I feel like I've stepped in and stolen your dream. I never even thought about being with a prince, but now I am here going to etiquette lessons and royal balls. It's like I somehow became the unwitting heroine of your story. Tess didn't want Mo to feel bad about finding love, even though the way it had worked out for her was what Tess had always wanted for herself. Sweetheart, it is kind of you to worry about my feelings, but all I want is for you to be happy. If that happens to be with a prince, even better, if you decide that's what you want. I think I do want it, Mo nodded. I just don't think I'm girly enough to pull off being a real princess. You're the one with the manicured nails and perfectly coiffed hair. You even brought your own silk pillowcase. Mo raised a hand to indicate Tess's bed. Silk helps prevent wrinkles, Tess answered flippantly as if everyone should know that. Suddenly remembering whom she was speaking to, she added, We will figure out all of the girly stuff together. Her promise immediately brightened Mo's face. Seeming to find renewed purpose, Mo brought the conversation back to Tess by asking, What are we going to do about Sebastian? Get him a crown? Tess teased, but the joke fell flat. The sad look Mo gave her made Tess immediately feel guilty for joking about it. Please don't feel bad, she started. Do I wish that I was the one with the prince? Of course. But that doesn't mean that I would change things, even if I could. There's something special about Sebastian. Her eyes took on a dreamy look when she decided, I like being around him, whether he's in line for the crown or not. The firm knock at their door startled them both. It was late, so neither woman could imagine what could be so urgent that it couldn't wait until morning. By silent agreement, they went across the room together to see what was up. When they cracked the door and peeked out, they were delighted to see Pierce and Sebastian on the other side. Stepping back to open the door wide, both women beamed at their visitors. It was Sebastian who broke the silence. I was promised a late-night sweet treat, but you ran off before we could scavenge the kitchen. His words sounded accusatory, but the flirtatious smile he gave Tess eased any tension. Resting his arm loosely around Pierce's shoulder, he said, And I found this guy aimlessly wandering the halls. He grinned at Mo when he added, He seems lost without you. The prince smiled and looked down, but didn't deny the accuracy of Sebastian's statement. Mo's cheeks brightened to a lovely shade of pink. Tess had never seen her friend blush so much, outside of a flare of anger over missing a shot on the ball field. Tess asked the men, Don't you two sleep? Openly flirting, Sebastian responded, Who needs sleep when there are two beautiful women under our roof who deserve dessert? Nice answer, she purred, silently forgiving Sebastian for accusing her of only being interested in the prince. Deciding for both of them, she said, We'll meet you downstairs in the kitchen in 5 minutes. The men nodded their agreement, so the women closed the door and scrambled to find something cute, casual, and appropriate to wear to meet them. The prince had been wearing a long silk robe and tan moccasin-style slippers. Sebastian looked like he was ready for a run in a navy blue tracksuit. Mo donned the comfy terry cloth robe with deep pockets that had been provided in her bathroom. It was big enough to fit comfortably over the striped pajama pants and t-shirt she had been wearing when they answered the door. Tess changed out of her wet bathing suit and cover-up and decided on a pink velour 2-piece jogging outfit that was similar to what Sebastian had been wearing. They both put on slippers before sneaking out of their room. It was thrilling to be somewhat naughty by traipsing around the castle late at night in their jammies. When they arrived in the huge kitchen, they were pleased to see that the men had already set about making them a delicious midnight snack of ice cream with fruit on top. Sebastian was scooping out large spheres of vanilla and chocolate into 2 jumbo-sized bowls. Aren't you two having any? Tess asked, quirking a brow at the 2 bowls. We thought we could share. Sebastian paused his scooping duties to grin at her. The prince washed and sliced fresh strawberries to top their frozen dessert. Mo watched his hands deftly cut the fruit. I'm surprised to see you know your way around the kitchen, she told him. Don't you have people to take care of such things? She kept her voice light, but Pierce sensed that his coddled lifestyle was one of the things that most concerned Mo about their budding relationship. You might be surprised at the many and varied things I can do with finesse, he flirted with her, making her smile prettily. While the men finished their jobs, Tess went to investigate the industrial-sized stainless steel refrigerator. She emerged with a plastic container of chocolate sauce and a can of whipped cream. Mo found spoons, while Tess doctored their ice cream with additional sweet toppings. Once the desserts were perfected, Tess handed a bowl to Mo, lifted her own to clink against it, and said, Cheers! With that, they each grabbed a spoon and dug into their ice cream. After a few moments of savoring the delicious treat, curiosity got the better of Tess. So, do you two bring a lot of women down here? She asked around a spoonful of ice cream. Pierce answered, No, Sebastian is too picky, he teased his friend.
He doesn't think anyone is good enough for me."
Tess was surprised and touched to find out that Sebastian was the one who was protective of his friend. It delighted her that Mo had evidently passed his test and been found to be worthy of the prince. She hopped up to sit casually on the prep counter, and Mo followed suit. Each of the men moved to stand closely in front of the appropriate woman so they could continue to share their ice cream.
"What about you two?" Sebastian asked, looking at Tess. "Do you have a lot of men chasing after you and bringing you to exotic islands?" "No, this is a first," Mo snorted before adding, "Tess always has men chasing after her, but she always holds back, waiting for her prince."
The look of disappointment was immediately obvious on Sebastian's face. Mo lifted a hand to her mouth, suddenly realizing the implications of what she said.
"I mean someone special or worthy of her," Mo amended, trying to fix the damage that had already been done.
"Sorry," she mouthed to her friend, even as Sebastian backed away from Tess to lean against the counter across from her. Tess never broke eye contact with Sebastian when she sat their bowl down beside her and said, "I am looking for a prince." She lifted her chin and went on, "I'm not ashamed to admit it, but I mean a prince in the metaphorical sense." Sebastian openly watched her as she spoke. "I want someone who will swoop in and make me feel like I'm the only woman in the room, the only woman in any room. He will risk it all to let me know that I am what matters. I need to feel desired and loved beyond reason." Putting her heart on the line, she went on, "It's true. I always thought the only man that would be able to do that would be a real prince. But now I'm wondering if a regular man might be able to make me feel that way. I think the right man could be my prince, even though he isn't in line for a throne." Tess felt open and exposed as Sebastian stared at her. It seemed like an eternity while he sat as immobile as a statue. When he swallowed audibly, she lifted a hand to her throat. The waiting for his reaction seemed interminable. When he finally moved, the stress-filled wait was made worthwhile. He bridged the gap between them in 2 long strides. Tilting his head, he leaned in and brushed her lips with his own. Tess lifted a hand to entwine her fingers through his hair at the back of his neck. He pulled back and they sat there for a long moment, their lips a fraction of an inch apart. "I want to be your prince," he told her before kissing her again. "Yes," she moaned as their lips danced together. Taking the not at all subtle hint, the real prince suggested to Mo, "Let's go for a walk." Smiling widely, but glad to be getting away from the public display of affection, Mo nodded and hopped down from the counter. The prince caught her, gave her a chaste kiss on the cheek, and led her out of the kitchen so they could go find their own private place to canoodle. Tess and Sebastian were vaguely aware that the other two had left, but they only had eyes for each other. Pressing her palm against his cheek, Tess said, "Who needs a royal bloodline when I have you?" "I'm so glad to hear you say that." Sebastian turned to press his lips into her palms. With one final tender kiss on the lips, he said, "I have some things to take care of, but I'll be back in time for the royal ball." On that odd note, he left Tess alone in the kitchen. Chapter 23. Still reeling from Sebastian's delightful kisses, Tess practically floated on air back upstairs to her room. His abrupt departure seemed odd, but it did little to lessen her emotional high, especially since he had promised to see her at the ball. She tried to remember how many days were left before the gala, but her mind was absolute mush. Figuring that Mo would remember, she hurried to their room, but was disappointed to find that her friend hadn't yet returned. Tess was in bed but still wide awake when Mo came back. The woman didn't even attempt to be quiet. Instead, she slammed the door, flopped down on her bed, and wailed, "Pierce just broke up with me!"
"What? Why?"
Tess bolted up and immediately moved to her friend's side. Her euphoria from Sebastian's kisses felt like a betrayal when paired with her friend's misery.
"I don't know,"
Mo snuffled. Tess found a box of tissues and handed her friend a few. The loud honk when Mo blew her nose still startled Tess, even after all of their years of friendship. At Tess's wide-eyed stare, Mo's face crumpled even further.
"That's probably why,"
she whined.
"I'm just not princess material."
The giant crocodile tears flowed down Mo's cheeks in quick succession. "That is simply not true," Tess tried to reassure her. "He chose you, so what if you blow your nose like a goose in heat?" She tried to insert some levity, but Mo was too distraught to take note. Turning serious, Tess put a comforting arm around Mo. "You are a great catch for anyone, and if that silly old prince doesn't see that, then that's his problem."
"He said he loved me. I thought he saw something in me,"
Mo said.
"But whatever it was, must not have been enough."
Tess hated seeing her friend so upset. It didn't make sense for the prince to be so enamored with Mo one minute and then breaking up with her the next. She intended to give him a piece of her mind about that the next time she saw him. If she knew where his living quarters were, she'd march up there and do it right now. She rocked Mo in her arms, doing her best to soothe the heartbroken woman, but it wasn't until Mo said, "I want to go home," that the full ramifications of this sudden breakup registered with her. Chapter 24.
"What? Why?"
It was a dumb question, but Tess felt shell-shocked by Mo's announcement that she wanted to leave.
"I can't stay here and watch him meet someone else,"
Mo answered simply. "Honey, I can't imagine him finding someone else. He is all about you. I'm sure this breakup business is just a silly misunderstanding. We'll get it all straightened out in the morning." Tess inserted as much confidence as she could muster into her words. The thought of leaving the kingdom and Sebastian terrified her.
"No,"
Mo shook her head vehemently.
"He was perfectly clear about it. He wants to end things with me."
Tess's shoulders collapsed at this news. She didn't understand how it could possibly be right. The prince had seemed so enamored with Mo. Had the prince brought them here as some sort of elaborate ruse? If so, what was the end game? To break Mo's heart? It just didn't add up. She refused to allow the idea to surface that if Mo and the prince were broken up, there was very little chance that her relationship with Sebastian would continue to blossom. "Let's get a good night's sleep and talk to him in the morning," Tess suggested rationally. Suddenly getting a burr in her proverbial bonnet, Mo sprang into action. "No!" she practically shouted as she retrieved her suitcase and began throwing her belongings in it.
"I'm getting out of here now. If you don't want to come with me, that's fine, but I'm not sticking around here to watch him find his pretty, inappropriate princess at the gala."
Tess could see that Mo was in one of her stubborn snits. There was no use trying to calm her down when she got like this. Tess had learned about Mo's stereotypical, yet accurate, red-headed temper from her many years of experience of being Mo's best friend. Not seeing another alternative, Tess slowly brought out her own luggage. As she quietly folded and packed her own belongings, she decided that she would talk some sense into Mo once her friend had some time to reflect and calm down. Tess knew that Mo was most likely overreacting. This couldn't possibly be the end of their royal visit. Things were too unfinished. When Mo finished tossing her clothes into her suitcase, she tried to zip it closed, despite the clothes hanging out the sides. Tess walked over and calmly tucked the offending items inside before securing the zipper and standing up the rolling bag for her friend. Mo grabbed the handle and wheeled the bag around so quickly that it fell over on its side. The woman was so flustered by her flubbed attempt to storm out of the room that she fell to the floor and sobbed. Tess had never seen Mo so upset. She sat down on the floor beside her friend, wrapped her in a loving embrace, and rocked her back and forth while desperate sobs racked out of her. When Mo's anguished cries finally slowed, she pulled back to look at her friend. Tess stretched out to grab a box of tissues to dry her face, which was now as red as her hair. "Feeling better?" she asked Mo as she swiped the tears from her cheeks. Mo shook her head before asking, "Can we go now?" Tess valiantly kept the disappointment from registering on her face when she said, "Yes, sweetie, we can go." After standing and holding out her hand to help Mo up, Tess righted Mo's bag and went to grab her own. The two remained silent as they wheeled their suitcases out of their room in the castle. Tess considered leaving a note for Sebastian, but decided that her friend needed her attention more than he did at the moment. She would reach out to him to explain once they were safely home. Tess detailed their plans to the night butler and requested a car before turning to Mo with one last glimmer of hope. "Are you sure we can't talk to the prince in the morning and see if we can straighten this out?" "It's not a misunderstanding." Mo's voice sounded flat. "Pierce and I are finished." Chapter 25. After one of the castle limos dropped them off at the island's airport, they quickly realized that their royal treatment was finished. The tiny airport only had a few terminals, but it was overfilled with people. The frazzled ticket agent informed them that they were lucky to get seats on the morning flight to the United States at all when they complained that they weren't seated in the same row. Pricing for the last-minute tickets had been exorbitant, but Tess charged it on her credit card. She was willing to do whatever it took to wipe that heartbroken, hopeless look from Mo's face. If that meant running as far from this island paradise as they could go, then that is exactly what they would do. When they went to wait for their flight to begin boarding, they quickly discovered that there were no seats left in the gate area. "Great," Tess muttered as they both flopped down on the floor in front of a large window overlooking the airport's single runway. It wasn't lost on her that just beyond the runway was a seemingly never-ending expanse of aquamarine-colored sea. Despite being in one of the loveliest locations she had ever encountered, they were sitting in a crowded airport getting ready to leave. She wanted to be angry with Mo for forcing them to leave this place, and Sebastian. But when she looked into her friend's bloodshot and devastated eyes, she couldn't even muster irritation. The boarding seemed to go on for eons, but their rows were eventually called. While they stood in line to show their boarding passes, Tess couldn't resist saying, "It's a little different than the private jet we brought here, huh?" Mo responded with a sad smile, and the woman in front of them in line turned to roll her eyes and say, "Just wait until we get inside." Tess didn't want to sound like a spoiled brat, but the last thing she wanted to do was get on that stuffy, overcrowded tin can. The prince had offered to have his jet on standby for their return, but she knew Mo wouldn't want to take advantage of his generosity. A devastated best friend was the only thing in the world that could have convinced Tess to leave their little slice of island paradise. Looking at Mo's hunched shoulders, she realized that she needed to stop pouting because Mo was truly heartbroken. Tess secretly hoped that Pierce and Sebastian would hear about their departure and come make a dramatic scene on the airplane to get them to come back to the castle. But her fantasy was dashed when the filled-to-capacity plane lumbered down the runway and lifted off, just before the pavement ended at the ocean's edge. With a sigh, she peeked around the large man sitting in the window seat and said a silent goodbye to the pristine island kingdom and the royal steward, who had somehow won her heart. It felt so wrong to be leaving, but she couldn't let Mo leave heartbroken and alone. Turning back to look at Mo across the aisle, and one row behind her, Tess grimaced at the shattered look on Mo's face. The sudden realization that her friend's despair meant that Tess's relationship with Sebastian would never blossom swept over her and made her feel like screaming in frustration. This was not at all how things were supposed to go. It couldn't possibly be right. Both women tried to rest during the long flight, despite their noisy surroundings. Tess didn't think she would be able to nod off, but realized she must have been successful when the announcement was made to prepare for arrival. By unspoken agreement, the women retrieved their luggage and hailed a cab to take them to Tess's apartment. Tess sensed that Mo was not in the emotional state to be alone right now. The taxi driver tried a couple of times to make small talk with them, but neither woman could drum up the interest to take the bait. When they arrived at Tess's condo, Mo left her bags just inside the door, shuffled to the sofa, and flopped down face first. Tess scuttled about the apartment, putting away things and making Mo some tea. When her friend failed to acknowledge her, Tess decided to give her some space and quietly went to her bedroom, shutting the door behind her. Finally able to check her phone in private, she was stunned to see that she hadn't missed any calls or messages from Sebastian. Had their relationship not been as important to him as it had been to her? Was he going to just let her leave since Mo and the prince had broken up? When the burning lump tickled at her throat, there was no denying that she had secretly been hoping that Sebastian would find a way to be with her, despite their friends' troubled relationship. The knowledge that he might truly have only been entertaining her at the prince's behest made scalding tears sting behind her eyes. After firing off a quick text to both of her brothers to let them know she was back in the States, she decided to go back to sleep in the hopes that things would look better when she awoke. Chapter 26. Rays of sunshine slashed through Tess's curtains, making tiny flecks of dust appear to dance in midair. She considered hiding her head under her pillow and sleeping the day away, but decided that she needed to get up and try to be strong for Mo. She was surprised to find that Mo was awake, but quickly discovered that her friend was practically comatose with grief. Mo stared blankly into space, her face devoid of any expression whatsoever. Tess realized that she would have much preferred having her friend ranting and throwing things across the room than this bereft of any animation shell. When the knock sounded at her front door, Tess failed to keep the hope at bay. "Oh, it's you." The disappointed tone of her voice was not lost on her older brother, Trey.
"It's lovely to see you too,"
he teased her. With a higher-pitched, mocking tone, he added,
"Thank you so much for taking time out of your super busy day to come check on me. You're the best brother ever."
"Maybe the best one in the room at this very moment," she quipped,
truly smiling for the first time since leaving the castle. With that, he pulled her into a bear hug. "Can't breathe." She smacked him on the back to get him to release her. He immediately let her go and sauntered into the room like he owned the place. One glance at Mo staring off into space on the couch told him that things hadn't gone well on their trip. "What's up with her?" he stage whispered. "Did you steal the prince away from her?" "No!" Tess smacked at him playfully, hoping he knew she would never do anything like that to her friend. "Seriously, though." Trey sat down in the chair next to Mo and waved a hand in front of her eyes. When she didn't react at all, he asked, "Is she okay?" "Not really," Tess explained. "The prince broke up with her. It was completely out of the blue." Trey's dark eyebrows slashed together, and Tess got a glimpse of what her billionaire brother must be like in the boardroom. "Why would he do that?" he snapped, instantly furious. Tess was touched that he was so fiercely protective of her friend. "I don't know," she told him honestly. "She hasn't been very talkative since it happened." To enunciate her point, Tess indicated the lifeless version of Mo reclining on the couch. Both siblings startled and stared at the door after the firm knock. Tess chastised herself for getting her hopes up again when she flung the door open and saw her older brother, Trevor, on the other side. "Oh, hi." She made a feeble attempt to keep the disappointment from dripping into her voice, but failed miserably. "What kind of greeting is that for your favorite brother?" Trevor beamed at her. "Favorite?" Trey scoffed from the living room. "Hardly. I was here first, and I got a much warmer greeting than you did. It included a thrilled hug upon my arrival." Tess shook her head at Trey's ridiculous exaggeration. Not one to be left out, Trevor pulled her into another hug. "She loves me the most." He aimed the words at Trey over her shoulder. "Right," Trey responded sarcastically, as if that was the most outrageous claim he had ever heard. "You keep telling yourself that, bud." Tess couldn't help but smile at her brother's antics. They might both be incredibly wealthy, powerful men, but they were still competitive kids at heart. Lifting Mo's feet so Tess could sit beneath them on the couch didn't faze Mo in the slightest. Trevor sat in the chair opposite his brother and angled a thumb in Mo's direction. "What's up with her? Did you somehow get the prince to choose you?" He held up a hand near his mouth while he spoke, as if that would somehow keep Mo from hearing him talk about her. "No!" Tess said a little too vehemently. "Why is that the first thing that both of you thought?" She was peeved that they had both drawn that conclusion. "You've always wanted a prince." Trey raised his shoulders as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Tess gaped at him. "Not if it means stealing him from my best friend." She looked back and forth between her brothers, stunned that they would honestly think she might do something so horrible to Mo. When Trevor weighed in, he said, "We are Donovans, and we almost always get what we want." "Almost?" Trey seemed perplexed by their brother's word choice. "Speak for yourself, dude." Even though Tess loved her brothers immensely, their competitive banter was grating on her nerves. Just as she was preparing to ask them exactly what they were doing at her apartment, her phone jangled with an incoming text message. Staring at the screen, she almost couldn't believe her eyes. When she looked up, she realized that both of her brothers were waiting to see what had made her gulp in a surprised breath. "Well?" Trey asked, impatient to know what had upset his sister. "It's from Sebastian," she answered, looking from one of her brothers to the other, before landing on Mo and adding, "He's demanding that we return to the island."
Chapter 27. Both of Tess's brothers were immediately outraged on her behalf. Neither one of the men had ever taken kindly to anyone bullying or picking on their kid sister. They reserved that privilege for themselves.
"What? He doesn't get to order you around," Trevor fumed.
Trey stood up and held out his hand for Tess to hand him her phone.
"Give that to me," he said firmly. "I'm going to call this fellow and outline for him how I expect for you to be treated if he wants to continue breathing."
It had always felt good to have two overprotective goons watching out for her, and today was no exception. But Tess did not want her brothers to frighten Sebastian. His harshly worded text was most likely sent out of fear of repercussions from the royal family if he didn't get the women to return to the castle. Yanking her phone back and out of Trey's reach, she informed them both, "You two need to stay out of this. Mo and I are grown women, and we can deal with our own problems. We don't need you stepping in and making things worse."
"I was going to help,"
Trey pouted, making Tess wonder if she might have been a little too harsh. Her tone softened considerably. "And I appreciate that, but we need to handle this ourselves." She considered ushering them towards her front door, but she knew her brothers were both busy businessmen and wouldn't stay long anyway.
"I want to go."
It was the first words Mo had spoken. Her tone was lifeless, and she was still staring off into space, but at least it was something. "Okay, sweetie, we can talk about it later," Tess promised, adding silently in her head that later would be immediately after her brothers left.
"You're actually considering going?"
The outraged question came from Trevor.
"No man gets to summon you two lovely ladies."
Trey made his opinion on the topic clear. Feeling frustrated by her brother's well-meaning butting in, Tess said, "You two don't know the whole situation."
"Well, explain it then."
Trey held up his hands as if he would be thrilled to hear a logical reason why they would even consider immediately going back to Isle de Montsale. "Aren't you two important business moguls?" Tess huffed, not wanting to get into this any further with them.
"There's nothing more important than our baby sister and her best friend."
Trey smiled, obviously not willing to let her off the hook. It was Mo's monotone voice that made an attempt to explain.
"The prince broke up with me, and I left in a rush. I need to see him in person to find out why, or I'll always wonder," she said flatly.
All three of the Donovans stared at Mo, unsure how to respond to her comparative flurry of words. She sounded rational and completely devoid of any emotion, which was concerning. Finally, deciding that what she said made sense, Trey weighed in.
"Okay then, I guess we are going to Isle de Montsale."
Chapter 28. Tess bugged her eyes out at her brother. "Wait, we?" She couldn't believe how he was inserting himself into the situation, even though she'd had a lifetime to get used to his strong personality. Trey nodded at her as if it were the most normal thing in the world.
"Of course. I wasn't at all sure about letting you two go there the first time without us there to protect you. Now that you've been hurt by these men, you will not be going back without me."
"Us," Trevor corrected him. Tess's brothers both gave her stubborn looks, practically daring her to stand up to them. She knew from experience that there wouldn't be any changing the two mules' minds now that they had dug in their heels. "Fine," she snapped. "But you need to behave yourselves."
"Don't we always?"
Trey asked innocently, and Tess wondered if there was any way he honestly believed that. No," she responded, in case he was being serious.
His shoulder shrug and tip of his head to the side told her that he knew his claim was rather outrageous. "We'll be on our best behavior," Trevor promised. By his flippant tone of voice, Tess could tell that this was going to be a long trip. She doubted if Pierce and Sebastian would be at all prepared to deal with the arrival of her outspoken, overprotective brothers, but she didn't see another option except to agree to allow them to go. At her brisk nod, Trey stood and prepared to leave. "It's settled then. We have a few things to take care of at the office today before we can leave, so the private jet will be prepared for a flight this evening." It made Tess smile whenever her siblings downplayed their business dealings. To call the monstrous skyscraper that was the world headquarters of Donovan Enterprises the office was the understatement of the year. The fact that her brothers were truly titans in business didn't quite assimilate with the memories of the boys she had grown up adoring. To her, they were just her older, sometimes annoying, always protective brothers. Trevor followed Trey's lead, and soon they were standing at the apartment's front door, ready to leave. Turning to address both Tess and Mo, Trey said, "Be at the airport tonight at 7 sharp." The order might have seemed abrasive coming from anyone else, but somehow Trey made it seem normal. He was obviously used to bossing people around and having them jump to obey his wishes. "Yes, sir," Tess said crisply, even though she wasn't really angry. Ignoring her smart retort, he turned to leave. Just before closing the door behind them, Trevor said, "The 4 of us will see you this evening." Tess stared blankly at the closed door. It was just like him to drop a tantalizing bombshell like that and leave without explaining. She regained her wits after a moment. Wait, 4? Chapter 29. Even though she scurried over to throw open the door, the hallway was already empty. "Typical," she muttered to herself as she reclosed the door and locked it. Her brothers had teased her with just enough information to pique her interest about who they would be bringing with them to Aldemont Sale, but then left her hanging to wonder about it all day. Deciding that it would have to wait, she fired off a quick response to Sebastian to let him know their plans. Rather than asking permission, she informed him that her brothers and 2 guests would be coming with them. When the 3 dots immediately lit up to indicate that he was answering, she waited with bated breath to see what he would say. His one-word response of "great" made her wonder if he was being sarcastic. Perhaps her brothers' reputations preceded them. After all, they were overly represented in tabloids and all of the celebrity gossip websites. She briefly considered calling him to get a read on his real reaction, but one look at Mo, who was staring off into space, told her that she didn't have time to mess with that. Even though Mo had been in the room for the entire exchange with her brothers, Tess wasn't sure how much of their conversation she had absorbed, considering her fugue state. Moving Mo's legs so she could rejoin her on the couch, Tess inserted extra enthusiasm into her voice when she said, "My brothers and their mystery guests are taking us back to the island tonight. We'll find out exactly what the prince was thinking and set him straight," she promised. Mo nodded blankly before saying, "I'm hungry." Tess couldn't keep from beaming at her friend's statement. It was quintessential Mo. "Yay, she's back!" Tess gave the woman a warm hug before heading to the kitchen to scrounge for something for them to eat. The day flew by as the women made preparations to return to the island. They unpacked, made trips down the hall to the coin-operated laundry machines, and repacked. The level of excitement for this trip was definitely much less than the last time they had been preparing to visit the Royals, but there was a renewed sense of hope in the air. Mo's lifeless stare had been replaced with a determined gaze. She obviously wasn't going to let the prince off the hook without a reasonable explanation for his sudden change of heart. Having an actionable plan gave the ladies a meaningful purpose. Even if it turned out that they still couldn't be with Pierce and Sebastian, at least they would get some closure. Tess offered to accompany Mo to her own apartment, but the woman indicated there was nothing for her there. The way she worded it made Tess wonder how bad things would get if the prince confirmed that he was truly over Mo. It didn't make sense that Pierce's feelings would flip-flop so quickly, but maybe growing up as a royal had given him a sense of entitlement that he could treat people in any horrible way he chose. Some vague instinct told Tess that wasn't the case. She silently prayed that her intuition about him was correct. There had to be other influences at play here, right? Maybe his mother had convinced him not to pursue a relationship with Mo. Deciding that scenario was the most likely answer, Tess felt renewed hope that Mo could find her happy ending with the prince. She knew from being around the two of them that their chemistry was sizzling. If the prince suppressed his feelings for Mo merely out of a sense of duty to his family, it wouldn't be difficult to convince him to follow his heart. Mo, however, wasn't feeling as confident or inspired. When Tess noticed Mo's simple and elegant jet-black ball gown crumpled on the floor next to their repacked bags, she asked, "Aren't you forgetting the most important article of clothing for this trip?" "I'm not going to the ball," Mo responded, bugging her eyes out at Tess like she had lost her mind. "Do you think I want to go watch Pierce choose a suitable, demure, and graceful bride?" She sounded appalled that Tess would even suggest she go to the gala. "You're a perfectly suitable choice," Tess said gently before adding, "We just have to remind the prince of that fact, no matter what his mother says." She added the last part to plant the seed in Mo's mind that this breakup might not be the prince's idea or desire. Mo turned to her with a fiery look. Even though she looked angry, Tess was glad to see the glassy-eyed stare had been replaced by a more Mo-appropriate expression. "Even if it was his mother's idea, he should have stood up to her." It was the first bit of fight Tess had seen in her friend since the breakup. She was relieved that her friend was still in there somewhere, but she didn't want to get her too worked up. "He should have," Tess agreed before adding delicately, "but we should listen to his side of things before we make any more rash decisions." She didn't bother to point out that Mo's decision to flee the island before hashing things out with the prince had been a monumental mistake. "I'm not going to that ball." Mo's green eyes flashed at her friend. One thing Tess had learned in all of their years of friendship was that it was never a good idea to contradict the redhead when she was fired up about something. "Okay," Tess agreed calmly, giving the woman a placid smile before resuming her packing activities. Tess's retreat from the argument apparently soothed Mo's irritation because she asked if Tess was thirsty before going to the kitchen to pour herself a Coke. Once Mo was in the other room, Tess hummed quietly to herself as she picked up her friend's discarded ball gown and gently rolled it to avoid getting any wrinkles. As she tucked the dress into her own suitcase, she decided that she might not get to be the princess of this story, but she was going to be one heck of a fairy godmother. Chapter 30. It didn't surprise Tess in the slightest when her brothers arrived at the airport with two beautiful blondes by their sides. What did stun her, though, was how utterly enamored the men seemed to be. She had never seen either of her siblings fawn over a woman the way they both did these two. Deciding that Ellie and Millie must be pretty special for her brothers to have fallen for them,
Tess set about getting to know the ladies during their flight. Besides, since Mo had fallen back into her quiet, sulky state, she needed them to keep the boredom at bay. "Wait just a minute! Trey has been baking?" Tess's mouth fell open as she gawked at the nodding foursome. They were acting as if it were the most normal thing in the world for her arrogant, business mogul brother to be making cupcakes. Shaking her head, she muttered, "Have I slipped into some kind of alternate universe?" The question was only partially sarcastic. It did feel like things were spiraling a little out of control and in very strange directions. "He's actually pretty good." Ellie gave her a genuine smile. Tess couldn't help but like the open, friendly woman.
"Pretty good? I think you mean the best ever," Trey growled near Ellie's ear before tipping in to kiss her neck. Ellie let out a squeal of delight when Trey's stubble tickled her, which only served to spur him on. Okay, you're the best," Ellie acquiesced in between her giggles. Apparently not wanting to be left out of the fun, Trevor turned his attention to Millie. He whispered something in her ear that made her blush prettily. When he kissed her temple, Millie closed her eyes, obviously savoring his sweet touch. Tess rolled her eyes, not quite able to believe the sight before her. Sometime when she hadn't been paying any attention, her brothers had fallen in love. Feeling awkward staring at her brother's tandem love fests, Tess turned her attention out the plane's window. As she watched the white pillowy clouds sail past below them, she wondered if she and Mo might be on the cusp of finding their happily ever after endings as well. Ever rational, she decided that things were most likely going to get worse before they got any better for the two of them. When they landed, she found out that was exactly the case. Chapter 31. Ellie and Millie gushed as their limo pulled up to the spectacular castle. It must have been exactly what Tess and Mo had sounded like when they first arrived. "Look at the ornate detail on the gold-gilded door. Those are real turrets. Is that red carpet laid out just for us?" The Donovan brothers remained unimpressed. Tess was not surprised about their pompous indifference. Not only were they used to staying at lavish estates and luxurious hotels, but they were also determined to dislike the royal family and Sebastian, unless they somehow proved themselves to be worthy. Even though Tess didn't approve of their guilty until proven innocent approach, she did appreciate the love behind their protective streaks. Almost as soon as Geoffrey ushered them into the grand entrance, the Queen appeared. "You're back." Her words were flat and not at all welcoming. "And you've brought others." She didn't bother to hide the disdain in her voice or her perusal of the group. Tess was surprised that Sebastian hadn't sought the Queen's approval for their visit, so she cleared her throat and tried to make the best of the awkward situation. "Your Majesty, these are my brothers, Trey and Trevor Donovan of Donovan Enterprises." She bit her lip as soon as those last words slipped out. There was no denying that she hoped the woman had heard of her brother's business empire and might be impressed by their success, but it was the first time she had ever tried to use their clout to her advantage. She immediately felt guilty about it. The Queen gave no indication that she had ever even heard the Donovan name, so Tess quickly went on. "And these are their, She stumbled as she looked for the right word to refer to her brother's love interests. Trey stepped in to save the awkward moment. "These lovely ladies are Ellie Thorne and Millie Parks," he told the Queen before gallantly kissing the regal woman's white-gloved hand.
For the first time since Tess had met her, the Queen seemed to be delighted. She actually tittered at Trey's, and subsequently Trevor's, charm as the brothers fawned over her. Ellie and Millie gawked, wide-eyed at the Queen and the impressive castle as if they felt as out of their element as Tess and Mo did. Tess wondered quietly why her brothers seemed to have sapped all of the supreme confidence from their family tree. Whatever the men were doing worked, because the monarch actually gave them all a warm smile as she instructed Geoffrey to see them to their rooms. Tess wanted nothing more than to go find Sebastian, but it was late, and she saw no further signs of life at the castle as the group was led to their sleeping quarters. She was pleased to see that she and Mo were sharing the same room they had occupied on their previous visit. Even though they felt pumped up, Tess and Mo knew they needed to rest so they could face the challenges of tomorrow with their brains firing at full capacity. After changing, they both fell into their beds, assuming that they wouldn't be able to fall asleep. Their extensive traveling must have taken a toll on their bodies because both women fell asleep within minutes. By the time they began stirring, the full rays of daylight were angling across the room's plush, snow-white carpet. Mo stretched and yawned loudly, which awoke Tess with a start. As soon as Tess lifted her pink silk eye mask, which proclaimed her to be Sleeping Beauty, her eyes slammed back shut. It felt like she had just climbed into her tall bed, so the blinding sunshine was a shock to her system. Replacing the mask over her eyes and flopping back down on her bed, she muttered, "It can't possibly be morning."
"I think it is,"
Mo told her with more pep in her voice than she'd had since the breakup. Getting up and walking to their door, she retrieved their agenda card.
"And we are already late for breakfast."
"Crap!" Tess grouched, removing the eye mask for real this time and climbing out of bed. She hated the idea of already backpedaling on the progress her brothers had made with the Queen's opinion of them. The women got ready in record time and headed down to the elegant dining room together. They were surprised to find Tess's brothers and their love interests eating alone at the massive table.
"Look who finally rolled out of bed,"
Trevor teased them before taking a huge bite of a fresh croissant coated with blackberry jam. Tess glared at her brother before taking a seat at the table. "We've had a hard couple of days," she reminded him. "Where's everyone else?" She was anxious to talk to Sebastian and felt disappointed that neither he nor the royals had bothered to join them for breakfast.
"No idea,"
Trey answered before weighing in with his opinion.
"But it's pretty rude of them not to greet us properly. We got in late last night, so I was going to let that slide, but this is an inexcusable way to treat guests."
Tess didn't bother to point out to her brother that he was technically an uninvited guest, since she wasn't sure if Ellie and Millie were aware of that tidbit of information. Geoffrey stepped forward at that moment. It was the first Tess had even noticed that he was in the room, so she deduced he must have gone through extensive training to hone his skills at being completely unobtrusive. He cleared his throat to gain everyone's attention before saying,
"The royal family and Sebastian apologize that they are unable to be proper hosts to you today. They would like to extend an invitation to each of you to this evening's ball, and they look forward to seeing you there."
Tess felt stunned that Sebastian and the others were avoiding them. It also irked her that the royal family apparently thought they could simply tell everyone where to be and when. They must be used to others falling over each other to comply with their demands. It was tempting to decline their presumptuous invitation, but they had too much unfinished business that needed to be settled. Her irritation was nothing when compared to Trey's.
"So, Tess and Mo were summoned here, and now they are being told to sit around all day waiting to see the very people who demanded they come?" It was obvious by his pursed lips and slashing brows that he was displeased. Tess wondered if this was how intimidating it would be to sit across from her powerful brother in a boardroom. Ellie's dreamy look and excited voice transformed his face almost immediately. She grabbed his hand and said, "A real royal ball? How exciting!" With that, Trey turned to gaze at his love. "You want to go?" The question was almost rhetorical, since it was glaringly obvious that she did. "Oh, yes," she gushed. "But I didn't bring anything fancy to wear." "It does sound like fun," Millie weighed in. "It would almost be like being in a real-life version of a magical fairy tale." She was normally the more grounded of the two women, but her eyes had taken on a glassy, faraway stare. "Being in a real castle seems to make everyone loopy," Trevor decided. When he saw Millie look down, he quickly amended his opinion. Rubbing his thumb lightly on her cheek, he said, "It's contagious, though, and I can't wait to spend the evening dancing with my beautiful princess." Millie's face brightened. "I know it's silly," she admitted. "I'm normally such a strong, opinionated woman, but being here makes me want to put on a fancy dress and get a true love's kiss from my prince." When Trevor leaned close to her and said, "That can be arranged," Trey announced, "It's settled then. Tonight, we will attend the royal ball." Ellie looked at the other women at the table. "This means one thing, ladies." Her eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement as she spoke. "We need to go shopping." Millie whooped her agreement with this plan, and Tess smiled at the fun-loving ladies. Even Mo tried to drum up a grin. When Tess and Mo locked eyes, they shared a long, meaningful look. They could both sense the pressure of unanswered questions adding to the monumental importance of the coming evening. For better or worse, both of their fates would be sealed with the events that transpired at tonight's royal ball. Chapter 32. The four ladies took one of the castle's awaiting limos to the tiny island's Main Street shopping district. There were only a few storefronts, but each had local, unique items to peruse. Ellie and Millie didn't hide how enamored they were with the quaint, pristine village. Their enthusiasm was endearing and contagious. Tess reaffirmed her initial impression that both women were friendly, lovable, and down to earth. She had never before imagined either of her womanizing brothers finding everlasting love and settling down, but now she couldn't imagine either of them without his perfect counterpart. It truly thrilled her that her siblings had found such wonderful happiness with their true soulmates. Now, she just wished the same fate for Mo and herself. At the island's one clothing boutique, Ellie found a seashell pink, shimmery, slinky gown that suited her perfectly. When she tried it on, all three of the other women gasped at how the dress hugged her curves like it had been custom made for her. "Trey won't be able to keep his hands off you," Millie told her, which made Tess shiver with disgust. Ellie went to the makeshift counter to pay the gray-haired local woman who owned the store and was told the dress would be $15. "What?" Ellie balked. When the store owner stammered and finally said that she couldn't accept less than 10 for it, Tess was dismayed. Perhaps Ellie wasn't as gracious as Tess had previously believed. Walking boldly around the counter like she owned the place, Ellie pulled the stunned woman into a hug. "Did you make this dress?" she asked when she pulled back. At the woman's confirming nod, Ellie said, "It is the most exquisite piece of finery I have ever seen. You are an extremely talented seamstress, and I refuse to pay less than $200 for this masterpiece."
Tess watched the store owner's eyes transform from disbelief to giddiness and finally to overwhelming gratitude when Ellie handed her 2 crisp $100 bills from her wallet. Tears pooled in the older woman's eyelids, and her arthritic hands shook as she stared at the money Ellie had given her. "Thank you," she gushed, making Tess wonder if this was the most money the woman had ever seen in one place. "No, thank you," Ellie said warmly. "I just got the bargain of the century." The kind smile she gave the lady was genuine. When Mo mentioned that she should probably find something suitable to wear to the ball, Tess admitted that she had secretly packed the other woman's discarded gown and brought it with them. Mo gave Tess a warm hug and murmured a thank you for always seeming to know what she needed, even before she figured it out herself. As the 4 women continued their exploration of the town, Millie found a sleek, short, black dress at the beach hut, of all places. When she emerged from the tiny dressing room that utilized an oversized beach towel as a curtain, Tess marveled at how both of her brother's girlfriends had a unique and classy sense of style. After changing back into her shopping clothes, Millie found a beaded pair of sandals to go with the dress. She also purchased a giant floppy sun hat and a pair of oversized, crystal-encrusted sunglasses that made her look like a movie star. Mo and Tess tried on a variety of hats, but cackled at each other and decided they all somehow made them look like mushrooms. "Some people just aren't meant for classy hats, I guess," Mo decided as she put the last one back on the turning rack. Millie proved herself to be incredibly generous as well when she told the surprised and thrilled clerk to keep the change for her purchases. Not wanting any acknowledgement for her kindness, she quickly turned to the other women and announced, "I'm famished." Ellie nodded her agreement. "Yes, shopping is hard work." They all laughed over the ridiculous statement as they headed back out to the island's main street. After settling on a tiny waterfront restaurant at the end of a long pier, the women relaxed outside with iced teas as they waited for their lunch of fresh seafood. Looking out over the glassy turquoise water, Ellie said, "This picturesque island is truly a hidden gem." Millie agreed. "I know. I want to tell everyone about it, yet I also want to keep it to myself, so it will remain untouched by tourism." Their ponderings made Tess's mind begin toying with a partially formed idea, but she was distracted from her musing when their food arrived. "Oh my God!" Mo exclaimed around a mouthful of coconut shrimp. "This is the best thing I've ever tasted." The other 3 women shared smiles, relieved to see Mo enjoying something. Although her moping had been warranted, they all wanted her to be happy. Proving that her reprieve from sadness was fleeting, Mo said, "I wish Pierce was here to taste it." She turned to look at Tess when she went on. "Nothing seems real anymore until I've shared it with him." Tess had never seen her friend like this. She reached over and placed a reassuring hand over Mo's. "I know," she told her. "I have the feeling that things are going to somehow work out for you two." The hope-filled look Mo gave her made Tess silently pray that her gut instinct was right about this. She couldn't stand to watch her friend deal with this heartbreak and devastation. Obviously wanting to lift the mood, Ellie pointed out to a secluded jetty that jutted far out into the water. "What a perfect and romantic spot," she said dreamily, before adding, "I bet Trey would love my body all through the night out there." Millie nodded with an ornery smile. "Only if you arrived to claim the location before me and Trevor got there to initiate it a time or two." Her eyes sparkling with mischief, she added an outlandish exaggeration. "Or 10. Tess covered her ears dramatically and loudly sang, "La la la," as she rolled back and forth in her seat. The last thing she wanted to discuss was either of her brother's sexual prowess or stamina. Their boisterous laughter at the ridiculous moment made everyone else at the restaurant smile. Even Mo chuckled, which Tess took to be a very good sign for the future. Chapter 33. The day with Ellie and Millie passed quickly, and the four ladies were thrilled to discover that they had already forged a tight bond with each other. When they returned to the castle, they each carried several purchases from talented local artisans. The palace was bustling with activity as the royal staff made preparations for the evening's festivities. When the women peeked into the ballroom, they were astounded by the elegant decorations and sparkling crystal tableware. The air practically crackled with excitement as they agreed to go to their rooms and rest before getting ready for the ball. All four of them sensed that tonight would be a night to remember. Tess and Mo tried to take naps, but neither was able to sleep. The anticipation of seeing Sebastian and Pierce again, and the overwhelming sense that tonight would be monumental in the big scheme of both of their lives, made their pulses race too fast to lie still. By silent mutual agreement, they sat in the rocking chairs outside on their balcony and tried to relax. As they rocked, they realized that the castle staff was busy with last-minute preparations outside as well. The gardeners were fine-tuning the shrubbery with a final snip here or there to make sure they were perfectly shaped. Other workers were efficiently setting up chairs, sweeping, and carrying colorful floral arrangements inside. The staff seemed to be a well-oiled machine, with each person knowing their tasks and happy to accomplish them. Watching it all made Mo worry her lip between her teeth. "I'm not sure what to wish for," she admitted quietly to Tess. Unsure what she meant, Tess turned to face her friend and await further explanation. Instead of prompting her, Tess was still until Mo could formulate her thoughts to continue. Taking a deep breath, Mo finally went on. "I so want to be with Pierce. Nothing would make me happier than finding out our breakup was a crazy misunderstanding and having him choose me at the end of the ball tonight." Tess nodded, since she had already been confident that was the case. "But," Mo continued, "I know that our relationship would be fraught with insurmountable problems." She ticked off issues on her fingers as she spoke. "His mother hates me. I would have to live like a prisoner in this castle on this tiny island." Tess silently thought that living in this idyllic paradise sounded heavenly, but she decided not to interrupt her friend's monologue. Pointing to her third finger, Mo said, "I'm not princess material." When Tess took a breath in preparation to object, Mo expanded. "I'm too loud and daring and free-spirited to be a royal." She looked down at her feet when she added, "Everyone thinks so." Tess wondered what she meant by everyone, but she was scared to ask. Turning to give her a sad look, Mo confirmed Tess's worst fears. "I've seen the tabloids." Sucking in an involuntary gasp, Tess said, "Oh, honey, you can't listen to those ridiculous rags. They are just looking for ratings." She placed a reassuring hand on Mo's arm, even as she cursed the gossip columnists. She had done everything in her power to keep Mo from seeing the vicious articles flying around the internet and on the cover of nearly every print magazine, but evidently Mo had found out anyway. "They call me Mozilla," Mo choked out a sob before adding, "and they're right. You are so much classier and more graceful than I am. You are the one that should be the princess. I'm just an obnoxious slob who should settle down with an average Joe and start pumping out loudmouth babies that take after me." Tess knew the exact article that had planted that particular seed of doubt into Mo's head, and she wanted to wring the author's neck. "The idiot who wrote that doesn't know you," Tess reassured her friend.
But he's right, Mo wailed. Standing in a huff, she added, "There's no way this is going to end happily for me. Either I'm going to be broken-hearted without Pierce in my life, or I'll end up with him and be known as the most inappropriate, sloppy, obnoxious, ill-suited princess in the history of ever." With that, she stomped into their room, leaving Tess on the balcony to try to figure out how they could possibly make this work out well for Mo. After much ruminating, she reluctantly went back inside without a single viable idea for getting her best friend's fairy tale ending. Chapter 34. Disheartened, but not seeing another alternative, the women got ready for the royal ball. They knew they should be bouncing with excitement, but Mo's declaration on the balcony hung heavy in the air between them. As much as they didn't want her words and sentiment to be true, they both knew there was no denying their accuracy. When they emerged from their separate bathrooms into their shared bedroom, they gave each other sad smiles. "You clean up pretty good," Tess said to her friend. It was a huge understatement. Mo's long, black, silky gown, that Tess had secretly stowed away in her luggage for their trip, accentuated the woman's impressive height and her fiery red hair. The simple elegance of the dress suited Mo perfectly. "You look like a real princess," Mo gave her honest assessment of Tess's blush-colored, floor-length, sequined stunner. Tess did her best to ignore the wave of guilt that swept over her regarding her dress choice. There was no denying that her gown made her look like a princess. It was classic Tess. She had always veered towards anything pink and sparkly. She truly hadn't chosen it with any intention of outshining Mo. It was merely the dress that had spoken to her in the boutique. Deciding that neither woman could ignore her natural tendencies, in fashion or otherwise, Tess walked over to loop arms with her friend. "We both look gorgeous, and any man would be lucky to dance with us tonight." With that, they nodded at each other and headed downstairs to follow their destinies. The ballroom was already swirling with activity. An orchestra was playing lovely classical music, and numerous couples were gracing the dance floor. Tess saw her brothers and their beautiful dates standing on the sidelines watching the rhythmic, nearly synchronized dancers. When Tess and Mo joined the foursome, the ladies exchanged sincere compliments on how lovely they all looked. Ellie swayed and enjoyed the activity on the dance floor with wide eyes before saying, "It seems like we've been transported into an elaborate, magical movie." The others nodded in agreement with her assessment, unable to deny the anticipation and palpable excitement that sizzled in the air. Ellie had described it perfectly. Tess felt like she was so engrossed in an epic movie that she had stepped inside it and lost track of her own life. When Tess saw the completely enamored way Trey gazed down at Ellie, she almost couldn't believe her eyes. Her tough, bossy, stubborn, and goofy brother was obviously head over heels in love with this magnificent, starry-eyed, caring, and sweet woman. Tess grinned and decided that these two opposites couldn't be more perfect for each other. They both deserved their giddy happiness, and she didn't think she could possibly feel any more thrilled that they had found it. Not to be outdone, Trevor was looking at Millie like she was a hot fudge sundae with whipped cream and a cherry on top. The no-nonsense, straight-talking, brilliant, and sophisticated woman was impossible not to like. Being the middle child, Trevor had always worked hard to show his worth and stand out against the shining star Trey had always been. Millie's love and affection was already helping Trevor to be his own man outside of Trey's overpowering shadow. Both of her brothers,
whom Tess had assumed would remain playboy bachelors for many years to come, were obviously madly in love with the women by their sides. It wouldn't surprise Tess a bit if both of her siblings were happily married within a year. She smiled to herself as she pictured miniature versions of her handsome, ornery brothers running around and asking to spend the night with Aunt Tess. She couldn't wait to spoil her nieces and nephews rotten before sending them home to their unsuspecting parents. Unable to resist the call of the exciting atmosphere, Trey and Trevor both elegantly swept their love interests onto the dance floor. Tess enjoyed watching them whirl and twirl, even though she was anxious about where Sebastian, Pierce, and the Queen were. She had suspected that the ever-tipsy king might be hidden away for the evening, so she wasn't surprised that he hadn't yet made an appearance. They would probably shuffle him out for a quick photo opportunity later before promptly ushering him back upstairs to his quarters. She didn't blame them for trying to keep his drinking problem quiet. The whole world didn't need to know every little detail about the royals' private lives, even though royal watchers and paparazzi seemed to assume they had the right to investigate and report on their every move. She bit her lip as she glanced at Mo's stiff spine and solemn face. Tess worried about what would happen when the royal entourage arrived. If the prince hurt Mo any more than he already had, Tess thought she might actually deck him. That would give the news hounds something to howl over. The entire room silenced and turned to look when the royals walked in. Tess and Mo glanced at each other before turning back to the stage as they waited with bated breath to see how the evening would play out now that the stars of the ball were in attendance. The Queen walked to the microphone and stood by primly while a lackey adjusted the height down for her. Once the helper was pleased with his handiwork, he stepped unobtrusively out of the way. The Queen cleared her throat as if to get everyone's attention, but the room had already gone utterly still and silent. "We have a monumental and historic announcement to make," the Queen teased. The entire room seemed to lean forward as they anxiously waited to see what she was going to say. A flash from a camera popped, which made the Queen narrow her eyes at the offender. Tess half expected her to have the picture taker forcibly removed from the ball, but the woman kept her cool. One of the tall, double doors into the ballroom slammed open. All eyes turned in unison to see the larger-than-life king barge into the room. He was wearing purple silk pajamas. His attire was hardly appropriate for the ball, but it was still far better than the striped underwear he had been wearing the first time Tess and Mo had met him. "Am I late?" the befuddled king bellowed. "No one told me it was time to come down." His face looked perturbed and his voice sounded accusatory, but he didn't seem to be blaming anyone in particular. "I am right in the middle of an announcement," the Queen lightly chastised him through the microphone. "Oh? What's going on?" The king spoke loudly enough for the entire crowd to hear him, even without a mic, as he walked over to climb up on the stage. One of the many royal assistants loitering about helped the rotund king climb the steps up to the raised stage. Tess decided the assistance was probably a perk of being royal that was necessary in this particular case to keep the obviously tipsy king from taking a tumble. Once he joined his family, he asked in a stage whisper, "What's the big announcement?" The Queen lifted a hand to shield her voice from carrying over to the microphone as she whispered in the king's ear. "What? No!" The king seemed scandalized by whatever the Queen had told him. At her calm, confirming nod, the man turned to look at Pierce and Sebastian. "You're sure?" Tess wasn't sure which man he had asked the question of, but they both nodded their agreement. "Well, it's unprecedented. I thought we all agreed," he blustered, effectively teasing the audience as everyone anxiously waited to see what all the fuss was about. Bringing a hand up to his face, the man fidgeted with his bushy, white mustache as he tried to process what he had been told. Looking at each of the other people on the stage for a long moment, he evidently got the reassurance that he needed because he said to his wife, "I'll make the announcement. It's my place, for the moment." Tess figured that he had just been informed that he was being ousted from the throne and replaced by his son, but she was surprised that this was the first the king was hearing about this plan. After the king futzed around with the mic stand for a moment, a royal assistant rushed forward to take care of it for him. Once it was adjusted to everyone's liking, the king said into it, "Attention, everyone!" The crowd startled in unison at his overly loud voice, which was now being amplified to the room. Every person in the ballroom had already been riveted by what was about to be announced, but now each heart was racing as well. "The Queen and I would like to make an announcement that will likely rock the very core of this kingdom's sensibilities." He turned to look at the two men standing just behind him. "Pierce, Sebastian, step forward, please." Both men stood tall as they lined themselves up evenly with the king. After a dramatic pause, which made the room practically palpate with curiosity, the king took a deep, fortifying breath and said, "Prince Pierce, whom you all know and love, is a fine, upstanding, well-trained, intelligent, kind, and benevolent young man. He does not, however, have royal blood flowing through his veins." The room gasped in unison, but remained silent other than that collective inhalation of air. After pausing to build the tension even higher, the king finally continued, "The true heir to the throne, and my successor as the royal monarch of this island, will be my son, Sebastian." Chapter 35. While the previous announcement about Pierce had been shocking, the second one, about Sebastian, was absolutely earth-shattering. The entire ballroom erupted into a flurry of questions, tittering, and speculation. A young lady near the stage even fainted. Questions swirled through Tess's mind as she attempted to make sense of the unbelievable news they had just received. Sebastian locked eyes with her from where he stood on the stage, even as chaos ruled around him. Tess couldn't quite comprehend that he was a real prince. Her focus was centered on him, but not so much that she failed to notice that Mo and Pierce had their gazes locked as well. When Sebastian turned and said something near Pierce's ear, the man responded with a brisk nod, and the two of them jumped off the stage and made beelines to where Tess and Mo were standing. "Come with us, we'll explain everything," Sebastian said without preamble. He took Tess's hand and led her through the stunned crowd. People were shouting questions at Sebastian and trying to get his attention, but he was a man on a mission. Tess ducked her head to scurry after him. She did her best to keep up and hoped that Pierce and Mo were right behind them. Once they emerged from the crowded ballroom, royal assistants were waiting to usher them into another room. They ran down the hallway and into what appeared to be an enormous pantry filled with an abundance of food. Tess was relieved when she heard the assistants turning people away at the door. Evidently, they were going to stand guard so the foursome could have a private conversation. "Are you okay?" Sebastian asked Tess at the same time as Pierce gushed, "I'm so sorry," at Mo. Both women shook their heads, still trying to process and absorb everything that had just happened. "Let's just slow down here for a minute," Tess suggested. "Why did everyone believe Pierce to be the prince if you actually are?" she asked Sebastian, honestly perplexed.
We have been raised as brothers within the castle walls, Sebastian started. Turning to the other man, he added, and I feel like we are true siblings, but I was the only child conceived by the king and queen. Tess furrowed her brow. None of this made any sense. Then why doesn't everyone know that you are the rightful heir to the throne? Finding some crates of flour and arranging them so the foursome could sit down, Sebastian began the explanation. Pierce's birth mother was very poor and alone. When Pierce was just a young child, she contracted meningitis and realized that she didn't have long to live. Mo and Tess narrowed their eyes at each other. Sebastian seemed to be short on details about this story, but it was obvious by the looks on the men's faces that they believed what they had been told. With the last of her energy, the woman came to see the queen, my mother, to beg her to take care of her son. The queen took the boy, Pierce, in and promised to raise him as her own, so the woman was able to die peacefully without wondering about the fate of her only child. When Tess scrunched her nose up, he rushed to add, My parents had the royal doctors treat the woman, but it was too late to save her. Tess wondered if the boys had been given the entire story, but she kept her suspicions about that to herself. Instead, she nodded and said, That makes sense, but it doesn't explain why Pierce has been presented as the prince, while you were supposedly a steward. I'm getting to that. Sebastian grinned at her, with his dimple emerging, obviously enchanted by her impatience. As we grew up, our parents quickly realized that I was the more quiet and shyer one of the two of us. Pierce always liked to be out in front, showing off. He beamed a smile at Pierce to show the other man that he was just teasing before continuing. Since I was more sensitive, they were concerned that the pressure of the throne might be too much for me. Oh, but they weren't worried that it would be too much for Pierce? Or it didn't matter because he wasn't their real son? Mo's eyes flashed as she fired the questions at Sebastian. Tess took it as a very good sign that her friend was so quick to jump to Pierce's defense. Oh, no, it was nothing like that, Sebastian reassured her. My parents love Pierce just like their own son, and I love him like a true brother. Since he is a few months older than me, and seemed to take more naturally to being a bossy ruler, they thought it only made sense to present him as the prince. Tess's brow furrowed. This still wasn't quite adding up. But then why did they pretend like you were a steward? Her hackles were raised that Sebastian might have been shoved aside by his parents for the newer, more outgoing son. Within the castle walls, we have always been treated as equals, he clarified. But the village people knew that my mother had only given birth to one son. They had to choose which one of us would succeed my father to the crown when we were both still very young. Tess nodded, trying to make sense of what they were being told. It was a lot to take in. Sebastian continued, Now that we are grown, it has become obvious that they chose poorly. Mo's eyes snapped to Sebastian. She was ready to jump down his throat if he was somehow insulting Pierce. Seeing her fiery anger, Sebastian chuckled. I don't mean anything against either of us. It's just that I enjoy the paperwork, meetings, negotiations, tough decisions, and schmoozing that go along with being a royal. Turning to Tess, he smiled and said, The reality of it is not nearly as glamorous as your childhood dreams probably were. Childhood? Mo scoffed. She spent a Sunday afternoon just a few weeks before we met you updating that royal wedding scrapbook she keeps under her bed. Tess felt a flash of annoyance that Mo had shared that particular detail with the men, but she knew her friend hadn't meant any ill will. It was simply in Mo's nature to say whatever popped into her head. Besides, it's not like the revelation was untrue.
Sebastian's mocha eyes lit up as he smiled over at Tess. Apparently, the fact that a grown woman still had a fairy tale fantasy of marrying a real prince didn't frighten him in the slightest. He brought her dainty hand up to his lips for a kiss. She liked how warm her skin felt where his lips had chastely brushed it. Mo turned her attention to Pierce. "You've been quiet since the announcement. Are you upset about having the throne ripped away from you like this?" Pierce took her pale hand into his. The relief that her first concern was his feelings about recent events was obvious on his face. "I am pleased," he reassured her. All eyes turned to him, waiting for him to expand. When he remained quiet a bit too long, Mo prompted him. "You don't want to be the monarch?" "Not really," he said noncommittally. When he noticed the perplexed stares he was receiving from the others, he went on. "For a long time, I thought I wanted to be king, probably because I was groomed for it from the time I was a youngster. But then I met you, and you clearly can't live by all the rules and regulations required to be a royal." When Mo looked down, he quickly added, "And I don't want you to. They were trying to change all of the wild and wonderful things about you that make you so special." He smiled at Mo. "You are an unbridled daredevil and spitfire of a woman. I love you exactly as you are, and I don't want some watered-down, tamed version of you." He was speaking directly to Mo as if the other couple wasn't in the room. "I'm so sorry for breaking up with you. It was the stupidest thing I've ever done, and I've regretted it during every moment since. But I could see that the pressure of being with me was going to force you to change all of the very things that I love so much about you. You are an outlandish and loud, wonderful and vivacious woman, and I want you to stay that way forever, preferably with me by your side." Guilt was apparent in Mo's expression. "I can't let you give all of this up just for me." "I'm not," he reassured her. "I just didn't know what I wanted before. I went along with the royal plan simply because I didn't have a plan of my own." Jumping in, Sebastian added, "He finds all of the daily chores and responsibilities of being the monarch to be tedious." "Don't you?" Tess asked him, concerned that he might be taking this on just because he thought it was what she wanted. "No, not really." "Well, let me amend that," he chuckled. "Some of it can be quite boring, but I love being involved in all of the decisions, no matter how big or small, that affect our island and its people. I want to make our citizens' lives better in any way I can, and I think the best way for me to do that is to accept my birthright. Besides, I have found my princess." Tess could feel her cheeks burning pink. This all seemed almost too good to be true. Pierce said to Mo, "And I have found someone who makes me want to live life to the extreme, rather than discussing legislation with the High Council or suffering through high tea with foreign diplomats." The women exchanged an excited look, not quite daring to believe that both of their dreams were coming true in such a marvelous fashion. Their giddy moment was short-lived. A loud outburst outside stole the foursome's attention. Trey sounded peeved when he yelled at the door guards, "I'm her brother! Let me in!" Chapter 36. Sebastian made short work of opening the door and giving the guards permission to let Tess's brothers into their group's hiding spot. The pantry seemed to shrink once Trey, Trevor, Ellie, and Millie joined them inside. "This is cozy." Trevor sounded snarky, so Millie swatted lightly at his chest with the back of her hand. "What? It is." He tried to sound innocent. Ignoring them, Trey demanded,
What is the meaning of all of this?
He always had hated being left out of the loop, and Tess could tell that he was spiraling from feeling like he wasn't in control of this particular situation. While their approach was a little too abrasive, Tess couldn't help but be proud of how her brothers always had her back. They obviously had her best interests at heart, but sometimes she wished they would back off a little and let her live her own life. Sebastian is actually the prince, so he will be crowned king, she told them simply.
Yeah, we got that part, Trey snapped. We're going to need a few more details.
Tess set about explaining the unique situation to her brothers. When it seemed like they had all of their questions answered to their satisfaction, she said, "Now, if you don't mind, we'd like to get back to the ball and salvage what little is left of this evening on the dance floor." She started to get up to squeeze past her brothers, but stopped short when Sebastian said, "Wait, there's something else we need to tell you." It was obvious by the tone of his voice that whatever he had to say wasn't going to be good. Tess plopped back down on the flower crate and waited for the proverbial other shoe to drop. Sebastian locked eyes with Pierce as if seeking courage. Both men's faces were drawn with concern. Whatever this big announcement was, it obviously wouldn't be good. For the first time, Sebastian averted his gaze from Tess as if he were ashamed of what he was about to say. We He didn't seem to be able to find the words to convey what he had to say. It wasn't like him to be so wishy-washy. Trey was the least patient with his stalling.
"Spit it out," he ordered.
That command seemed to kick Sebastian back into gear.
"We targeted you,"
he told Tess, speaking quietly and looking down.
"Excuse me?"
Trey demanded at the same time as Trevor said,
"What do you mean you targeted her?"
Both of Tess's brothers had their eyebrows angled down into similar dark, angry V's. They looked ready to physically pounce on the other two men in the room if they didn't like their explanation. Sebastian swallowed audibly. He seemed to be frantically searching for the right words to make this confession less offensive. He tried to take Tess's hand within his own again, but she yanked it back out of his reach. She didn't like where this conversation seemed to be heading. Her angry reaction kicked Sebastian's mouth into overdrive. The words came out in a flurry as he tried to justify what they had done.
"The kingdom is in dire financial trouble."
Tess and Mo both nodded because they had already been aware of the royals' money problems, but the Donovan brothers and their dates looked taken aback by this news.
"The entire island is on the verge of bankruptcy," he continued.
This tidbit even stunned Tess and Mo because they hadn't realized the extent of the problem. Out of respect for the royals, neither woman shared with the other four that the king's gambling addiction was the culprit of much of the kingdom's financial struggles. "You seemed like the only solution. So we went to that gala in the U.S. to find you," he said to Tess. "How am I a solution?" she asked him, honestly perplexed. It took Sebastian a long moment to answer. When he finally did, his words infuriated Tess. "We knew about your brothers," he mumbled. Outraged, she stood and asked him, "So you thought I would just ask my brothers for money to bail out your failing kingdom?"
"No, it's just..."
A viable explanation failed Sebastian. Tess didn't wait around for him to find a valid reason for his betrayal. Instead, she covered her mouth with her hand to contain her sob that erupted, and she bolted from the pantry. As she ran down the hallway, Tess vaguely heard the ruckus that ensued upon her departure, but she didn't pause to see what the outcome would be. She knew her brothers and Mo could take care of themselves, and right now, she just needed to be as far from Sebastian as possible. Chapter 37. Tess made it to her room with the feeling of heartbreak burning hot in her chest. It wasn't the first time someone had tried to use her to get close to her wealthy, powerful brothers, but it definitely hurt more than it ever had before. She had thought Sebastian and Pierce were above that kind of petty, money-grubbing behavior. Deciding that she was in for a long night of crying, she went to her bathroom to remove her contacts before flopping on her bed and letting the tears flow. Several minutes later, when the door to her room opened, she was expecting it to be Mo. She was surprised when both of her brothers sat down on the edge of her bed. Trey lightly rubbed her back as she sobbed face down into her pillow. "Maybe it's not quite as bad as you think," he tried to comfort her. "What? Of all people, I would have thought you would be the most appalled about someone using me to get access to your money." She leaned up to retrieve her thick glasses from the bedside table. "Oh, I don't like it one bit," he confirmed, easing Tess's fear that her overprotective brother might have been body-snatched. "I was on the verge of giving those two yahoos a piece of my mind with my fist when it dawned on me that they truly care about you and Mo." "What?" Tess was surprised that her brother didn't seem to get it. "They sought us out at the gala and intentionally got to know us in an effort to somehow trick you two into bankrolling their struggling kingdom." She spoke slowly as if her brothers weren't two of the smartest men she knew. Despite their brilliance, they appeared to have fallen prey to Sebastian and Pierce's tricks. "Have either of these men mentioned anything about meeting us or suggested some way that we might financially bail them out?" Trevor asked logically. "No," Tess huffed, unwilling to forgive or forget. "But that was their plan." She couldn't believe that her brothers weren't more irate about all of this. "They were using me, and Mo." She added the last two words because she knew her brothers were just as protective of her best friend as they were Tess herself. Annoyed by her brother's apparent lack of outrage over her treatment, Tess leaned around Trey to retrieve a tissue from her bedside stand. After she swiped her tears away and blew her nose, she used the palm of her hand to rub her nose in a circular motion. It was a habit she'd had since childhood that emerged whenever she was stressed. Trey turned to his brother. "That's not very princess-like, is it?" Trevor shook his head and gave Tess the disgusted look he always presented her with when this particular mannerism surfaced. "Not at all," he agreed. "Well, I'm not going to be a princess, so it doesn't matter." Tess pouted, circling her nose with even more vigor, simply because she knew it annoyed them. "Stop it," Trey said with more kindness in his voice. He gently pulled her hand away from her face. "You're going to make your nose all red. You don't want to make amends with Sebastian like that." "Tess, the four-eyed princess, had a very red nose," Trevor sing-songed. At Tess's fiery glare from behind her Coke bottle-thick glasses, he was smart enough to look away, apparently realizing, through sibling magic, that he was on the verge of pushing her too far. Choosing to ignore Trevor's childish song, Tess said instead, "I'm not making amends with Sebastian. He was using me." Her voice sounded as flat as her emotions felt. Trey rubbed a finger over his chin, like he was deep in thought. If they were truly simply using you, wouldn't Pierce have pursued you? Unless Mo's family has some hidden wealth that we've never heard about." He knew that wasn't true, so Tess didn't even bother to acknowledge that possibility. "Pierce isn't really the prince, though, Sebastian is. Perhaps they planned to do this big reveal at the last minute all along. Tess knew it was a bit of a stretch to believe that, but she was too fired up with anger to let this go.
If that's the case, this was a seriously elaborate ruse, Trevor weighed in. How do you suppose they knew that super important businessmen like us would drop everything and come here?
Jumping in to add to that, Trey asked,
And why would they blow any chance they had of getting money from us by admitting their evil plan?
Her brothers tried to sound perplexed, but Tess knew they were simply making a point. Regardless, the fact is that they went after me because of you. They wanted to somehow trick you into bailing them out of their money problems. It's infuriating. She hated the idea of anyone trying to take advantage of her brothers, especially if they wanted to use her to do it.
We are fairly business-savvy fellows.
Trey's eyes sparkled at the gigantic understatement.
I haven't been tricked out of any money in a very long time. Have you? He turned to his brother.
Nope,
Trevor weighed in. We are big boys and we can take care of ourselves. Quite well, actually, so we don't need our kid sister watching out for us.
Tess knew that was true, but it didn't do anything to lessen her hurt feelings. I don't like being used.
No one does, but perhaps there is more to it than just that, Trey suggested. You probably owe Sebastian a conversation and a chance to explain.
When Tess looked into the eyes of both of her brothers, she could see that they were in agreement. She knew they had her best interest at heart, so her fury began to waver. There's nothing he could say to make it okay, she told them stubbornly.
And that's fine, Trey told her before adding, but you need to at least hear him out. Otherwise, you'll always wonder.
Tess couldn't deny that they were right. Even as mad as she was curious to hear how Sebastian could possibly defend his and Pierce's actions.
Go talk to him,
Trey encouraged her after retrieving a fresh tissue and gently cleaning up her tear-streaked face.
Maybe put in your contacts first,
Trevor suggested, only half teasing. Ignoring that and summoning her resolve, Tess nodded and stood to leave. On her way out, she heard Trevor quip to her back,
Don't worry, we'll guard our wallets.
Tess was surprised to hear herself chuckle. Only her goofball brothers could make her laugh at a time like this. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door to her room and went to find Sebastian to see what he had to say about his deplorable behavior. Chapter 38. As Tess made her way down the elegant hallway, she paused to stare out one of the giant picture windows. Mo and Pierce were seated on a concrete garden bench along a well-lit, manicured path. Their tender kissing made it obvious that Mo had already forgiven him for his part in their charade. Tess couldn't help but feel disappointed that her friend had given in so easily. She felt righteous in her anger, and she couldn't believe everyone else was so quick to forgive the men for their malicious deceit. When she walked into the pristine ballroom, she half expected to see Sebastian swirling around the dance floor with one of the many eligible and lovely women in attendance. After all, it was now widely known that he was a prince and the heir to the throne, so his stock as a love interest had to have gone up by at least 1,000-fold. Standing on her tippy toes to scan the enormous room, she couldn't deny the relief she felt at not discovering Sebastian dancing with someone else. She might be furious with him for targeting her to gain access to her brother's wealth, but she wasn't ready to see him charming another woman. Ellie and Millie scurried up to her with the flush of excitement clear on both of their faces. Tess liked it that these ladies were still awed by the enormity of being at a royal ball. So many of the women her brothers had dated in the past were jaded and utterly unimpressed by anything. Ignoring Tess's glasses and the obvious fact that she had been crying, Ellie asked, "Did Sebastian find you?" The woman didn't bother hiding the enthusiasm in her voice. "No, but I'm looking for him," Tess responded. When she saw Ellie's eyes light up, she decided to clarify what she meant. "I want to give that liar a piece of my mind." Ellie looked absolutely crestfallen, which almost made Tess feel guilty. Almost. Millie placed a caring hand on Tess's elbow. "Don't be too hard on him," she suggested. Tess couldn't believe that these bright, rational women were suggesting that she just forgive Sebastian. "He planned to use me to get to Trey and Trevor," she reminded the ladies. "But he didn't, did he? Did he ever ask you about setting up a meeting with them, or even mention meeting them?" Ellie gave Tess a wide-eyed gaze as she waited for her response. "No," Tess mumbled, looking down because she didn't want to dash the hopeful expression on Ellie's shining face. She felt herself softening a little, even though she didn't want to. She wanted to be angry with him for using her, or planning to use her. Ever the rational thinker, Millie added, "Do you honestly think your brothers would fall for a ploy to get access to their money? If you do, then you are shortchanging them. They are both incredibly business savvy." Tess knew that was true, but it didn't mean she wanted to have a romantic relationship with someone who had intended to use them for financial gain. She crossed her arms, refusing to let go of her righteous, fuming anger. "Go find him," Millie suggested. Ellie was nodding her head in agreement with that idea. "Fine," Tess acquiesced, but when she saw the relieved look the women exchanged, she added, "But I'm only agreeing so I can give him a piece of my mind." Ellie had the audacity to clap with excitement as Tess stalked away. Tess thought to herself that the other woman was greatly underestimating her ability to dig in her heels and remain angry. Sebastian was not going to get off the hook of her outrage easily. Chapter 39. Tess found Sebastian outside looking for her. She reluctantly admitted that he did seem to know her fairly well because she would have come outside to pace and rant if she hadn't been searching the castle for him. "Tess," he breathed out her name as if it held the relief of a first gasp of air after being under water for too long. She didn't miss the concerned and fearful look that immediately swept over his face when he caught a glimpse of how furious she was. "Let's sit down so we can talk this through," he suggested. It was the first time he had seen her in her oversized, dorky glasses, but he didn't seem to notice. Even though Tess had the sneaking suspicion that she would end up storming off before he finished spewing whatever excuses he had devised for his deplorable behavior, she gave a brisk nod to indicate her agreement to sit down with him. He found 2 comfortable deck chairs that overlooked the inky sea. It would have been a perfectly dreamy and romantic spot if Tess weren't so livid. Once they were seated, Sebastian remained quiet for a bit while he collected his thoughts. He had been so anxious to find her, but now that he had, he wasn't sure how to plead his case in a way that might win her over. Tess listened to the waves rolling into shore. Her enjoyment of it was lessened by the burning anger that she was gripping with all her might. Realizing that her fists were clenched so tightly that her fingernails were digging into her palms, she took a deep breath of the salty air and tried to relax. Becoming impatient with the lengthy silence, she finally turned to look at Sebastian. He looked gloriously handsome in the silvery glow of the moonlight, but she refused to be enchanted. "Well?" she asked, in the snippiest voice she could muster. Taking a deep breath to firm up his resolve, Sebastian jumped in with his explanation.
Well, let me start with an apology. I'm truly sorry that Pierce and I ever even considered using you to get to your brothers. It was wrong and selfish.
Tess could feel the wind from her raging sails begin to deflate a little until he defended their deplorable behavior by saying,
"We didn't know you when we cooked up this plan."
She was appalled that he would try to use that as an excuse for his betrayal. Anger flashed in her eyes when she interrupted his monologue. Just because you don't know someone doesn't mean that you can devise an evil scheme to use them for your benefit and then discard them like a useless piece of trash.
I know, he said simply, once again effectively diffusing her anger.
When he went on, she began to feel herself softening a little.
I am embarrassed and ashamed that we ever even discussed such a thing, let alone that we started to set the plan into motion.
Tess stubbornly stared out at the sea, trying valiantly to ignore the tears that were beginning to pool in her lower lids. Sebastian's deception hurt so much because she cared a great deal about him. Looking down and kicking at a rock at his feet, Sebastian went on.
Pierce was the one who was supposed to seduce you, but as soon as he laid eyes on Mo, he was completely smitten.
Happy for her friend, Tess couldn't help but smile, until the full repercussions of what he was saying dawned on her. So the two of you decided that you would be stuck pursuing me, and that you would step forward as the heir to the throne if you were able to seduce me into seeking my brother's financial aid for your kingdom? Tess swallowed down the bile that was threatening to upheave. The idea that Sebastian had been using her hurt more than she cared to admit, even to herself.
No, Sebastian shook his head. That's not it at all. We gave up on the plan completely when we met the two of you. When we originally talked about this tactic, we weren't thinking of you as real women with thoughts, ideas, hopes, and dreams. You were just flat shadows in our minds. The instant we met you, we both knew there was no way we could hurt you like that.
Well, you did, Tess told him sadly.
I know, and I can't apologize enough for that. If I could take it back, I would.
Since I can't, I wanted to be completely honest with you so we could move forward without that rocky start hanging over our heads. Move forward? Tess spluttered. How would I ever trust you again? You betrayed my trust and used me. Sebastian started to shake his head to deny actually using her, but the look on her face made him stop. Instead, he changed directions and said, I'm so sorry for hurting you, and I'll do anything in my power to make it up to you. You are the one for me, Tess, and I don't care a bit about your brother's power or money. It's a good thing because I'll make sure you never see a penny of it, Tess grouched, the sting of betrayal evident in her tone.
Of course, Sebastian said. I wouldn't want it now anyway. All I want is you, Tess.
He tried to take her hand within his own, but she snatched hers away. Undeterred by her anger, Sebastian went on pleading his case.
I never had any desire to take my place as the rightful heir to the throne. I was relieved that my parents chose Pierce to succeed our father because I couldn't picture myself as a ruler. Until I met you.
Tess refused to look in his direction, even though she was hanging on his every word.
The crown seemed like too big of a burden to bear, especially with the financial troubles my father has created. Pierce seemed better suited to it, and I never questioned the decision to skip me over in favor of him.
Tess wondered why he hadn't had more confidence in his abilities, but she refused to speak to him to find out. Even as mad at him as she was, she had no doubt that he would make a fair and benevolent king. It was sad that he didn't see those qualities in himself.
Pierce had always seemed like the logical choice, and I silently went along with it. But then you came into my life and changed everything. Your dreams of having a royal wedding made me start thinking about the possibility of accepting the crown. You would make a wonderful and deserving queen. Having your calming presence as a constant by my side would give me the confidence to rule the kingdom with steady and sure grace." Tess couldn't deny the appeal of his words, but she couldn't forgive him for seeking her out and trying to use her as a springboard to her brother's fortunes. "That sounds lovely," she finally admitted before adding, "but our relationship was forged on a lie, so it can never happen." Sebastian looked like he had been punched in the gut. Her words had cut him to the core. He opened and closed his mouth a few times as he searched for a way to change her mind, but no words emerged. Standing in a huff, Tess looked down into his eyes for the first time in a long while. "Do you know what the worst part of all of this is?" He shook his head, looking miserable. "If you had just asked me, I would have devised a plan to resolve your kingdom's financial woes without having to use my brother's money." Leaving him to ponder that bombshell, she stormed back up the path to the castle. Chapter 40. When she got back to the room she shared with Mo, Tess flopped on her bed and let the tears flow. She felt sure that Sebastian had already gone back to the ball and found an eligible maiden with which to dance. After all, he was supposed to find a bride this evening. She wanted so much to simply forgive him, like Mo apparently had Pierce, but she couldn't let the hurt go. It wasn't the first time someone had angled for a relationship with her to get access to her brothers, but it certainly hurt the most. Even though she longed to believe that he changed his mind about using her the moment he met her, the niggling fear that he was still manipulating the situation simply wouldn't go away. Her brothers seemed to have forgiven the lapse in judgment, but she wasn't able to let the hurt go. She had trusted him, but their entire relationship had been built around a lie. She must have eventually dozed off, because when Mo tried unsuccessfully to sneak back into the room, Tess awoke with a start. "Sorry, did I wake you? I was trying to be quiet," Mo stage whispered as she removed her heels. "Quiet isn't in your vocabulary," Tess teased her friend. Proving the statement to be accurate, Mo stubbed her toe against the corner of the bed and began cussing like a sailor. Sitting down on her bed to rub her foot, Mo said, "That right there is exactly why I could never be royalty." Tess couldn't deny that Mo would be a non-traditional royal, but she hated to think that her friend might feel in any way inadequate. Smiling at Mo, she said, "You would bring some much-needed life into this stuffy palace." "So will you," Mo grinned at her. "Oh no," Tess balked. "I'm heading home first thing tomorrow morning with my brothers and their overstuffed money bags." "I can't believe you would say such a thing about Ellie and Millie," Mo teased her. "Ha ha," Tess responded flatly before adding, "If you want to stick around, you can, but I'm out of here." Mo nodded her head as if to accept Tess's proclamation, even though her words contradicted that action. "I think you should hear him out," she suggested gently. "I did!" Tess fumed. Why did everyone seem to be taking the lying manipulator's side? Even though I knew there was nothing he could possibly say that would make this all okay, I listened to his stupid apology. It changes nothing. To accentuate her point, Tess flopped over in her bed, giving Mo her back. "But isn't a dashing prince who loves you to pieces what you have always dreamed about? Are you going to give up on your chance at a fairy tale ending because of this misunderstanding?" Mo's tone sounded rational, but Tess couldn't believe what she was hearing. Turning to face her friend and sitting up in bed, she spluttered, "Misunderstanding?
He sought me out and tried to woo me for my brother's money. There's nothing to misunderstand there, she huffed.
Perhaps before they met us, that was their plan, Mo admitted before going on. But as soon as they did, they changed their minds. At that time, Pierce was intended to be the next in line for the throne. He chose me, and I don't have any wealthy brothers, she pointed out logically.
How do you know that wasn't part of their manipulative plan all along? Tess's eyes flashed with anger. Perhaps switching to have Sebastian step up and accept his rightful place on the throne was what they intended from the beginning.
Well then, why would they have admitted what they did, especially in front of your brothers? That move guaranteed that they won't see a dime from your family.
Mo's words made complete sense, but Tess didn't want to admit it. Flopping back down onto her bed, she said, "It doesn't matter anyway. He's probably downstairs dancing the night away with another wealthy heiress that he's hoping to scam out of a fortune to bail out his flailing kingdom."
Actually, he had several lovely women approach him to request a dance, but he turned them all away.
Leaving Tess with that tidbit, Mo went into her bathroom to change out of her formal wear. "It doesn't make any difference," Tess mumbled stubbornly to herself. She was surprised to hear that Sebastian hadn't quickly moved on. After all, he was supposed to be finding a bride at this ball. Making the decision that he probably was biding his time, hoping that she would come around and offer up her brother's financial assistance, she turned over and tried to go to sleep. The mental image of Sebastian sitting alone in the ballroom, turning away eligible women, wouldn't go away, no matter how much she tried to banish it from her mind. She was justified in her anger, and she firmly refused to let it go. Her subconscious must have been more forgiving than her alert mind, because she dreamed that night of a grand royal wedding where she was the bride and Sebastian was the handsome groom. Waking up with a gigantic grin on her face, reality quickly swept in and stole her giddy euphoria. "Humph, not going to happen," she said out loud, not caring if she woke up Mo, who was snoring loud enough to raise the rafters. In a snit, Tess began tossing her belongings into her suitcase to go home. Chapter 41.
Mo yawned loudly. "You know, there are people here that will take care of that for you."
She indicated Tess's overflowing suitcase. "It's cathartic to do it myself." Tess defended her actions as she sat on the bag and attempted to get the overflowing, jam-packed luggage to zip.
"Whatever." Mo shook her head like Tess had lost her mind. "You're at least coming to breakfast, right?"
The last thing Tess wanted to do was take a chance on running into Sebastian or any of his family, but it felt rude to leave again without saying goodbye. Besides, she needed to speak to her brothers and let them know that she would be joining them on their private jet home, preferably right away. Nodding her head in answer, Tess went into her side of the bedroom's bathroom to shower and get ready to say goodbye to everyone at the palace. Despite their rough start here, she realized that she would truly miss Jeffrey and the other castle workers. If she was completely honest with herself, she might even miss the stuffy queen and hot mess of a king. She most certainly would not miss Priscilla, their hoity-toity manners coach, in the slightest. As she let the piping hot water spray down on her, she refused to ponder how much she would miss Pierce, and especially Sebastian. She had hoped that during the night, her warm feelings toward them would morph into righteous anger over their plot to use her, but instead, she was left with hurt feelings and an irrational longing to forgive them. The stubborn side of her refused to give in to that urge. When she emerged from the bathroom, she felt renewed and ready to face what was coming. She would politely, firmly, and efficiently informed the others that she was leaving, and she would leave no room open for discussion. There was no reason for her to be rude or condescending, but she was ready to get back to her real life. This royal fairy tale had come to an unhappy ending for her. Mo had always been able to get ready in a flash, so she joined Tess in the bedroom as soon as Tess slipped on her bright purple flats. When Mo smiled and held her arm out to escort Tess down to breakfast, Tess felt a surge of appreciation that her friend was ready to stand by her side, even if Mo didn't exactly agree with her anger and bitterness. At breakfast, the gang was chatting and laughing as if nothing was amiss. Tess was stunned that her brothers had so easily forgiven and seemingly forgotten. They were not usually ones to be so flippant about someone trying to use their wealth, or especially their sister. Apparently, a much older duchess had set her sights on Sebastian after the announcement was made about his royal bloodline. He had reluctantly danced with her once in order to be polite, but when he turned down her insistence that they dance again, she had become unruly, to the point of swinging her long strand of pearls around, undulating at him, and beginning a striptease. Ellie's eyes were sparkling as she recalled the event for those who hadn't seen it firsthand. When Sebastian told her that he would get her a cup of coffee to sober up before securing her a ride home, she turned around and flipped the back of her ruffled skirt up at him. Ellie had a hand over her mouth as she tried, unsuccessfully, not to guffaw with laughter. The others, with the notable exception of Sebastian and Tess, were rolling with uncontrolled giggles. Upon seeing Tess's crossed arms and angry glare, Millie weighed in. You really should have seen it. She used her linen napkin to swipe a tear from the corner of her eye. She let him know in no uncertain terms what she thought of his refusal of her offer to spend the night with him. She must not have been wealthy, or he would have jumped at the chance, Tess snapped, which brought the table to an immediate, awkward silence. Ever the optimist and champion of the underdog, Ellie said, That's not really fair. Oh, really? Tess bugged her eyes out at the other woman. I think what is not fair is being stalked and used for access to money. They didn't go through with it. Instead, they came clean and admitted what they had done, and they apologized. Ellie quietly but firmly defended the royals. Feeling justified and not caring if she sounded like a brat, Tess said, Maybe they knew they were about to be caught. We never would have found out. Trey weighed in with his boardroom voice of finality. Tess rolled her eyes. She should have known that her older brother would immediately jump in to take Ellie's side, even though his baby sister was hurting. We might have, she pouted. Sebastian sat forward then. I've already apologized to Tess, but I owe each and every one of you a sincere apology. He looked around the table and made eye contact with each person. The plan that Pierce and I cooked up to get Tess to lure you here was immature and incredibly ill-advised. I want to assure you that the King and Queen had no knowledge of it, nor would they have approved of it. We realized it was a mistake as soon as we met Tess and Mo and discovered that they were such lovely and real people who should not be treated as pawns in our quest to save the kingdom. As much as we both love our little island paradise, it was uncalled for and inexcusable for us to even consider tricking you into helping us. What he said, Pierce weighed in, nodding his agreement. Trevor turned to Pierce and asked, Are you sure that you were the eloquent one that was meant for public speaking and all of the responsibilities that go with being king? His words weren't intended to be hurtful. It was an honest question that the others were thinking but hadn't voiced. Proving that he held no ill will about Trevor's questioning, Pierce raised his shoulders as if he too were perplexed by their parents' decision. Maybe when we were little, he suggested. I honestly don't know what they were thinking when they made the switch. Pondering for a moment before deciding to go for it, he quipped, Maybe the king was drunk. Nervous titters were heard around the table. It felt wrong to be laughing about such a thing, but the heavy atmosphere in the room needed some comedic relief.
Turning serious again, Pierce gazed at Mo. "I'm so sorry for hurting you." Mo nodded in quiet acceptance of his apology. Tess rolled her eyes, unable to believe that her friend didn't have more backbone than that. Granted, Tess was the actual target, and Mo had simply been the one Pierce couldn't resist. But Tess still felt like her friend should be angry with them on her behalf, if nothing else. When Trey said, "No harm done," Tess nearly fell out of her chair. "Seriously?" she asked, feeling incredulous. The laissez-faire attitude was so unlike her no-nonsense, shoot first and ask questions later, billionaire brother. "I think being in love is making you loopy," she accused. When he gave Ellie a dopey smile, Tess threw her hands up in disgust. "That's it. I'm out of here," she decided. She awkwardly tried to scoot her massive wooden chair back from the table before one of the servers jumped forward to assist her. Her grand exit had already been ruined by the stubborn chair, but Tess tried to maintain her haughty air. She didn't realize that the tablecloth had somehow caught on the belt of her floral dress. When she stood and whirled to leave, she pulled the tablecloth with her and scattered several place settings in the process. Mo was the first to speak. "That looks like something I would do, not you." Stunned and humiliated by the entire ridiculous scene, Tess added appalled to the mix when she burst into distraught tears. Chapter 42. Everyone remained frozen and staring at the mess of broken crystal and spilled beverages that Tess had created. The Queen chose that moment to enter the dining hall. Quickly assessing the situation, she turned to Mo. "What did you do?" she asked the innocent woman. "It wasn't me this time." Mo held up her hands in mock surrender. Upon further inspection, the Queen figured out what had happened. "You did this?" she asked Tess, bugging her eyes out in shock. Humiliation overwhelmed Tess as she worked to free her belt from the tablecloth. She intended to bolt from this room, this castle, and this island, and never look back. Sensing her planned escape, Sebastian called out, "Wait, please!" His voice sounded desperate. Shaking her head and feeling an oncoming sob, Tess freed herself and turned to leave. If her brothers or anyone else had asked her to stay, Tess would have refused, but the commanding tone of the Queen made her pause. "Sit down," the woman ordered Tess in a regal voice, and for some mysterious reason, Tess obeyed her. The royal staff made quick work of unobtrusively cleaning up the mess. Once the Queen realized that Tess had complied with her request and that all eyes were on her, she spoke. "What my boys tried to do was wrong, but their intentions were good. Their love of this kingdom overshadowed their common sense for a moment." The Queen paused to glare at both of her sons. Mo squirmed uncomfortably in her seat, even though the intimidating stare wasn't aimed at her. Turning back to her guests, the Queen went on. "In any case, and for whatever reason, they have fallen for the two of you." She waved her hand in Tess and Mo's direction. Tess didn't appreciate the "for whatever reason" dig, but she had to admit the Queen might have a point about their garish behavior. After all, she had just scattered half a table's worth of food. "They are wonderful boys." She paused to beam with pride at both of her sons before adding, "and anyone would be lucky to have them." Fresh plates of food were whisked in, and the table looked almost like nothing amiss had happened. Speaking with finality as if her wishes were a foregone conclusion, the Queen added, "Now, Let's start planning the weddings." Tess reared back as if she had been slapped. Chapter 43. "Weddings?" she spluttered, feeling outraged by the presumptiveness of this woman, queen or not. It was Sebastian that spoke up in Tess's defense as the others sat in stunned silence. Looking the queen directly in the eye, he spoke firmly and plainly. "We will not force Tess or Mo to abide by our customs and traditions, Mother. Tess wishes to leave, and she may do so when she chooses." The queen's already rigid posture became even more erect. It was obvious that she wasn't used to having her authority challenged, especially not by Sebastian. Tess couldn't help but feel touched that he had stood up to the regal woman for her. She stubbornly grasped onto her anger, though, unwilling and unable to easily let it go. "Thank you," she said quietly, in acknowledgement of his rebellious chivalry. "Stay for just a bit?" Ellie turned her hopeful gaze up at Tess. "I think if we brainstorm, we can come up with a solution to the kingdom's financial woes." Tess wanted to turn her down, but each person around the table was now looking at her like she held the key to their happiness. When she hesitated, Ellie went on. "It's such a lovely island, and the locals are completely innocent of any wrongdoing." She was tugging at Tess's heartstrings, and she knew it. Maybe sweet Ellie was a little more ruthless than she first appeared. Bringing her plea home, she finished with, "Once we've had a chance to talk things through, we'll leave if you still wish to. I promise." Seeing no way to turn that down without seeming like a complete heel, Tess nodded her acceptance and sat back down at the table. Millie took that as her cue to jump in with some ideas. Morphing into her all-business persona, she suggested, "Are there any natural commodities on the island that we could sell? Or have you looked at short-term borrowing in order to shore up sustainable income for the island?" She turned to the royals for answers. Sebastian was the first to regain his wits from the shocking transformation of the fun-loving version of Millie into this serious business person. After clearing his throat, he said, "The greatest commodity this kingdom has is its natural, untouched beauty. Our pristine beaches, the natural hot springs, and stunning waterfalls all combine to make the island a precious hidden gem. Maybe we could play on that to drum up some tourism?" Trey shot that down with, "But where are these tourists going to stay when they get here? The island doesn't have facilities and infrastructure in place for an influx of people. You'd have to secure the funds to build a massive, all-inclusive resort that would impress your guests enough that they went home and told all their friends about Isle de Montseil." The queen looked displeased. "In the meantime, all of those tourists traipsing around our island, as well as an enormous eyesore of a resort, would ruin the natural beauty that people were drawn to come see in the first place." Nods all around the table proved that the queen was not alone in her opinion. "Maybe some of those thatch-roofed huts out over the water would work?" Trevor suggested, but it didn't sound like he was very enthusiastic about that idea. "That's overdone already. Besides, they need something that will bring in consistent, high-dollar clients." Trevor didn't look overly surprised that Trey had quickly eliminated his tiki hut idea. After hearing them brainstorm, Tess was even more confident that her idea was the answer to the kingdom's financial struggles. Even though she wasn't going to be with Sebastian, she wanted the best for him, his beautiful island kingdom, and its residents. When she spoke, she looked directly at Sebastian. "You need to create a bed and breakfast inside the palace." The queen sucked in a breath as if Tess had just slapped her. "Rent out rooms in the castle like a common hotel? Never! We are not a Motel 6, she hissed. Sebastian's deep brown eyes never wavered from Tess when he said, "Let's hear her out, Mother." The Queen's sour lemon-sucking face was back, but she didn't interrupt Tess again. This needs to be the it place to be and be seen. The selling point will be living like a king or queen for the day. The guests can have their own wing of the castle and even their own staff. While they are here, they will be able to live out the fantasy of being an actual royal. All eyes were focused on Tess. She couldn't help but notice how proud both of her brothers looked. Since Trey had insisted on sending her to an outrageously expensive business college, she was thrilled to prove to him that his investment hadn't been wasted on her. Only one set of eyes was narrowed with hostility. "How will opening our home to a different set of strangers every day bring in enough money to help with anything?" the Queen asked, without bothering to hide her high degree of skepticism. "Oh, it will cost a fortune to stay here," Tess smiled. "We will promote it to the richest of the rich. Once those people catch wind of it, they will be competing to get reservations here." Anticipating the Queen's next objection, Tess alleviated the concern before the other woman could even raise it. "You and the other royals will never even have to see the guests. They can be kept in a side wing of the castle without access to your private residence." Unable to devise another problem with Tess's plan, the Queen sat back in silence. Tess almost couldn't believe it had been that easy to convince her. The air of excitement built in the room as Tess's idea began to take hold in the minds of the others. Several murmured comments circled the table. Pierce weighed in with, "I think that might actually work." Mo leaned over to Tess and said, "Fantastic idea." Millie asked the room at large, "Why didn't I think of this?" But it was Sebastian's enthusiastic, "Brilliant," that made Tess's heart swell. Ellie waited until things quieted down to make her suggestion. "Once the guest quarters are ready, we will come back and be your very first guests." Tess thought it was a rather odd offer until Ellie explained. "When my bakery was struggling to get by, one tweet from Trey to his millions of Twitter followers was all it took to make Snickerdoodle the hottest cupcake shop around. If he sends out a few snapshots with captions about how much he loves this island, every billionaire in the world will be clamoring to come stay here." Ellie beamed around the room, obviously extremely proud of her idea, which made Sebastian's resounding and firm, "No," seem even more daunting. Chapter 44. "What do you mean, no?" Trey's black brows were forming a tall V of displeasure on his forehead. He obviously did not care for anyone to rain on Ellie's proverbial parade. "I'm not accepting any help from you or anyone else connected to Tess," Sebastian answered stubbornly, his eyes darting to Trevor as if to curtail him from offering his assistance. "She already thinks that I used her to get to you. I don't want to add any fuel to that fire." As if sensing that Tess didn't appreciate being talked about as if she weren't in the room, Sebastian turned to face her. "Thank you so much for the wonderful idea. I think you might have saved the kingdom. You have done more than enough, though. You and your family should probably go home." With that, Sebastian scooted back his chair and stood to leave. On his way to the door, he paused beside where Tess was seated. "You will always be my princess," he whispered for her ears only. She closed her eyes, savoring the feeling of his hot breath wafting along her hairline. After pressing his lips to her temple with a soft, sweet kiss, he left the dining hall. The occupants of the room sat in stunned silence over his abrupt departure. No one seemed quite sure what to say. Trey regained his wits first. "I don't care if he's next in line to be king or not. He does not get to tell me what I will or will not do to help." Tess was the first to laugh at her stubborn, wonderful brother. Soon the entire table was cracking up. The reigning king chose that moment to enter the elegant dining room. He was wearing a too-short, black silk robe. "Did I miss anything important?" he bellowed. That ridiculous question made the diners laugh even harder. Even the queen cracked a smile, finally allowing herself to feel a bit of hope for the future of their kingdom and her son's reign. Once their laughter subsided, Mo finally answered the king's question. "What you missed was my lovely friend, Tess, devising a genius plan to save this kingdom." "Excellent!" The king weighed in jovially before lifting a glass with a questionable amber-colored beverage sloshing around inside it. "To Tess!" he toasted before downing the liquid. Deciding to let the queen and royal staff handle the king, Millie turned to Ellie. "You know who we need to come stay here?" she asked. Both women answered in unison, "Selena!" Tess nearly spat out the hot tea she had just sipped. "Selena? Do you mean Selena Chase?" Turning to her brothers, thinking that their girlfriends had lost their minds, she asked, "Isn't she your arch-nemesis?" "We're not villains in a comic book," Trey quipped. Deciding that Tess deserved a better explanation than that, Ellie said, "We're all friends now. Let's go outside on the terrace. We'll explain it all to you." She accentuated her words by standing and indicating for Tess, Mo, and Millie to follow her. Tess shook her head to clear it as she followed bubbly Ellie outside. What kind of crazy, helter-skelter world were they living in, where she willingly turned down the opportunity to be a real princess, and where the Donovan brothers didn't despise Selena Chase? Chapter 45. Once the ladies had clarified the truce between Tess's brothers and Selena Chase, as well as that illogical turn of events could possibly be explained, the conversation quickly turned to Tess and Mo's romantic relationships. Under normal circumstances, Tess wouldn't discuss anything so personal with anyone other than Mo, but Ellie and Millie were already beginning to feel like sisters to her. She sensed that Mo wouldn't mind including the other ladies in their heart-to-heart. "How could you forgive Pierce so easily for his part in deceiving us?" Tess squared off at Mo and jumped right to the heart of the matter. They had been deceiving the entire world since they were children, at the request of their parents. We were strangers to them when we met at the gala. It wouldn't have made sense for them to share their deepest, darkest secrets with us on that first night. Mo defended both men. "Of course not," Tess responded, but she felt like Mo was missing the bigger issue. "They sought us out, though, intending to use me to get to my brothers." Mo nodded. "They did," she agreed, before adding, "but they really didn't go through with it, even for a moment, did they? If they had followed their plan, Pierce would have asked you to dance rather than me. He was the one who was slated to become king." Tess couldn't deny the accuracy of Mo's statements, but she wasn't yet ready to give up her anger. "I suppose that's true," she decided before adding, "but perhaps they intended for Sebastian to take the crown all along. In that case, it would make sense for him to go after me." Ever rational, Millie nodded her head, seeming to agree with Tess's assessment. "If so, he must have been asking you all kinds of questions about Trey and Trevor then, right?" When Tess didn't agree right away, Millie knew she was onto something. "Did he ask you to bring them here, or hint around for an introduction?" "No," Tess admitted quietly, knowing that she was getting backed into a corner, but stubbornly refusing to let go of her anger. Quickly catching on to Millie's tactic, Ellie jumped in. "Did he ask you to mention the kingdom's financial problems to your brothers?" Tess knew exactly what the ladies were doing, but she responded with the truth by shaking her head.
Millie tapped her lip with her index finger as if she were just thinking about this for the first time. That doesn't sound to me like someone who was trying to manipulate you or the situation. In fact, Ellie inserted, that sounds like someone who could have used the situation to his benefit, but he chose not to take advantage of you. Millie and Mo both nodded their agreement with that assertion. Adding her opinion, Mo said, "It is obvious to anyone who has spent 5 seconds in the same room with you two that you are crazy about each other. He looks at you like you are a tender and juicy pan-seared filet mignon." Tess chuckle-snorted at her goofy friend's description before scrunching up her face to say, "That sounds like he wants to eat me." Mo went on as if Tess hadn't said a word. Giving her friend a serious look, she added, "I've never seen you look at anyone the way you look at Sebastian. Have you considered the facts that he needs a wife, and you might very well have fallen in love with him?" "Love?" Tess spluttered. "We haven't even known each other long enough for that." "How long does it take?" Ellie asked her, without a trace of snarkiness in her voice. "Longer than this," was Tess's vague response. She couldn't believe these seemingly rational women were bringing up the L word so flippantly. Meeting a king-to-be, following him to his castle, and marrying him within a matter of weeks was not approved on her mental timeline of how things should go. As much as she wanted to be in her youth, she wasn't a real-life version of Cinderella. "Marriage is a huge deal," Tess gaped at the other women, unable to believe she was being forced to convince them of this. "I can't just jump in with both feet. I would need to date someone for months before I would be ready to even discuss such a thing." "Sebastian doesn't have that long," Mo revealed sadly, making Tess wonder what her friend knew that she didn't. Giving Mo a perplexed look, she said, "Sebastian is going to be coronated as the king. He can do that without being married." Mo was shaking her head. "When Pierce was in line for the crown, he was told to choose his wife at the gala," Mo reminded her. "There are very strict rules and guidelines in place. A prince cannot be crowned king unless he is married, and they want it all to happen right away because the sitting king is such a hot mess." Tess was surprised to find that Mo knew more about the local customs than she did, but she balked at their rigidity. "Sebastian is going to be the new monarch of this island. He can change the rules," she tried, but Mo shook her head. "That's not the way it works," Mo informed her. "He's probably scrambling to find a wife right now, unless he plans to marry the spoiled, wealthy princess his mother has chosen for him." Bile rose in Tess's throat at the thought of Sebastian being stuck marrying such a person. She tried to tell herself that he wouldn't actually go through with a wedding to someone he didn't care for, but she knew that he would feel that it was his duty to abide by the obligation in his new post as the heir to the throne. "He can't," Tess croaked out the words. As if the universe heard her objection and wanted to prove her wrong, Geoffrey stepped out onto the veranda. He cleared his throat to gain the ladies' attention. His official tone made it sound like he was making a formal announcement to 50 people, rather than 4. "Her Highness the Queen has called a press conference in the media room, which will be held in 5 minutes, where she will officially announce the royal engagement of Prince Sebastian Savoy Astor to Princess Adeline Beatrice Camden of the Adropus Empire." Chapter 46. Tess felt like she was going to pass out. Even though she was sitting outside, she had the distinct feeling that there wasn't enough air in the room. Geoffrey bowed to them, wheeled around, and went back inside. 3 sets of eyes were trained on Tess as the stunned woman attempted to absorb what they had just been informed. Tess stared straight ahead as she shook her head, willing it not to be true. Mo was the first to regain her senses. "You have to stop this," she told Tess firmly. Tess glared at her friend. "How am I supposed to do that? If he wants to have a quickie wedding with someone else, that's his prerogative." "He doesn't want to do this," Mo reminded her. "Pierce was in the same boat when he was in line for the throne. He wanted to take his time and get to know me, but the pressure of the crown was forcing him to rush." Tess was having trouble making sense of it all. "He's already found a princess to be the wife he needs, so I should just go." She stood and started to leave. "This isn't his choice," Mo said. "The Queen was trying to get Pierce to marry Princess Adeline too. She thinks it will be an advantageous alliance between the two kingdoms." "That's great. I hope he's very happy," Tess said flatly, needing to get away from all of this craziness. "He's not going to be," Ellie weighed in. "He wants to be with you. We can all see it." Ellie turned to the other two women for their support. Mo and Millie eagerly nodded their agreement. "And you want to be with him," Millie put her 2 cents in. "I'm not a princess. I don't have a kingdom to forge an alliance with Isle de Montsail. There is no reason why he would pick me over Princess Adeline." Even saying the woman's name left a bitter taste on Tess's tongue. She might not know the princess, but the fact that she was getting to marry Sebastian made Tess fume with envy. "You need to at least let him know that he has another option." Ellie nudged her with her elbow, knowing that the press conference would be starting at any minute. Tess tried to curb the hope that was beginning to surge in her chest. What if he chooses her? "What if he chooses you?" Mo beamed at her, seeming confident that was exactly what would happen. Sensing the moment her friend began to believe it could really work out, Mo said, "Go get your prince." Chapter 47. Suddenly feeling confident and not wanting to hesitate for fear that she would chicken out, Tess whirled towards the palace and bolted inside. The 3 other women were hot on her heels. They burst into the massive media room to find it filled with reporters and photographers. All eyes turned from the big screen at the front of the room, which Princess Adeline's face was gracing, to the back doors, where the foursome had created a commotion when they skidded to a stop just inside the threshold. Sebastian's eyes darted to Tess's. She silently prayed that the emotion she was seeing in them was hope for her to reach out to him, rather than hope for her to keep quiet and let this announcement go off without a hitch. Losing her surge of confidence, but in too deep to back down now, Tess said, "Wait!" The Queen glared at her over her reading glasses from the podium. "Young lady, we are in the middle of an official royal announcement. I would think that even an American," she spat the word with venom, "would understand the importance of such a momentous occasion." Tess felt chastised. Mo was normally the boisterous one who created scenes at inopportune moments. Until this morning, Tess was used to being the well-behaved, polite one who followed the rules and fit in. She nodded and took a step backwards, intending to slither out of the room in shame. The other 3 women were directly behind her, and they weren't going to let her sneak out so easily. She felt a comforting hand on her shoulder as she took a shuddering breath. "Let her speak." The firm command came from Sebastian. His eyes were locked intently onto Tess. She paused and awkwardly shoved her hair behind her ear. She hadn't thought through what she intended to say. She had just reacted, and now she was here with a room full of people staring at her and expecting her to have a good reason for barging in this way. She glanced at the giant white screen and was surprised to discover Princess Adeline smiling. Would Tess's interruption be a relief to her? Tess had assumed that the woman would be thrilled to marry Sebastian. Who wouldn't be? Taking a deep breath and jumping in with both feet, Tess said, "The prince is getting engaged, but not to her." She indicated the lovely woman on the video call. "He is going to marry me," she proclaimed boldly. The entire room sucked in a reflexive gasp at her announcement, but Tess only had eyes for Sebastian. She was desperate to see his reaction to her outlandish proclamation. For a long moment, he stood frozen to his spot on the elevated stage by the podium where his mother had been speaking. When he bolted into action, he moved swiftly, his milk chocolate eyes never wavering from her as he crossed the room in long strides to stand directly in front of her. "Are you sure you're up for dealing with all of this?" He held a hand out to indicate the hordes of reporters who were recording every moment of this monumental exchange. Not trusting her voice, Tess nodded. Closing the last bit of distance between them, Sebastian swept her into his arms, tipped her back, and gave her the royal kiss of a lifetime. Chapter 48. The last few months had been extremely busy as the castle workers prepared the palace both for lodging guests and for Sebastian's coronation. Tess and Mo had stayed on the island to help and to continue with their etiquette and other royal training classes. Mo liked to refer to their grueling daily schedule as the Queen's attempt to turn her into a lady. Whenever she said that, Pierce would remind her in a gravelly voice that she was already more lady than he could handle. They would inevitably end up giggling and kissing as if they were the only two people in the entire world. The whole gang had gathered for the official grand opening of the castle's lodging suites, with the notable addition of Billionaireess Selena Chase and her love interest, Hunter. They were all going to attend the royal coronation ceremony to watch Sebastian be crowned the king of the land. A professional photographer had been hired to capture candid snapshots of the three billionaires and their significant others enjoying their long weekend at the castle. Right after the coronation, Tess would personally oversee a massive social media campaign that would seal the Isle de Montsale Castle as the hot new place for the wealthiest 1% to vacation. Despite her confidence in the group's business savvy, Tess openly questioned Ellie's decision about the royal engagement cake. When the other woman said, "Trust me, he's an excellent baker," Tess saw no choice but to go along with the odd choice. When Tess saw the lopsided concoction Trey designed, she scrunched her face in distaste. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. "Does it say we're enraged?" She was stunned that Ellie had allowed Trey to make such a mockery of her official engagement announcement cake. "It will taste delicious, I promise." Ellie sounded peppy as she put some finishing touches on the botched cake. Once she was pleased with the results, she turned the cake around in a grand presentation gesture to Tess and Mo. Tess had to admit that the little bride and groom falling off the side of the leaning tower of cake was pretty cute. She also loved that the tiny replicas of her and Sebastian were wearing little crowns. Sensing that Tess was still leery about having this monstrosity of a cake at her official engagement party, Millie jumped in to defend her friend's choice. "Take a picture of this cake, post it on every social media site with the hashtag #NailedIt, tag your brother in the posts, and I can guarantee you it will go viral." "Even I have to admit that it always works." Selena shook her head, seeming perplexed. Suddenly, the cake fiasco made perfect sense to Tess and Mo. Ellie's face was starting to show the first edges of concern, though. "We will have time, though, if you want me to make a more traditional cake. I'll make the most beautiful cake you've ever seen," she promised, wringing her hands and wondering if they had angered Tess. "No, this is perfect." Tess smiled before giving the other woman a reassuring hug. She remembered now that Ellie had a thriving business based on intentionally flubbed baked goods. Deciding that they had done enough work in preparation for one day, the 5 women agreed to grab their men and meet at the hot spring for a much-needed, relaxing soak. Tess's head snapped up. "Hold the phone. That really was you dancing on the steps of the museum the night of the Emerald Ball Gala?" Her mouth hung open as she tried to picture her sophisticated, powerful, and arrogant brothers performing a number from Greece outside in the open for the whole world to see.
"It was,"
Trey confirmed, not seeming the least bit embarrassed about their wildly out-of-character behavior.
"Actually, it's kind of a family tradition now,"
Trevor informed the group. At the questioning looks he received, he elaborated.
"Our father surprised our mother at the diner where she worked and swept her into his arms to recreate the famous scene between Richard Gere and Deborah Winger in An Officer and a Gentleman."
Now that he mentioned it, Tess remembered hearing something about her father's grand romantic gesture to win over her mother's heart. Her parents remained madly in love with each other to this day. Too bad they didn't make more room in their hearts for their children. They were too enamored with each other to focus on anyone else. She silently vowed never to repeat their mistakes in that department. Tess's self-pity party about her standoffish parents was curbed when Trey said,
"The recreation of a pivotal movie clip really is the best way to seal the deal on a lasting romance. What scene will you two perform?"
He looked back and forth between Tess and Sebastian, obviously expecting an answer. Tess's mind went blank. Despite her lifelong love of watching sappy chick flicks, she couldn't think of any on the spot that she and Sebastian could recreate. Sebastian saved her from having to answer by responding elusively,
"Nothing from Greece, I can promise you that."
His mock disdain for the somewhat cheesy, yet thoroughly delightful movie made the group chuckle. Selena piped up to defend their selection to Tess. "Believe me, I was shocked to discover that your brothers had the kinds of moves and singing chops to pull off that particular number. I would have assumed that they were untalented apes whose skills didn't extend beyond the boardroom." Her deep laugh bellowed over the hot spring pool where the group was basking in relaxation, momentarily escaping the hubbub of the weekend. Tess was still in awe that her brothers had apparently buried the hatchet on their long-term rivalry with Selena. The good-natured teasing that was so prevalent in their current conversations reminded Tess more of a sibling type of relationship than their former business-related antagonism. It seemed that they had somehow formed a professional alliance that extended beyond business into true friendship. Tess assumed that Ellie and Millie had been instrumental in making that happen. Effectively changing the subject before the teasing could get out of hand, Ellie turned wide eyes to Sebastian. "Are you nervous about becoming king?" He paused a moment to ponder his answer.
"I would be, if Tess weren't by my side."
Leaning over, he kissed Tess sweetly on the cheek before going on. "It is quite a bit of pressure to be one of the youngest kings in the history of the monarchy, especially since I petitioned our parliament for special permission to take the crown before our wedding." Trevor decided to address something that had been bothering him.
"You already asked my sister to marry you, so why did you go to all of that trouble to have the rules changed to wait for the wedding until after you are crowned king?"
Sebastian didn't seem in the slightest bit perturbed by Trevor's accusatory tone, and he proved himself to be a gentleman by not blaming Tess for the delay.
"We were facing some extraordinary circumstances because the legislators were on the verge of ousting my father as king. An impeachment of a ruling royal would have created an unprecedented scandal from which the kingdom likely never could have recovered. All eyes around the hot spring were glued to Sebastian. It wasn't lost on Tess that this was the quietest this rowdy group had been since gathering together. Sebastian already had the enthralling speaking skills and charismatic charm of a true leader. Not seeming to feel any nerves from their scrutiny, Sebastian forged on. We had to move quickly while still being sensitive to my father's feelings. I have been the acting leader since the announcement was made, but the official transfer of power happens at the coronation. The reigning king is the first monarch in the history of the island to be relieved of his duties while he is still of sound mind and body. We have worked hard to make him feel like it was his choice. No matter what crazy antics he has pulled during the last few years, he was a great leader in his heyday. The legislators are all in agreement that we need to remove him from the throne before he completely tarnishes his legacy, but we wanted to do it delicately to keep from embarrassing him. Tess beamed with pride. Sebastian was a caring, thoughtful, and brilliant man. The more she got to know him, the more she grew to love him. Even though she had boldly interrupted his engagement announcement to Princess Adeline, when Sebastian had officially proposed to Tess, she had asked him for time, and he had found a way to get it for her. Deep inside, she had the feeling that he was the one for her, but their courtship had seemed rushed. Although she loved the idea of a fairy tale romance, she didn't truly believe in insta-love. She needed more time to verify that her love for him was true, and not just a result of their whirlwind romance and her long-standing desire to marry a prince. Rather than getting upset when she requested to delay their wedding until they both felt ready, Sebastian kissed her nose before saying, "I'll get the rules changed as long as you don't mind adjusting your dream of marrying a prince to allow for a king as the groom instead." He had honestly seemed concerned, so she laughed it off and teased him. "I think that will work just fine." Since that day, he had been adamant that he would accept the crown, but only if he could do it as an engaged, rather than married, man. The legislators and his mother had balked at his request, but he had held firm and eventually succeeded in getting them to bend to his desire. Sebastian's voice pulled Tess back into the present moment. "We decided to plan a proper royal wedding rather than trying to rush to get it done before the coronation." His answer about the delay seemed to appease Tess's brothers because both of their expressions perceptibly relaxed. "Besides," he added, "I wanted to take the time to properly woo her." Accentuating his point, he lifted their locked hands up out of the water and pressed his lips to the back of hers. "Good answer," Trey weighed in, obviously approving of his future brother-in-law. Changing the subject, he went on. "Now, there's just one final detail to take care of before this wedding can take place." Tess furrowed her brows together. She knew that Sebastian had sought both of her brothers' permission to marry their sister. They had grudgingly given it, but now that they knew Sebastian better, she knew they truly approved. A small part of her wished that her mother and father would take a more active role in their lives, but her parents had always been aloof. Their detached demeanor meant that Tess's brothers had stepped in as father figures for her. It worked for their family, so she hoped that Trey wasn't suddenly going to insist that Sebastian ask her father for her hand in marriage. That wouldn't make any sense for their situation. Proving that he understood her dilemma almost as well as Tess did, Trey said, "Tess needs to decide if she is going to have her oldest, handsomest, and sweetest brother walk her down the aisle, or this guy." He thumbed his brother. "Obviously it's going to be me," Trevor decided. "I've always been her favorite. She just didn't want to upset you by admitting it." Tess shook her head at them. They had always been like this, competing over everything, including her love. "You think you're her favorite?" Trey scoffed, before bugging his eyes out, shaking his head and muttering, "Wow." "I know I'm her favorite," Trevor weighed in. Tess knew it was coming, so she wasn't surprised when he turned on her. "Right, Tess?" All eyes bored into her. There was no way she was going to choose one of her brothers over the other. "I love you both equally," she tried to calm them. She did, in fact, have a favorite brother, but she would never reveal which one it was to another living soul. She loved them too much to hurt them like that and risk creating a permanent rift between them. Exasperated, they both sounded like children when they said, "No, you have to pick," and "That's a cop-out." When they got like this, Tess was immediately transported back to their youth, and it was hard to believe that her brothers were now business magnates who were feared the world over for their cutthroat business techniques and vocational acumen. She knew from experience that they would relentlessly badger her for a definitive answer, so she decided to announce the news that she knew would appease them both. "Since you're both my favorite sibling, I was hoping that you would both walk me down the aisle at the wedding." The transformation in their faces was immediate. Tess's brothers both beamed with pride at her request. "Nice compromise," Sebastian whispered near her ear before adding, "You're going to make a marvelous queen." The emotional high didn't last long. Trey ruined it when he said, "Okay, but I get to be on her right side as we walk down the aisle." Tess groaned and playfully splashed water in his direction. His enormous smile let her know that he had been teasing her. Selena had evidently had enough of their sibling rivalry. She said, "I don't know how you two ever had time to hate me with all of that constant one-upmanship." "Oh, we made time for that," Trevor quipped, which made all three of them laugh like it was the funniest thing ever. Tess shook her head at them. It was incomprehensible that the three long-term rivals had somehow managed to forge a real friendship. Mo had been uncharacteristically quiet. When she spoke, it was obvious what she had been thinking about. Turning to look first at Pierce and then at Tess, she said excitedly, "We need to plan our big movie finish." Tess had a feeling that she knew what Mo was insinuating, but Pierce looked lost. "What?" he asked her. "We are happy couples now." She used her finger to encompass herself, Pierce, Tess, and Sebastian. "When the six of them," she pointed to the other couples, "finalized their coupledom, they performed a song from Greece on the museum steps." "What do you have in mind?" Pierce sounded leery of what his outrageous girlfriend might be scheming. "I don't know." She looked at Tess for inspiration. The two women's eyes lit up in unison. "Dirty dancing!" they both shouted before giggling hysterically. Pierce and Sebastian looked concerned and confused, so Tess clarified once her laughter subsided. "You guys are going to hold us up out of the water, just like the famous scene from the movie Dirty Dancing." When Mo moved away from the edge of the spring like she wanted to give it a try, Pierce said, "Shouldn't we practice in the pool, alone, before showing anyone else?" He sounded nervous. "I suppose so." Mo sounded disappointed until her face lit up with another idea. "All four of us can practice, and that can be the big finale dance at Tess and Sebastian's wedding." "You want Tess to get wet and look like a drowned rat at her high-profile, hugely publicized royal wedding?" Trevor scoffed. "Good luck with that," he deadpanned. Tess didn't want to dampen Mo's enthusiasm, so she smiled at her friend with a vague, "We'll see." Sensing the need for a change in subject, Millie leaned her head back and groaned. "I don't know if I could live here." Turning from side to side and taking note of the odd looks she was receiving, she explained further. "I would want to relax in this hot spring every evening." "We do," Tess murmured. "Sebastian and I sneak down here for a relaxing soak nearly every night."
she revealed. Her mouth turned up in an ornery grin before she teased, "And we almost always wear bathing suits." The look of pure revulsion that arose on both of her brothers' faces was priceless. Trey held his hands up out of the immense pool of water like it had suddenly burned him. Trevor let out a disgusted, "Ew!" Both men stood and hightailed it out of the swirling spring as quickly as if someone had announced that the water was contaminated with biohazard. Trey wrapped an enormous towel around his shoulders as if warding off the shiver of disgust that overcame his entire body. Trevor dramatically covered his eyes as though he could somehow prevent the unwanted mental image of his sister getting naked in the massive hot spring with her fiancé. The group's happy laughter, caused by the brothers' ridiculous antics, could be heard wafting out over the deep blue sea. Tess and Mo took a moment to beam at each other, both of them perfectly confident that they had been lucky enough to stumble upon their destinies. They had the distinct feeling they were all precisely where they were meant to be, with the exact people that would make this perfect moment last into the future. It was as if they had each discovered their very own magical fairy tale romance. Now, the only thing left to do was to move forward together into their happily ever after endings. Epilogue. 6 months later. Tess fidgeted with the pearl buttons on the shoulder of her elegant, form-fitting wedding gown. The hand-sewn crystals captured the light and reflected it in a myriad of directions. As she swished her hips from side to side, the beads caught rays of sunlight and refracted them, giving off the dazzling effect of a prism lighting up the room. She reached up for the 1,000th time to adjust the diamond-encrusted tiara that was perched over her sleek chignon. The woman gazing back at her from the mirror looked like someone sent over by a Hollywood casting director to play a royal bride. She smiled at her glowing reflection. For the first time in her life, she felt like all of her childhood dreams were actually coming true. Even though she had always held firm to her idea of the perfect wedding, she had never quite fully believed it would truly become a reality. It was hard to comprehend that this day was actually finally here. The wedding planning had taken on a life of its own. Tess had kept a close watch on the major decisions, but had been forced to let go of the smaller details as the whirlwind reality of a true royal wedding had pressed down upon them. The world was waiting with bated breath for every moment of this magical day, and she fully intended to give them a show worth watching. Mo broke into her thoughts. "The big day you've been dreaming of for so long is finally here. Are you ready to become a real-life queen?" Feeling confident, Tess smiled. "I am," she confirmed before adding, "You know, it's strange, but I'm almost anxious to get this day over with." At the concerned look that Mo gave her, she clarified what she meant. "Don't get me wrong, everything about this wedding is perfect, but it feels so public, almost like it's for everyone else. Our marriage will be just for the two of us, and I'm looking forward to that part of our union." "You sound like a woman who is ready for the lifelong commitment of marriage." Mo gave her a reassuring smile. Tess's brothers chose that moment to knock on the door of her dressing suite. Even she had to admit that they both looked dashing and handsome in their custom-tailored tuxedos. The loving looks of pride on their faces when they saw Tess in all her bridal glory made her eyes water. "You are a beautiful bride," Trey told her, giving her a sweet peck on the cheek. Not to be outdone, Trevor kissed her other cheek and said, "You look absolutely radiant." She beamed at her brothers, truly feeling lovely, but from the inside out, rather than vice versa, like she would have expected. Turning solemn, Trey asked,
Are you terribly disappointed that Mother and Father aren't coming to the ceremony?
Tess knew that both of her brothers had practically disowned their parents over the older Donovans' decision not to leave their luxurious worldwide cruise in order to attend their only daughter's wedding. The fact that her wedding would be streamed live to hordes of riveted looky-loos on every continent apparently meant nothing to them. When her parents had informed Tess that their cruise was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, she just shook her head at the phone, not bothering to explain to them what they were missing out on. If they didn't see the flaw with their logic, she wasn't going to point it out. It had caused her a brief amount of sadness at the time, but now she was almost relieved that they weren't here to find some way to mar her ideal day. Shaking her head to ease the concerned looks on their faces, she answered Trey's question. "No, I was a little hurt at first," she admitted before continuing. "But now I see that it is for the best. Everyone who truly matters is here," she reassured her brothers. "This day is more perfect than I could have even imagined. It's better than a fairy tale." By unspoken agreement, the foursome went down to take their places to wait for the official walk down the aisle. The massive orchestra began a lovely rendition of the classic song At Last, which was Mo's cue to begin her slow and steady stroll to the altar. They had worked for several hours at the rehearsal to control what Priscilla referred to as Mo's aggressive and awkward gait. Turning for one last look at the bride, Mo said, "Here we go." Right as the last word came out, she tripped over the long hem of her classy, rose-pink maid of honor's gown. Jeffrey, who was standing by to meet any last-minute needs, stepped forward, caught her by the arm, and seemingly effortlessly kept her from falling. It almost looked like he had been expecting to jump in at that moment to save the day. "Thanks, Jeff," Mo said, unfazed by her almost disaster. "Some people just aren't meant to wear heels, I guess." The formal butler cringed at her use of the casual nickname, but he nodded stiffly to acknowledge her appreciation. As the giant double doors were swept open to reveal Mo to the anxious crowd, Tess noticed that Jeffrey's lips were curved up ever so slightly into a hint of a smile. She wondered if the stuffy royal staff might actually be starting to like her inappropriate, loud, and amazing best friend. With her clumsy trip out of the way, Mo's walk down the aisle was graceful and uneventful. Pierce was standing right beside the groom, looking at Mo like he might burst with pride and love as he watched her slowly make her way towards him at the altar. Tess knew that the two of them had delayed their nuptials in order to keep from stealing attention from the king's wedding. She had the feeling now, though, that they would quickly officially announce their engagement and tie the knot. She didn't have long to ponder her friend's imminent marriage because the orchestra seamlessly transitioned into a flawless rendition of the wedding march. The kingdom's invited guests stood and turned to look at Tess. The video cameras rolled, flashes popped, and the room let out a collective gasp at their first sight of the luminous royal bride. Tess felt the beautiful bouquet of pale pink peonies, her favorite flowers, shaking in her hands. Suddenly, the overwhelming emotions of this historic day crashed down around her. She had no doubts that what she was about to do was right, but there was no denying the flare of nerves that suddenly erupted from all of the formal pomp and circumstance. As if sensing the tension emanating from her, Tess's brothers eased up on both sides of her, each crooking an arm to hook with hers. The warmth and love she felt from them supported her as she worked through her momentary jitters. Jeffrey frantically tried to usher them out to the aisle, but Tess hesitated. "Not until she's ready," Trey hissed at the agitated butler. She knew that her brothers would have her back no matter what happened. Tess felt like an elephant was sitting on her chest as she tried to gulp in air. Everyone was staring at her. As many times as she had dreamed of this moment, now that it was here, she felt crushing anxiety. Her feet refused to move. Her brothers remained steadfastly by her side like two hulking bodyguards. Tess blinked and tried to make sense of the blurring, massive room before her. She thought for a moment that she might faint when the blinding pinpoints of flashing light invaded her vision. She tried to focus on the warm, reassuring presence of her brothers by her sides, but the room was beginning to swirl. She gripped their arms, trying to center herself and remind herself that this was real. Just as she swallowed in an attempt to control the bile that was threatening to upheave, she caught sight of him. Her eyes locked in on him like a magnet seeking its mate. Sebastian's love-filled, steady gaze filled her up and focused her attention. He was looking at his bride like she was the most beautiful, amazing woman he had ever encountered. It was the look of a man who was head over heels in love, and it directly reflected how Tess felt about him. It was the kind of look that she had always dreamed of receiving from her waiting groom, royalty or not. The proud, happy stare from the love of her life gave Tess the burst of confidence she needed to swing into action. Her brothers never missed a step as she walked a touch too quickly down the aisle to join her groom. When the priest pronounced them to be husband and wife, Sebastian's kiss lingered far longer than would be considered tasteful by the stuffy royal entourage, but Tess didn't care. Her thoughts were consumed by love for her brand-new husband. The newly married couple ran upstairs to make their first public appearance. Geoffrey was waiting to sweep the balcony doors open for them. When the newlyweds' kissing went over the line into excessive, Geoffrey cleared his throat before telling them that their subjects were waiting. He tried to sound irritated by their inappropriate and decidedly unroyal behavior, but Tess saw the amusement in his eyes. At Sebastian's curt nod, a trumpet sounded. Right on cue, Geoffrey opened the doors with a flourish. A deep, booming voice sounded, but Tess couldn't tell where it was coming from.
I now present His Royal Highness King Sebastian and Her Royal Highness Queen Tess.
The impressive title rolled around in Tess's mind. Although she had known the royal moniker was what she would be called after the wedding, hearing it spoken out loud made reality suddenly crash in on her. She held back, savoring the moment.
Shall we go properly greet our kingdom?
Sebastian encouraged her, holding her hand. At her nod, they walked out on the balcony together. The roaring cheer that arose from their subjects, who had all gathered to catch the first glimpse of their new queen, was almost deafening. Tess beamed from ear to ear as Sebastian leaned in to whisper, "They already love you." She knew she would never forget the fabulous feeling of this marvelous moment. The rest of the day flew by in a rushed flurry of official pictures, more hugs than she could count, and so many smiles of true happiness that Tess's face hurt. The best part of it all was having Sebastian right by her side as a true partner. She knew that he viewed her as an equal. He valued her opinion, and she felt confident that she would have a real say in the laws that were enacted and how they were enforced on their island. Sebastian's mother and father made a point of speaking privately with their son and new daughter-in-law. Tess had been nervous that they might be envious of the younger couple taking their place on the thrones. They immediately alleviated her fears by saying they were relieved to finally have some free time to rekindle their romance. The former king suggested that they might like to enjoy their retirement on a luxurious cruise ship. He jokingly asked Tess if her parents might like some company on their trip. At least, Tess hoped he was joking.
Her hoity-toity parents would not approve of this irreverent, rather inappropriate man. She did have to give the goofball credit for wearing a suit and behaving himself today, with the notable exception of when he sneezed loud enough to raise the roof during the wedding ceremony and immediately shouted, "Bust my buttons!" Everyone chuckled, but the Queen's sharp look made him snap his mouth shut. He'd been on his very best behavior since. Quick as a wink, it was time for the current King and Queen's first official dance as a newly wedded couple. Butterflies danced in Tess's belly as she wondered if they should actually go through with this crazy idea that balked tradition. They had secretly been preparing for this moment for weeks, but Tess was still incredibly nervous. It could either become an instant classic moment that would be remembered fondly for years to come, or it could turn out to be a gigantic fiasco that would be an embarrassment to their children's children. Tess took a deep breath and looked to her groom. As she had hoped, his warm brown eyes were exuding confidence and love. At her brisk nod, he gave the cue for the music to start. As the first few bars of "Time of My Life" played, everyone in the ballroom turned to look at Tess. The newlywed king and queen performed the final dance from Dirty Dancing flawlessly. Tess felt like they had turned into Baby and Johnny, the characters from the classic movie, as they danced in perfect tandem. When it came time for the big move at the finale of the song, Tess caught sight of her brothers at the edge of the dance floor. They both gave her enthusiastic thumbs-up signs to encourage her and give her confidence. Summoning her nerve, she locked eyes with Sebastian and nodded, just before running directly at him. They had practiced the difficult move numerous times, usually with at least a moderate level of success. Tess tried not to think about the less successful times when they had tumbled to the floor as she barreled into his waiting arms. Sebastian caught her and sailed her up over his head as if she were light as a feather. He spun her around as she arched her body and beamed at the crowd. They made the tricky move look easy as they performed it perfectly. The crowd cheered and clapped as Sebastian lowered Tess to the ground before kissing her hungrily. They only came up for air when they heard Mo announce loudly that she thought that she and Pierce could do that too. Tess started to tell Mo that she and Sebastian had been practicing and perfecting the move on the sly for weeks. It wasn't something that could be done on the spur of the moment. She was too late, though. Mo was already barreling full tilt across the dance floor towards a stunned Pierce. Pierce's eyes bugged out in fright as he watched the woman of his dreams charge in his direction. Tess had to give the man props because he did his best to catch her, but Mo was never one to do anything half-heartedly, and she wasn't a small woman. Luckily, Geoffrey and another member of the royal staff ran forward to help break their fall as Mo slammed into Pierce and they both tumbled over. The crowd cringed and gasped in unison as they watched the train wreck happen right before their eyes. The former queen fanned herself dramatically as if she might faint from the scandalous, failed maneuver. Tess heard the woman say, "That girl is going to be the death of me." Sensing that he needed to alleviate the crowd's concerns, Pierce called out from underneath Mo, "We're okay." "We're better than okay," Mo weighed in before adding, "We're getting married too." They sealed their big announcement with a kiss without bothering to get up from the ground. One of the Donovan brothers gave off a high-pitched whistle, which set off a string of whoops and hollers of excitement from the crowd that could be heard all over the island's village. Tess looked around at the happy faces in the crowd, not quite able to believe how perfectly imperfect their lives were. It was more than she could have asked for, and better than she had ever dreamed. She had found her prince. He had turned her into a queen, and now they could officially enjoy their real life happily ever after.
Continue your listening fun with the royally broke billionaire, royal baby scandal.